Hello, this is J.N.S with Knock the University, and I am happy to be back. We are doing a live stream today, and I have to say, I was gone for a minute, but I'm back with the jump off. So I am excited. Happy New Year's. I know it's been a minute. I haven't done a live, I want to say since the probably before Christmas, and so I needed a much needed break, to be honest. I kind of got what's it called, social media fatigue, and so I wanted to take a break from social media, or at least going live and speaking and engaging, so to speak. So nonetheless, we are back, and I honestly want to discuss a very deep topic. I know we see some current events or something, more pop culture in the title with Druski, but more importantly, I want to talk about the state of the Black church and how to repurpose the Black church in lieu of the discussion around mega churches. We've been having that discussion for a minute. I actually talked about, mega churches and like this den of thieves and calling out the prosperity pastors about 2 months ago. So we'll review that document um in detail. But I also want to talk about discernment and like how agendas get fostered in terms of social engineering, and how to be careful not to get our energy siphoned into, or funneled rather, into an agenda based on something that's credible. So having the discussion about mega churches and the state of the Black church and the role they play in society is obviously the conversation we should be having. But when it funnels off into pop culture and then harnessing the people's energy to pivot them back into the status quo or under the umbrella of things that don't really benefit our community either, then I think it should be called out too. So there's a nuance in the conversation that we're having today. For one, I want to make sure that my sound is good. Let me just. So it's more nuance as far as the topic that I'm going to be talking about. We're going to discuss the Druski skit, and my thoughts and opinions on it. Is just an opinion. And how there has been people calling out the Black church and prosperity gospel and mega churches. Alondria Johnson, Alondria Johnson is one of them in particular. So we want to talk about, I was talking about her a couple months ago. We were talking about, I was calling them out myself. And so we'll play that clip because it's not, it's one thing to just critique, an apparatus that has centuries foothold in the Black community. As far as the church, it's one thing to critique. I've critiqued, that's not the issue, because the church doesn't determine your relationship with God. So we're going to talk about that as well. But then there's one thing to not offer any solutions, or to be a part of something that we know is also just as problematic as the church, and so to me it's more so the discernment and the accountability for the community, in terms of us realizing, okay, why are they pushing this out, and what's the end goal of this particular social engineering and around this going viral? Why Druski is going viral with this, when there's a bunch of people that have been. Alondria Johnson, who's a gospel singer, who's worked with the church, who's worked with mega pastors, who's worked with mega churches, recently was calling them out. And all of a sudden we acting like Druski is the second coming of Christ because he spoke on something that everybody been speaking on. Oh, he did a skit on it or whatever, and he was rolling with Diddy. He was got handlers with the blonde hair and the MK Ultra. I just don't understand why we got to act like this is a pillar, like where I'm supposed to be taking advice or something, or like he woke something up or exposed something. He didn't expose anything. Alondria Johnson. Let's actually talk about this lady, because I think she is the one that has been waking it up about this church stuff. Why is it important? Is because, to be honest, she worked with Donnie Hathaway and all these people. Leandria Johnson, that's her. This lady right here. Let me share my screen. Let's talk about this lady, Leandria Johnson. Okay, if you're on Rumble, let me share the screen here. Let's see. Because this is clearly an agenda, and I'm going to show you how it's an agenda. for one. I'm going to show you, like, as far as how they roll out people and how they do like Masonic, how they do their Masonic credit swiping and all this stuff. I want to show you how it actually works, in a way that's undisputable. And she had been waking it up about these mega churches and how these pastors have been finagling their parishioners, how they've been taking the church's money and spending it on BS, not serving their community, you know. And when we talk about repurposing the Black church, I'm not here to attack any church. For one, I think that it went off the rails compared to what the setup was supposed to be. We know that Peter the interpreter, in the book of Acts, you know how the church set up in terms of the book of Acts and the Corinthians. Yeshua didn't have nothing to do with that. And if you really paying attention, I'm going to read you something. I'm going to read you the last chapter in Luke. And for those that's in the know, in addition to the chapters in Luke 24, I want you to read chapters 11 through 13, where Yeshua sends a code about his rank in Masonry, where he sends of who he is and what his mission is, which is what I had been saying when you read the alternative to Freemasonry, the Nocti Queen Mothership Order, as well as the language of the gods, the Queen Nocti Queen Mothership Part 3, the language of gods and the age of the divine feminine. There's so many codes in the Bible that lend credence to everything that I have ever put out within them two books. And I don't know if it's safe to talk about that stuff publicly, as far as what I found. Now, if we want to break it down, I can, but I don't think that's necessary online. I think that should be something that should be done in a church offline. And that's why I'm not for tearing down the church. I think that there's critical information in that book that we should get people. Critical information, just in general, knowledge should be discussed, ideas should be discussed, critical thinking should be brought back, accountability should be brought back. Yeshua was calling out the lack of accountability within the Pharisees and the chief priests and the Sadducees, up that led ultimately to his murder. Let's be real. That's the real reason why he was killed. In addition to them having a bug in his ass about certain things that they knew interdimensionally, but we know he was calling out the chief priests. We know he called them a den of thieves. We know that when he was brought to Pilate in Herod, there was this huge issue, with how they felt he was being offensive when he was calling them out, calling them a den of thieves, saying that they also devour widows' houses. That's also, I want to say, in Luke. I actually wrote that down because this book is much deeper. It's like a convergence between other schools of thoughts, as we know. But when we Luke 20, when he talks about how the Pharisees devour widows' houses, okay, why who is devoured? What does that mean to devour a widow's houses? Taking the women's money and the tithes, bringing the women's houses being devoured by these greedy chief priests, having these women put up collateral for the house to donate to the church, whether that be actually giving their tithe money or being systematically targeted for their property, because women could have property in Hebrew culture, and those Sadducees and chief priests lying on those women to take their money. And for those who can read the book of, so you can see how they used to do the women back then and how they removed the books of the women out the Bible. I want you guys to look up, this was Susanna. Look up the book of Susanna in Ethiopian Bible. That would tell you how, an example of what Yeshua meant when they say they devoured widows' houses, how they would set some of those women up. That's a thing, that was a thing. But Louandria Johnson, she woke it up about the stuff that they was doing in them churches, with the mega churches and whatnot. And so I'm all for critique. I just think that when it comes to the broader conversation we should be having within the Black church, we have to talk about how to repurpose these churches so that they're serving the community and the youth, most importantly, the youth. I'm going to talk about my experiences as a youth in the church. Honestly, don't have the same experiences as everybody. I don't, it's not the most unpleasant experience. Well, I've seen problematic stuff in the church, don't get me wrong. But I'm saying, like, luckily I never went to the mega churches. I went to medium size and smaller, really small church, sometimes no more than 50 people. And so I know that when you find it, it's there. But you have to be discerning of everything, not just any organized religion, period. Organized religion, period. And anybody trying to push organized religion on you, but anybody trying to get these religions to fight or use them as political tools, use them for viral moments and stuff, not be serious, just using it for content. That's also something you need to be discerning of too. People that's not in the church. You need to be discerning, period. There's wolves in sheep's clothing everywhere. There's den of thieves every fucking where, whether you whatever religion you practice. Straight up. And I know y'all had to hear the motherfucking remix to Donnie McClurkin's We Fall Down. I know y'all had to hear it as much as who heard the remix to Donnie McClurkin's We Fall Down. Did y'all hear it? If y'all haven't, I'm about to sing it. It's Donnie McClurkin's. He had this song back in the 90s called We Fall Down But We Get Up. Um, that was a song we used to believe it or not, y'all know how we used to do this song called a bulldog say what, a bulldog, when we was kids we used to do this dance to this song called a bulldog say, my name is Jenny, a bulldog, I'm here to show you a bulldog. So that song, how we used to do it in the hood back in the day, that's the same thing that with Donnie McClurkin's We Fall Down song. We made a dance to that as kids. We fall down, but we get up. But did y'all hear the remix? Did y'all hear the remix? It's go like this. We fall down, face face down, ass up. We fall down, bend over, ass up. We fall down, face down, ass up. We fall down, bend over, ass up. That's the remix. Cause y'all hear the scandal he got caught in? That's the remix. And obviously I'm being facetious, but they've been calling out the church, Donnie McClurkin's ass, and I like his music. I'm not, I think it's a travesty, what he went through and what the black church, with that, what they could say called pray the gay away. Um, I don't believe in that. And I think that the authentic true nature of yourself in the relationship that you have with God it is between you and God, including your flaws and your shortcomings. And I don't think that the church has room or is designed to talk about praying no gay away. The church should be talking about accountability and authenticity of the spirit at its highest regards and the personal relationship. Here's what the church should be doing. The church is an apparatus to foster social cohesion and to provide those services that they raise within the parameters of the parishioners for their community. So say you have a mega church and they bringing in, all this money, all this tithe money, that should be reflected within the services that is for the community. So, after school programs, youth programs, summer youth programs, community gardens, buying a plot of land and setting up gardens, infiltrating local politics, believe it or not, becoming a city council. I know some pastors that would come to city councils and all that stuff. What else? The big thing is food, land procurement, and community gardening for their parishioners. Also, being able to provide emergency funds for their members in the event that things happen. So, for instance, say a parishioner, their home caught on fire, they don't have nowhere to go. The church should be able to provide that housing stipend and that housing, and to get help that parishioner get back on their feet. They're a member of the church. They've donated funds. They have donated tithes to keep that church running. So that money should be used to fund resources for the community, a school, the local school. So if you got a mega church and you raising millions of dollars, 20, $40 million, that don't go to no fucking private jet. Okay. That don't go to a private jet. That goes to your funds for a school, a local school. It don't gotta be no fancy Taj Mahal looking school. It's just a school for a carpenter. It could be a carpentry school, a trade school. Help these youths get into welding. Help these youths learn electrical engineering. Just something real simple. And it can be done insular. You don't need the government. You don't need no grant. You don't need no outside funds. That's the money that you raise. That's why they about to attack the church, because the church is still the only social apparatus that could still raise money on their own if they don't take a deal and if they don't get aligned with the beast. Now, a lot of the pastors are aligned with that. A lot of them took the oath. A lot of them got to talk about prosperity gospel. They lie to you about the verses. They don't break down no esoteric knowledge. They keep you like sheep, literally. You literally just you look at the pastor as God. They want you to look at the pastor as God, and you don't develop no personal relationship between you and the precious Holy Spirit, or you and the Most High. That's not what that is doing. That's not what the church has been doing. They've been handicapping people mentally. But it's not just the church, that's just society in general, wherever you turn. You look at social media, look at the media. Look at the news, fake news. So you can't just put it all on the church. But as far as accountability, yes, there's room for it. And there has to be. Yeshua was trying to hold motherfuckers accountable 2,000 years ago. You see how that ended? They had a real bug in his ass, in they ass. So that's how it go. But yes, in today's time, we've been calling this stuff out. Like if you're gonna raise the church, the Black church raised $1 billion per year, about 10 billion in 10 years. Where's the trade school? They did, they had a barber shop or whatever. I know some do the barber shop. I know even some even got into franchising where they was hiring their own church members. You can do that too. Get into even if you get into a small franchise and you hire your own church members. Now you can provide jobs. But you can't set up as a 501(c). You got to do the other one, which I believe is 508, 501. Let me just look it up real quick. See, the structuring, because if you do it the 501(c)(3), you won't be able to talk about politics. But if you do a 508(c)(1)(a), that is still exempting the church and religious organizations as far as taxes, but you are able to talk about politics. You're able to get into politics. You're able to talk about whatever you want. It's just more expensive to set up. Everybody sets up the 501(c)(3) instead of the 508(c)(1). But the 508(c)(1) is the one that allows you to talk your shit. Like Nike Church of the Higher Self is not tax exempt. That's my church. But you see, just like I'm talking now, if I was to do 501(c)(3) and get the tax exempt status and fall under compliance, I won't be able to talk none of the stuff that I'm talking. All the books that I put out, no, it wouldn't happen. I wouldn't be able to. But if you set it up under a 508(c)(1)(a), then you can talk the shit that you need. You can still be truthful. That's why a lot of these mega churches haven't been really getting in the ass like how they used to be, or developing another, Steve Coakley, or even a MLK. However controversial you feel about it. As far as the fire, he was 22 with a PhD, marching and talking the way he was talking, already have gotten, So we're saying, like, and even Malcolm X had a PhD. A lot of people don't know that, but he did. He got his in prison. And so, we see like that development that the spiritual apparatus can build if it's untethered, if it's unfiltered, and if it's raw. It has to come from that raw organic space. It can't be, oh, here's a bunch of handlers, here's the white folks behind with all the contracts and the deals, here's all the people behind. Just like even with that Druski stuff, that's not an organic situation for me, because to me, these skits, they've been trying to push this dude on us, and I can see the rituals they've been putting him through, the humiliation rituals, and how he's trying to move up in the game. And it's on the other side. We know he was rolling with, how do you know that? Druski was rolling with P. Diddy. It's right on your screen right here. And so I'm not about to sit and act like this dude is waking up something that I didn't already know, like we didn't already know. And I'm not taking it from these people, because they all are part of that little order. They're part of that little cult. And so we don't know what kind of agenda they got for to roll him out. He was just dressed like a girl. He was just with the blonde hair, with the MK, with the, what the blonde hair mean. And so I'm not about, I can't sit and take they've been trying to roll out these untalented people on us. Like, I'm not a hater. If this was like Richard Pryor level talent, there's room for comedians in the Black community. There's room for all facets of life styles, people, agency, autonomy in the Black community, no doubt. So this is not me attacking the art of comedic work. I just don't think this dude is funny. We've seen Richard Pryor. We've seen the talent that Chris Tucker, in Rush Hour. We know what light looks like, and we know what talent looks like. And so these people is at their wits end with this dumb coat, and it's like they recycling content, like they recycling stolen content or recycling it from other people. And so I don't trust the agenda of this coat. And so when I see how they move, how they like he does this skit. They try to make it go viral, his handlers. They try to push him out into the Black community. And Black community focus on this, focus on this. But we don't know where the final agenda is leading people. You don't know. I know. That's why I'm speaking on it, because I already could see the play. I could see the play. And so it's like it's energy dispersion. Because if it's stolen content, now you're not defending the idea of the accountability of the Black church and mega churches and the problematic hypocrisy that the mega church has engaged in. You're not even defending that idea anymore or having that discussion. You're defending a person. You're now it's like the Black community is defending Druski, when really the reason why they realized that Druski, okay, the church, you got a credible critique against the church, but why I'm not listening to no critique from Druski about no Black church. I don't need to hear it from him, because for one, I said it 2 months ago, and I'm gonna play the clip of me literally going off, and Leandria Johnson said it. So to me, it doesn't even make any sense for me to listen to it from a person that I know is a part of that Diddy cult, that cult. And we don't know where their agenda. Well, again, it's political at the end of the day. It's to funnel. So it's like you're not defending the validity of the social apparatus of repurposing the Black church. Not it keeps you from having a deeper conversation when you reduce it to a comedian. I don't look to comedians as my leader. I don't look to for comedians to wake something up or to expose something that's already been exposed. Niggas been talking about the stuff Eddie Long had been doing and Creflo Dollar. Niggas had been talking about that shit 20 years ago. What is we talking about? People been waking up the shit that Eddie Long did. Nobody wanted to listen. Especially when the Black women, nobody wanted to listen when Leandria Johnson called out the bullshit. But I'm about to listen to this dude? No. Like, and I know it's white handlers behind him. I'm not about to sit and have them prop these people up in our community and act like I can't see that they are using that code. For one, they stealing content from people that's not a part of their cult to try to make viral moments, and then to funnel them into some political weird shit. That's literally all the end goal be. And to keep the Black community from having deeper conversations. They don't want the Black community thinking on a higher level, because they can outthink them now. They been could do it, but now it's like there's a lot of floodgates open spiritually for the Negro. And what they're doing is, okay, we got these person under our control and on our payroll. And if we can give them a little bit of emotional push and pull to make them feel like, okay, we're having a warranted, necessary discussion. And we're using the comedian, somebody that's totally under our control, to do it. That we know he stole the content from somebody. We know that they're not really coming up with nothing original or free thinking, or it's still, he's totally under our control. We push him out there. The Black community goes to defend this person, not realizing they're a part of our agenda of a long-term play. And they don't even realize that they're not even having a deeper discussion on how to repurpose an apparatus, a social apparatus that is pervasive in their own community. It's just attack it, but then you have nothing left or nothing built up under that, besides a weirdo ass cult that with Diddy. That this is the play that we talking about. And that's, so you're not even defending, the idea anymore. You're defending somebody that's reciting a script. You're defending someone that's a part of a cult. And so now you're defending the cult. You don't know who sent this person out. You're not defending the idea of critiquing the mega church because you wouldn't row behind one person to do that. That's not somebody you need. That's not an incident where it requires a comedian to go viral and to push it up and then to have all these influence. That's how you could tell it's social engineering. That's how you could tell it's a psyop play for something deeper. It's a psyop play. How do you know that? Because look at this. This was it's like somebody trying to figure out what sticks. They know exposure is in right now. Like this idea of acting like you're exposing something, stealing content from people, acting like you waking something up, you're waking this up. The whole world gets to know now. And everything that needed to be exposed has been exposed. Also, they know that's algorithmically what people like to see now. I think that's going to get old, but whatever. That's algorithmically people want to see stuff gets exposed. So if this mega church is getting exposed, people. But when it come to this dude, it's like they've been trying to figure out a way to push him in the Black community, and they don't really have like this is not like how somebody has some organic comedic. You got Monique, you got Richard Pryor, you had Paul Mooney, you had Eddie Murphy. You got some, even Martin Lawrence from when he was doing his stuff, but from way back in the day. We know what that looks like. You know how you see the spark and you just see light and you just see talent. Now they done screwed everybody over. They done screwed all they artists over so bad, and they done screwed them over with this shit. They don't, nothing the same anymore. People complaining about the music and all this stuff. I've been waking it up about, how do we restructure a lot of the music industry. And so people are now talking about how the music don't feel the same. They got to go back to the 70s and the 90s. Well, that's what happens when you corporatize everything, and when you make everything about money, and when you make everything about virality for the masses and mind control. You don't get nothing authentic. Like, it's not that it doesn't exist. It exists. The raw talent is there everywhere. Same with even in the comedy world. But let's not act like what they putting out today has even a tenth of what we grew up with. I'm 34 right now, but we know what that shit looks like when we saw Richard Pryor as kids, and when we saw even Chris Tucker and Rush Hour performance, or like we know, or even Friday, as far as comedy. And I don't push idolizing. I'm not saying that people should idolize, celebrity culture. I'm just talking about what it looks like in terms of light, and how you measure a star power. And we know what that looks like. I'm not trying to center myself. I'm literally bringing up other people so you can compare it with yourself. This ain't got nothing to do with the church. I'm talking about like when the handlers and the powers that be is trying to push something on us, trying to push a person on us, and then when you think about it, they read in the script. Literally, he did the skit. There's a script. And so I just don't see, to me, it's not about being a serious person, because I know I'm a very serious person. But what we're talking about is the standard, the quality, the standard becomes so low in our community, where it's like you can't see a social engineering play when someone is being pushed on our people. Like it's like when Malcolm X was talking about how they're going to push entertainers or push as your leader, and no other group of people have comedians and entertainers to speak for them in the political arenas and in a serious manner, or in a cultural cohesion manner. That was done by design. It's done because it's a part of social engineering. It's a part of molding collective consciousness. And the end agenda is usually some sort of distraction. The end agenda with these people is usually, yeah, we'll have a serious, it looks like it's serious. It looks like it's, oh yeah, we getting somewhere. And then they're going to funnel you back into a distraction. And that's what I could see. That's all this is. I know that because I've seen this person is dressed like a female here, like a woman doing, it was dressed like a Latino girl. And, this is supposed to be good content. Like, my thing is, these people wouldn't have made it in our day. We had too much sauce. You see the symbolism. That's the cult right there. You see that should tell you all you need to know. That's that symbol right there. So I'm not acting like these people are exposing anything or like I'm learning anything from this. I'm not. This content is trash. Um, I'm not even talking about that stuff about the church. I'm just talking about how clearly someone is a part of a cult and an agenda, and we don't know the end goal. And I'm not propping it up like they're waking something up. That's just me. I don't. I'm not. If it was talent, I would say it. I'm not a hater, but I see a weird. I just see weirdness. I just see all I can see spiritually, and I am kind of psychic. For those who know, I'm clairvoyant. All I see spiritually is some bullshit. Some white folks done rolled it, is bankrolling this dude. Somebody is pushing him in our community, and I just don't. I don't see it. That's just me. I don't see it. People gonna do what they gonna do, and that's they push them up. They push them up. Like, what can I do? I'm just giving my opinion. It don't mean anything. It ain't gonna stop him. What I eat don't make him shit. It's just my opinion. And but I'm just saying, like, the bar, like, we know when we seen some good shit, man, growing up. We know. And just because somebody go through the rituals that they get pushed up, and like, no, y'all not about to sit. He talking about he's exposing something. Motherfucker, expose yourself. Why was you with Diddy? Expose your motherfucking self. You ain't nobody be exposing no church. I'm not listening to this MK Ultra. I'm not listening to this dude because he's playing the game like the rest of them. And so I'm not about to sit and listen to these same cult people come out and then try to act like they waking something up about some church dressed like this. I'm not about to sit and act like they waking something up about some church, and or something so deep and profound. What, for the black church, for y'all to act like he's the second coming of Christ because he said something that Leandria Johnson said, or that my ass said 2 months ago in depth. We went in real good detail about this stuff about the mega church. And so um that's just me. I think if the black church is pushing back on Druski, they need to be pushing back on the fact that, dude, you rolling with Diddy, you at the Diddy parties, you dressing like a whole female girl, and you want to come to the black community like you are a black leader talking about the black church, and we see you rolling doing weirdo stuff, rolling with these Hollywood weirdos. Nah, get your motherfucker. You ain't exposing shit. This is the play. The play is, act like you exposing something, and really you a part of the team. You a part of it. You control by them, and so nothing really gets done, and nothing really gonna get exposed. Nothing that we ain't already know. We been knew the black church was doing some sherm stuff, and we been knew these mega churches was doing a lot of sherm shit. We been calling it out. So I don't need that y'all acting like this is going viral. All these people, oh, he called it out. He called it out. Okay, Leandria Johnson was just talking about this shit in depth too. And she got more right to speak on it than anybody because she's a gospel singer who's been in the black church, any part of these mega churches, was around Donnie McClurkin, all of the mega pastors, all of them that you see around here. She's been around it. She called them out. She's been trying to get her life on the up and up. She has been doing uh plenty of things. She's talked openly about her struggles. But let's be real. The black church, or the church in general, is not your relationship with God. It doesn't culminate your relationship with God. It's just a social cohesion apparatus. It is. And so we'll talk about that in depth. And like I said, be aware of these cults. And yeah, you can call out the idea. Calling out the mega churches is fine, because if others have been calling them out. But when you try, just look at the agenda in terms of how they try to mind control this community, and who they try to prop up, and who they want your energy towards, who's going through their rituals, and who's pulling energy, and who's actually like defending this nonsense. They've been trying to find a way again to slip through the crack, and it's the only way is by them stealing content from others who are not a part of their cult, and then you know um getting the black community to prop up whoever's already under their control. It's social engineering 101. But what happens at the end of the day? Nothing. Nothing. Um, You don't know where that person stand or who's backing them or who's bankrolling them or what's the agenda behind them even talking about something without bringing no viable solutions. Um, the skit, I don't know. I just did, to me, I just seen real talent in when it come to comedic art and and especially in the Black community, there's a lot of funny ass people. And I just I just feel like, man, I don't know what's going on in Hollywood or how they deciding to pick these people. I know it's based on their rituals and whatnot, but these are not. This is not it. I mean, we grow up with some more. We grow up with Monique. We know what talent. Like we. I mean, come on. We know what it looks like. S'more is also a very very funny actor and comedian. She was one of the I want to say the queens of comedy. She was funny as hell growing up. Monique, Adele Givens was funny. Adele Givens was funny as hell too. Um, even the original Kings of Comedy, Bernie Mac, you know, Cedric, like I'm just saying when we talk about like, even if we talk about entertaining world, entertainment is entertainment. It's bread and circus, and you always had your bread and circus. People gonna, but how does that fit in the governance structure? We can have that discussion. That's not the topic of this video. That's a little bit too deep. Because now you're talking about the convergence between entertainment and then the church. And Druski is in the entertainment world, the cult world, where with the Diddy stuff, with the Hollywood stuff. That's his world. And so him doing this skit on the Black church, and we see him dressing like a girl. We see him, with this weird subpar skit comedy stuff. To me, it's just it's weird because now you have to follow who exactly are they pulling content from? Who exactly is this cult copying? Like who are they? What are they studying algorithmically to know what is in and what's out? So they know, okay, the thing that's in is acting like you exposing stuff, acting like, okay, we gonna expose it. So what do the youth or what do people want to talk about? They're talking about exposing the Black church. They talking about how the mega pastors are being hypocrites and the scandals and whatnot. And so then they sit at the table, these handlers, and say, okay, this is what you're going, and give him his script and roll him out. And they have been looking for a way to make this, to figure like this, to figure out a formula. And to me, you don't have to figure out a formula if it's real and it's organic. You don't have to figure out a formula to Bernie Mac's talent. That's just his gift. That's just his light. That's just who the fuck he is. Like you don't have to keep trying to pivot, like to pivot to that's just not how those moments are created. And I'm telling you that this engine that have co-opted the Black entertainment, how we don't own the Black music, and how all that stuff they did, how they did our people dirty in the music, knowing that our people were the gifted very musically with creating of genres, blues, jazz, R&B, hip hop, ragtime, gospel, all these genres, house music, disco, you name it, R&B, neo soul, all these genres they can create, and then how they swooped in. It was real organic. It was real raw. The creating of music was really raw. It would take 11 years to create an album, 3 years to create an album, whatever. You had to sit on it. You want to feel it from your soul. It's not so much you think mechanically about it. That's just light. You can't fake that or funk that. You can't manipulate that or copy that. That is either it is or is not. And what I see that cult doing, when it comes to trying to revive Hollywood or whatever they trying to prop up new stars or whatever, the star power is not there anymore. Not in that engine, because the thing is the equation don't match. Anytime you try to control the essence of any art form, you're doomed. whether that be music, comedy, acting, whatever. And that's the issue that Hollywood is having. So they just going and listening to whatever is on the grassroots or whatever is local or whatever is source player, and then just copy. And then be like, okay, here you go. They roll them out and then bankroll it and market it and then pay other people algorithmically to cover it. And then that's when it blows up and then they make them go through them rituals still. But that's not light. It's not. It's not the light. And what I'm saying is like, what they've done was they propped up they had these stars, they were the light, then they suck them dry through them contracts and through the deals and the rituals. Then they get disillusioned with it, rightfully so. Everybody gets disillusioned, and then now you at this thing where there's no money in it anymore because all of the greed and all of the corporatization amounts to vast exploitation of publishing rights, masters, your ownership, your creative control, your image, your name, image, and likeness. All of that is all up for sale. And that is at odds with the creator of the universe. Because when we talk about the crafts of arts and crafts and music, those are sciences, regardless. And people are born with gifts more than others. Some people can motherfucking sing. You see Leandra Johnson's ass singing? She could sing. You sing Donnie McClurkin's ass singing, he could sing. Not even caught up in scandal. They say he was doing we fall down, face down as up. We fall down, bend over as up. We fall down, we get up for a saint, just a sinner who fell down. Face down, ass up. That's what they say. It says we fall down, face down, ass up. We fall down, bend over, ass up. We fall down, but we get up. For a saint is just a sinner who fell down. Bend over, ass up. Mm-hmm. That's the remix. They ain't tell you we because they say he was doing something with when I mean the dude was 21. I don't believe that's why I'm saying if you come as you are and God and you talk things out, you ain't gotta be sitting there praying worried about your sexual orientation in the church anyways. I just don't believe in that, but I also don't believe in exploiting these youth, exploiting these young people, like no, it gotta be some order. It gotta be some order in the church. I do because things have gotten off the rails. Things have. And I'm gonna talk about that because for those who be like, okay, you always saying you talked about that and blah blah blah. I'm gonna show y'all this video. In this video 2 months ago, look at the date, November 14th, 2020, November 14th. I was talking about the state of the Black church, prosperity gospels, the pastors with this money, right in this video right here. So I'm telling you where the content is coming from, where they pulling it from. I'm telling you where that cult, because that cult don't like me. That cult got a beef with me. So what they do is they like to they know that this shit algorithmically pops. And so this, I'm telling you where they taking it from. This was November 14th. I talked about this video is titled Rebuilding Tulsa, Create 1.9 Trillion Industry, Marriage, Welfare, War on Drugs, and Morning Stars. I talked extensively about the Black church in this video, about how they was building up $1 billion and whatnot. So we're going to play this. I'm going to show y'all that. And then I'm going to get back to how to repurpose the Black church, because I think I said what I wanted to say about this Druski character. I was really like, why is, I'm not giving my energy to this, I don't know this. I'm not impressed. I'm not that I am anybody to be impressed with, but I don't like when the algorithm and when the machine try to tell us, our leaders, or how to tell us who we should be, like propping up, and for them to be make like all these videos defending, oh, he said this about the Black church, he said this. Okay, a lot of people been saying stuff, and these skits are terrible. Like, I'm not seeing, like, they trying to get this dude to pop. Let him be himself. Let him be himself and he'll pop. If I mean if he's really a comedian for the long term with longevity, then then let him be himself. Right now I see him all over the place. One minute he's dressing like a woman. The next minute he's dressing like a white man. Now he's talking about the mega pastors. Is this even his original content? Is this his original personality? What type of comedian is he? There's a lot of different types of comedians. Paul Mooney is a more is a kind of sarcastic. You know, Paul Mooney was more sarcasm. You know, as far as his comedic style. Um, Richard Pryor was kind of like as a very funny, but like what was how was it? How would you describe Richard Pryor's comedy? Kind of like dry humor, like a mixture between sarcasm and dry humor and irony. You know, he would point out the irony and things. I don't know. I like his comedy style. You know, um, Chris Tucker's comedy style was more animation and impersonation. Because these are different. I would say there's probably an art to comedy style because you got the different types. So you got the impersonations would be more like skits, how he would do the Michael Jackson impersonation. That's like a different type of comedy style than Paul Mooney's, if you ask me. You know, how I don't know how you would break that down study wise because I know and there's a with actors, you know how you talk about like the differences, the different types of acting, like method acting and the Shakespeare playwriting those are different types of acting, but I'm pretty sure that converges, the comedy world converges with that particular art form. I'm just saying, it may not be popular to say right now in terms of, but I'm just saying, like, I know what it looks like when we used to have some really, I know what I'm not they try to I'm being mean. I'm not trying to be mean, you know? That's the thing. Everything is so politically correct. Even this dude was funny. Dang, what was this dude's name? Obviously, you have more of a political comedy too, which is what Dave Chappelle does. And so all I'm saying is like when it comes to like the art form, and then I don't I just I think just because he went through the rituals don't make him funny. That's what I'm gonna say, and I don't think that qualifies him to act like he's exposing anything either. That's what I'll say. That's exactly what I'll say. I think if they want to get serious about harnessing the light aspect of Negro talent and Negro light, they need to get fair compensation wise with how they treat artists and people in general and black talent. They don't know how to market black talent. They know what don't these I'm not talking about black, I'm not talking about Druski or his people. I'm talking about the machine. The industry does not know how to market, promote, improvise, or bring out or elucidate on black talent. The industry, the corporate heads, the greedy executives that's in front of it now. That's why they roll out subpar shit and act like, and here, black community, here's your leader. Here, black community, here's what you should be looking at. Here's Sexy Red. Here's Kodak Black. Here's Sukiana. Here's whoever it is. I'm not coming at these people. I'm just saying this is what they'll say. Go look at. Here's whatever. And then it's not what we used to as far as what we grew up with, as far as the talent that we know that we saw when we watched the Martin show. Like who didn't buy all who didn't have all 5 seasons of it? And this is not me idolizing or trying to promote, whatever people's ideas or beliefs are. That's your business. But what I'm saying is, I grew up I had all 5 of these, all the seasons, all these DVDs. I've watched every single last episode of Martin growing up as a kid. And so I don't know these people. I'm not defending Martin Lawrence. It's not about, I'm just talking about anybody growing up when we was kids, when we saw funny shit, when we wanted to watch some funny shit, we knew, okay, Martin he gonna make us laugh. That we gonna laugh when we watch that. We gonna laugh. Because even though I'm very spiritual and very, very God filled, I'm not religious. We do take a more natural approach to just existence, just being. Being is important more so than religious ideologies and even philosophical ideologies and even cults. Just being. And so that was always our style, to just be. Okay. And so when we growing up, when we wanted to see something funny, we knew. And I'm just saying, like, I don't try to insult my intelligence and bring out this Druski character and make it, pushing him up. We know who behind it. We know the cult that's behind it. I can see y'all. And y'all don't fuck with me. And y'all still in my content. And so all I'm saying is go back to the drawing board with how y'all pick out y'all talent, and even all across the board, even musically, or just leave it alone and let Black people do their own natural thing, and we can prop each other up, and we can figure out our own way. They don't have to be in front of it because they ran it into the ground. They ran our people into the ground, spiritually, mentally, psychologically, and even financially, most importantly, stealing masters, stealing publishing, stealing ownership, stealing creative rights, stealing all types of stuff. And even if you ain't a part of it, they'll still lock you out, even if you say you didn't get involved, whatever, but you still got locked out, even though you was still motherfucking talented. So either way, you got screwed over just for being gifted and talented is the point. Whether you played the game or not, you got fucked over either way. Because if you were a natural bright star and someone tried to dim you because they was jealous of you, or you wouldn't do the stupid booty ritual, or you did play the game and you still got screwed over royally because they stole all your royalties and licenses and name, image, likeness, whatever. Either way. So the gift that God gives us cannot be manipulated, cannot be duplicated, replicated, cannot be just solely for profit either. Because then God's going to tear down the whole thing when you abuse that gift like that. And abuse the people that have the gifts. And then prop up people that's willing to make a deal and sell out without the gifts. That's the thing they doing. Let's prop the people that we know really ain't got it like that, but then they copying motherfuckers that do got it like that, and let's just see if we can get away with it. And let's hopefully the community of what we have done to that community, we've brainwashed them enough, we have mind controlled them enough to where they don't even realize that we pretty much that we pretty much have control over the collective consciousness. Anything they think they thinking is really coming from, it's not without them having a say in it, pretty much. It doesn't have to be that way, but I'm saying that's how they trying to set it up, or they done damaged it so bad where the people can't see, they can't discern psychological social engineering. The discernment is not there. Because good is bad and bad is good in their world, because they done made everything up seen down and down seen up, because they have effectively gotten people to be anti-intellectual, be anti-serious, be anti-infrastructure building, be anti-Black women, be anti whatever it is, just be anti self-interest, anti self-preservation, anti the truth. That's all it is. And it's all about, okay, we sprinkle a little bit in, can emotionally pull on you, then pivot you off into their agenda, which is most likely something that's against yourself, or something where you end up at a spiritual deficit, they end up higher. But they have to do it through the people that's on their payroll. They can only do it through the gatekeepers, the people that they put out in front of you. And if you can't see that, then fall for it. But I'm just saying they overdoing it with this. Okay, this person's exposing this person's exposing that, they exposing this. Y'all all paid to keep it quiet, so I don't understand what you're acting like y'all exposing something for. Everybody been knew about that Hollywood shit. Everybody been knew about that shit 20 years ago. Everybody been knew about it. Okay, okay. And the people they rolling out about the black church. Okay, Druski. Okay, you a Hollywood nigga. What you care about the black church for? Is you about to that don't even make any sense. The critique should come from within the people that's actually in the church, which would be um this lady right here, Leandria Johnson. It should come from the people that had been talking about it. Now we're talking about the convergence between entertainment and the church, and really they don't have nothing to really do with each other. But there is aspects of the church that can be entertaining. Obviously, the songs, you sing the choir, piano music is very important to the church. The word sing occurs in the Bible over 400 times. The word dance occurs in the Bible hundreds of times. The dancing and song. So when we talk about music and sound, the understanding the highest levels of frequency, that's really what the gifts of Judah has. High level understandings of sound, frequencies, electromagnetism, electrons, protons, neutrons, the higher levels of sound, the higher levels of frequency. That's what your gift has been. That is aspects of the light. That's aspects of phosphorus and fluorine. That's aspects of negative green, negative green energy, violet, ultraviolet, different levels of signal waves, radio waves, gamma, theta, beta, delta, delta, all these different, that's the gifts of understanding frequency and how to put that in song and ministry, ministers to the soul. That's what an aspect of entertaining is, ministering to the soul for healing, lesson learning. That's what comedy does. That's what music does. Comedy reflects the irony back onto society in the ways that make us laugh at some of the ridiculousness that we see. A lot of the stuff that we see, it is ridiculous. It's so funny. It can be funny. Some things that you push the line and be like, damn, that's really not funny. But hey, it's comedy nonetheless. And then we need to have these discussions anyways, most of the time. So that's one thing I do have to say. The conversation about mega churches, it needed to be had. Um, I just think that, to me, I don't like when stuff feels forced in terms of social engineering. And perhaps I could just see it more than others. Perhaps it's not as obvious as to others as it is to me. And if that's the case, then I just got to eat that and wait for everybody else to kind of um catch up to what I can see. And that's not me putting myself up on a pedestal. How do we know that? Because there's other people that were before me that would say stuff 10, 20, 30 years ago, and I just couldn't understand them. 10 years ago, didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. And I had to grow into what my understanding was. Like, okay, now I could see at 33, 32, 31, I could see exactly what they were saying. They were right the whole time. I didn't understand, I could see it. I could see it now. I couldn't see it then. And so that's what I mean by that. It's not like, okay, I'm the only one. I'm saying, like, that's just life. That's just, you come across people, they catch something, they say something, you be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I think you're thinking too deep. That's conspiracy. That's what come on, every conspiracy theorist know. They had that moment. You've been trying to wake something up 20, 10 years, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and it's just now all out there. And now everybody looking at you like, they resent you for one, because you was trying to tell them some shit 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, and they didn't listen. And so they resent you. But then they also have respect for you. And they also like, damn, we was calling you conspiracy theories. We was laughing at you. We was dragging you. And the whole time your ass knew what you was talking about. Damn. Because that's just the way it go. So what I'm saying, when they pushing this psyop social engineering stuff to try to rebuild the entertainment industry off of subpar talent, because they done squashed all they stars, quite literally and figuratively, and screwed them over. The whole thing is so corporatized and bastardized and watered down. There's no sauce in it. There's no soul. It don't appeal to people unless you just want to make money. Now, if you just want to make money, then that's why you saw the degradation of hip hop. Hip hop is very beautiful art form. I don't think we should throw away hip hop. I think it should go. We know what hip hop is. Like, go listen to Tall Black Guy. Go listen to some of the people. There's so many underground artists, and there's so many artists out here. We know what it looks like. What happened is y'all just waiting for somebody the bank. Y'all just waiting for white folks to bankroll it mainstream wise and put them out for you, and they not gonna be able to spiritually capitalize on a moment of, say, like the talent of what you saw, like with Prince. You know what I mean? Like that moment is gone. Like, it's like spiritually blocked for them to be able to do that to Negroes, for them to capitalize off a raw spirit like that. I'm not just calling Prince. I'm saying it's a bunch of artists that fit that category, whether they did good or bad in their life. It don't I know for people that say, well, y'all talking about James Brown, dude. James Brown woke it up 25 years ago, told y'all ass to stay out that bullshit. Let's be real. Good, bad, right, or wrong. That level of raw talent, regardless of what you think they were doing to get it, or however what you said how they did to move up or whatever. That's not the point. We talking about those are gifts that come from a higher realm. And yeah, many of them sell them out or whatever. And then the industry coming as a vulture to capitalize off of the stealing the name industry, like the rights, the ownership, the creative ability, and try to go and like mass produce that, or like corporatize that to a point. Like, that's just not how the soul works. You can't copy essence and likeness like that. That's you can't. But you can act like somebody all you want, but eventually people gonna know who the source is. People gonna know where it's coming from, and then it'll break down. People will peep through when somebody is propped up by the machine, or whether it's real talent. See, they used to actually prop up real talent back in the day. Back in the day, they don't do that anymore, because then they can say what they want with that talent. And then if it comes from, if the gift is truly a gift from God and is being, in that realm and that dimension, it's not as easy to access that now, believe it or not. That's why you see, we got legacy artists, right? I'm not talking about the legacy artists are, they're ones that have been 20 years in the game, 15 years. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the new wave of stuff they've been putting out, this new wave. And I'm saying that stuff, there's the light spark, the spark is not as potent. The star power is not as potent as it was as far as what we grew up with, because it's being spiritually blocked through the discernment of those who actually have that levels of gifts. But then also the fact that the industry would have to some level capitulate to the one with the gifts. So it's like, well, we can kind of make it seem like someone has a gift. We can make it seem like someone is actually talented, right? Just throw a bunch of money and put a machine behind them. And so that's what you have. But for those that's in the know, that don't feel the same. It don't feel the same. Nonetheless, let me show y'all this part of this video. And I'm not a comedian, so I think maybe the message could come better from a comedian, as far as critiques on the mega church. I just want to talk. I want to have a serious discussion though about how do you repurpose a mega church if you repurpose it. I think that they've. How do I say this? I think that in many ways, what we call the church, I think the body is sick. And I do think there needs to be a total, complete recalibration and a repurposing of what we call the church, the culture of it, the dynamics, the purpose, the goals, I think there needs to be a serious discussion about that. It has to be, because, but you also want to be careful of attacking it, because if that's the only institution in which Black Americans can raise funds in a structured, organized manner, then repurpose that structure in ways in which it can benefit the parishioners in the local community, then I think that that's worth repurposing and salvaging. So in other words, say you have you know, a Black church that is able to rate, they are 508 or whatever, see, or maybe they don't register, maybe they just pay their taxes, maybe they pay their dues so that they can really move and rock the way they want to rock and do things, don't have to really, because it does come with rules. When you get that tax exemption, it comes with rules. And so maybe you don't want to follow all the rules, maybe you do something a little different. In that case, you got members, maybe it's a medium-sized church, you got members that donate. Let's say you raise I don't know, 50,000 a month or whatever. You could be buying a land, you could be building up a center, a daycare center. You could be building up a local trade school, a garden, community gardens for your church. Like you can really build up an independent block just to take care of your local community. And so that's why I don't want to just degrade churches, because I'm like, for the Black community, they don't, that's still a social apparatus where niggas will still pay tithes. Now you render unto Caesar's you render to God what is God, but you don't turn no church into no den of thieves. And that's what the Sadducees and the Pharisees did even 2,000 years ago, which is what Yeshua was warning about. And the chief priests and the scribes, they're the ones that decided and colluded and plotted to kill him. They were a part of a secret society. The Sadducees, the chief priests, that's just obvious. You don't need a rocket scientist to know that. Anybody that's calling themselves chief priests and Pharisees, you should automatically know what order that come from. And so when I said in my book that secret society was the one that was behind plotting, and then you read in the Bible in Luke that in Luke Luke go to 23, and the whole multitude of them arose. Let's actually go to 22, where it says, now the feast of unleavened bread drew, which is called the Passover. The chief priests and scribes sought how they might kill him, for they feared the people. Right there. And the chief priests and the scribes sought how they may kill him. And so just because I said a secret society, in my book, I said the secret society was plotting to kill him. That's the same thing. I didn't even know I had forgot it had said that. But I'm saying when I wrote in my book, when I'm talking about interdimensional quantum entanglement, it's the same stuff. But yeah, for a Black church that's raising some decent money per month, repurpose your church. A church is for social cohesion. It's not for your relationship with God. It doesn't determine your relationship with God just because you go to a church. Anybody that would say that is insane, is insanity. And I have to say, I was blessed growing up. I went to a Baptist church that was more focused on the mentalism of the Bible, the psychology of the Bible. So that pastor was more in the mental plane. It wasn't no hooping, no whooping, no hollering, no. It actually, a lot of people was used to say he was boring. They used to literally say he was a boring pastor, because they like to be more entertained. They like to go to a church where they had all that hollering and hooting. But one of the reasons, that encouraged, me wanting to be more of an intellectual and wanting to be, more cerebral, was that church, the way his preaching style was, believe it or not. Um, there was no hollering. It wasn't all that. And I'm not against that. People hooping and that's a style. That's just a cultural style. So to me, that doesn't really bother me. But I'm more reserved, and so I was able to go to a church that was, that they would consider it was in the hood or whatever, but it was more of a middle class upbringing within the church as far as the pedigree. There was a lot of PhDs, a lot of people that worked in the car factory. Still, they still had some really good jobs back then. For middle class living, as far as the car factories and the steel factories. So a lot of people may be able to make some good money doing that. Working for Ford or GM or whatever. Electric engineers, that type of thing. That was a lot of the pedigree that went to the church. A lot of homeowners, a lot of, again, even the pastor himself, him and his wife, they had PhDs. And so, growing up in that particular church, I would have to say I had an experience where, you know, it was decent. The youth, we had a youth choir. I was in the youth choir. I loved the youth choir. I love singing. I used to get up out of boredom, okay, to go get up on my bike, 10, 11, 12 years old, and ride my bike to the church, okay, and because to do some singing and to hang out with the youth because we did youth Bible study, and that's the difference today. Kids are not getting up out of boredom to go ride no bike to no church. You see what I'm saying? Like these kids are not doing that today. But back then, yes. Me and my and even the other girls in my family, when we were young, we would get our bikes and go and ride. Okay. And we weren't forced to. It wasn't like you get your asses up, y'all going to church. Get your butt up, you going, get your clothes on, you're going to church. That wasn't the lifestyle. That wasn't the upbringing. It was like, we gonna have fun. We gonna crack jokes. We got youth Bible study. That's about to be funny as hell. Um, oh, let me acknowledge some of the people. Hold on, because this ended. Oh, I gotta end this video over here and start over again because it ended it on one of the streams. Just one moment, guys, because I also want to acknowledge the comment section. I'm kind of on one, so forgive me. I'm just off. Oh, let's see. Where do I go? Let me put in that because we gotta still cover crystals in the Bible. We gonna go over the crystals in the Bible, all of them by name. But I also want to talk about like my time in that Black church. Let me just okay. Let me add the stream key. Move this over there. Okay, add this stream key. Goodness gracious. Get so worked up, save changes. Okay, so we got that. And now let me go. Let me see. I just want to make sure that it worked. Okay. Is this working? Okay, so it is working. Okay. Okay, now I could continue. Okay, so let's see who's all in the building. Okay, hey Royal Deluxe, glad I caught you. I sent you some links to a group of esoteric teachers. Please consider doing a tour. Okay, I'll check it out. I will check it out. We hearing that song at the rave. Yes, you hear me singing the remix to Donnie McClurkin. We fall down, face down as up. That's the rest of the lyrics. That's the way we like to fuck. We fall down, bend over as up. That's the way we like to fuck. We fall down, but we get up. We fall down, bend over as up. Rhoda said observational humor. is improv and crowd work. Okay, I could see that. He's probably improv and I think could get better at his craft. I just think they need to let him be himself. Let him be himself. What comes to mind as far as what skits he want to actually, as far as his improv work? Because it's not cool to just drag someone and act like they ain't got, like you don't know who gonna be, who can grow in a craft. So that's not. Even though I have my annoyances with Druski, because to me, I just don't take him that serious. But all one can hope is that he gets better at his comedic work. I have to say, so he does improv. And you said even my parents watch Martin, took us to see his movies, and mom loves Blue Streak was good. I love. Remember the Black Knight and Blue Streak. Blue Streak was amazing. That was a good ass movie actually. Just going to be the industry plant. That's what I said. That's what it was given. And I said, well, maybe I'm being a hater. I don't like to come off, like because I believe that some people just have star power. Some people just got it, and so but I just don't see that. I feel like they be pushing stuff on us now. It be feeling forced. It don't feel like, damn, that motherfucker funny, or that he got real talent. Like, oh my gosh, like, what, did you see that? Like, no, it just don't give us that. And I know we older, so I said, well, maybe we just grew up. But I'm like, nah, because we still get the same feeling. Like when we watch, Richard Pryor film, or when we watch, even something with Eddie Murphy, like you still feel that. Like, damn, like that was funny. Like really, dude, like that was hilarious. Like, you still feel that when you watch a Martin, you know. Um, so I can't say, oh, we just got older and we outgrew that. And that's not quite it either. That's not it. It's just the talent is different. It's the industry is different. It just is. That's what we talking about. Hey, you legend. Are we just talking about the state of the black church and mega churches and in lieu of Drewski's commentary or a skit rather, and then we're having a more serious conversation about repurposing the black church as well. Good morning to you all. Hey, Bowly Bowly. Collective programming, right? Right. But yeah, so I'm telling you that I can't believe, y'all didn't hear that remix, Johnny McClurkin's remix. And that's just like that song, We Fall Down, but We Get Up. We made up a dance to that as kids. We used to do that at the Maston Park, no lie, in the hood, like just like how I was talking about a bulldog, say what? That's how that song was. No lie. Like we used to get on the floor to We Fall Down. And literally as kids, we would be on the floor and we get up, and then we would cross each other's arms and lift each other back up. That part where we would be on the ground and we would hold each other hands as black kids, and then we would pull each other up to get back up. And it was a dance that we made. Like just like how we would be dancing a juvenile and dancing a Little Wayne or whatever. That's we was dancing to We Fall Down, but We Get Up that same way. That's how massive that song was in the black community. Growing up, we fall down, but we get up. And I remember doing that dance as a kid at the Maston Park. I'm like, okay. And I'm like, where did y'all hear this song? And they was like, this is a church song. And I said, okay, so it sound good to me. Shit. We fall down, but we get up. We fall down, bend over as up. That's what they be doing. Eddie Long, all the night. That's what they've been singing. They weren't singing about We Get Up. They weren't singing about for a saint is just a sinner who fell down but got up. A saint's just a sinner who was bent over with ass up, face down, ass up. That's what they've been doing in these churches. So that's why we say that's the remix, because Donnie McClurkin's ass up. They say he got a lawsuit or something. We fall down, face down as up. For a saint is just a sinner who fell down, bend over as up. Down, I'm going up and yes, I'm going face down. Face down as they ought to be ashamed of themselves. They doing everything that Bible said they were gonna do, didn't it? They doing everything but saving souls. They doing it. Yeah, so yes, Yeshua said we bring pain to that ass. Yes, yeah, Yeshua was on that ass. Because y'all been making it a den of thieves like we've been told you 2,000 years ago. 2,000, 3,000 years ago. And so it's then got worse. And like I said, you're bringing in that kind of money. You talking about a $40 million private jet. Do you know what we would do with 40 motherfucking million in the hood? Okay, we get in a school, we get a trade school. I want carpentry. Niggas, y'all building, y'all get we getting some land. I want to see niggas out there building trees right now, planting trees right now. Grape tree, fruit tree, apple tree, neem tree, orange tree, all motherfucking trees. You get your ass out there right now. Bend over as a no, but I'm just that's what the Nike Church of the Higher Self is about. Nike Church of the Higher Self is about. Motherfucker, 40 million for your private jet. Are you smoking crack? How much did they pay you and how much crack did you smoke, my nigga? You ain't getting no 40 million for no private jet. We getting some land around this bitch. We about to have a whole city around this bitch. The fuck is you talk? I mean, I mean, here's the thing. Here's another thing, niggas. You get that kind of money in that church. Uh, a big old charter bus, big ass charter bus where you can do your own bus system, literally with your own community. And and maybe and maybe you do circulate that dollar still because it's a church bus owned by you. Maybe you just take donations whenever they can when they getting on the bus, whatever you got you to spare, even if it's 5 cents, 25 cents, $1. And then that money still go back into the community, into the church. Now that the pastor, yes, he's gonna live. Yeah, pay him a decent salary. Make sure he, decent food and good health care, nice car, nice, I mean, but all that laborious, like some king pauper, you don't need all that because your wealth is within your soul, but then also your wealth is in how well you take care of your community. That's the hallmarker of it, of your leadership, because you're a leader. The community's listening to you, and then they see that, okay, he knows how to circulate that wealth. Yeah, we giving up, we paying tithes. Yeah, we may be donating money. Yeah, we donating money, but we see it in our motherfucking community. We go right up the street. We got a community garden, all types of fruit tree. We go right and pick the fruits and like it's nothing. Okay. We got our own charter bus. Niggas, we got our own charter bus where we could call and get transportation to get us places where we need. Grocery stores, shopping on the weekends for the elders. We need to go and take care of our own elders. They need grocery shop. We go get them. Our own church can do that. We take it from here. We don't need the government. We don't need politics. We don't need a political party. We got our church right here. And we not promoting non-critical thinking and unaccountability. Okay, we just promoting social cohesion because that's really all the church should be repurposed to. And then yes, you talk about those who need spiritual prayer and spiritual affirmation and want to go to the youth Bible studies, is there too, sure. But you got some place where you can go where your kids can have a youth meeting, and that's really what it's supposed to be for. You got a trade school. The kids can, these youth can learn carpentry. They can use electrical engineering. They can learn about solar power, wind power, the natural things, wind power, agriculture, things that matter in a community. Maybe you do mechanical engineering. Maybe you get a little into nanotechnology. I don't know. Maybe you don't need nanotechnology, but at least solar. At least you got, things that's living off of nature and in tune with the earth. If nothing else. And so it's not anything wrong with a pastor being able to take care of him, earn a decent salary. But if you raising that kind of money like that, where is that in the neighborhoods, the local neighborhoods? You should be able to go to the church, especially your parishioners. Okay, our house just burned down. We ain't got nowhere to go. Okay, boom. We got tiny houses on our home, on our land. We got things where you could go. You got a place to stay for you and your family because your house didn't burn down. So you get yourself back on your feet. And it should be free of charge because the money is coming in. You got a charter bus that does transportation, that does take open donation. However much you got, whatever you can give, and that money gets turned over, and to pay the bus driver, of course, to pay the people that's doing the services, to honor them for their service for their community. So the salary got to go to the bus driver, of course. That's what the donations is for. So it's not about like, it's not anything wrong that Black people decided to give a tithe. It was what was done wrong was the leadership, and now they weren't taken care of for giving their time and their money to these institutions. That's not just the Black church, that's the government, that's all of it. The politics, all of anywhere these charlatans y'all been giving y'all money to, the entertainment. None of these apparatuses have been reflected in our community in a positive manner and within our local communities. And now, do we need them is the question, or should we be doing all that stuff on our own? Do we hold them accountable for doing it? Maybe they're not supposed to, but then where are we at? And then we know very, very locally how much a Black church or church. You go up the street, there's a church. There's two churches right on both sides of me. Actually, three. So, I mean, I go up the street and there's literally three churches. So, I mean, let's not act like this is not something that is very close to home for many of us. But yeah, if y'all gonna raise that kind of money like that, sorry, I have to blow my nose. Y'all gonna raise that kind of money like that, y'all invest that in y'all neighborhoods, on your local. I'm just saying, all this money like that, and it's like, are you kidding me? 50 million, 100 million, and then people go to your church and they say that you turn them away. The homeless can't, you don't supply resources for the homeless during a earthquake or a hurricane or natural disaster. They was turning people away. It's true. Now, do you need boundaries? Yeah, like, should a person be a member maybe to access certain things within your church? Sure. I think that's fair. I just don't think it should be a cult, and I don't think that it should be about all this religiosity, because the pastor can give an interpretation of the word, but he's not the inner middleman between God and the church members. He's not. He's not. Now, he gives his sermon, people listen, they like it, you know, but they still responsible for going home and doing their own relationship with God, and their own interpretations of what they and their own self-development and spiritual development. That's on them. The pastor can give mere suggestions, guidance, mentorship, teachings. That's it. That's all they can do, and help you stay on track, give you a good advice when something happens, give you good marital advice, relationship advice, sociological advice, psychological advice, spiritual advice sometimes. Most times. Not sometimes, but most of the time you get your spiritual advice from them and the spiritual suggestions, but that's about it. And they pray for you, and their job is to keep that close relationship with God, and be ordained and anointed. Hopefully, you see, where they're able to give an advanced interpretation of the word, but that's really all they're doing is maybe have a little more advancement, but you don't have to worship them. Respect is that's enough. Respect. They earned it. They earned their stripes. They qualified. They got the credentials. Then that's it. You go and listen to the sermon, Then they pay their tithes to keep the church going. They know how to keep a church going, paying the bills and making sure the lights is on, making sure the services are there, that the programs exist for the youth, that program that the business is running. Because it is, you have to, if you're gonna have charter buses for the community and farms, agriculture, for your local community, trade schools, um music lessons and piano lessons or whatever other programs you got, self-defense classes, programs for elders, these type of things, like that stuff. You have to run it as a business. At that point, you're going to have to delegate. You're going to have to find good people who know what they're doing, competency. You have to still have the skills of risk management and project management. You still have to have certain skills. Like I said, my pastor growing up back in the day, when I went to my first church, actually I think it was like my second or third one, when I was young, he had a PhD. Him and his wife, they were highly educated. They worked, you know, regular jobs too. Then the other pastor, they were also, I think he was like, they were like engineers and stuff. So they're gonna have other skill sets. And I have to say, we was blessed. Like that youth, like I said, we growing up, we would ride our bikes to church. We would get on the bike and ride that bad boy to church, to sing in the choir, to talk shit with the other youths. And we were really good. Our youth choir, we was so good. I mean, we was we was going to sing at all the other churches, growing up. They would invite us to the churches. We sung at so many churches, won't even every church in Buffalo, pretty much. My youth choir had sung in, and then got so good. I remember Chautauqua County had reached out to us. The Chautauqua County Choir, they had reached out, and they was like, we want them youth out there, and we traveled all the way out there in the country to Chautauqua, and there's nothing but white folks, and we was out there singing with we was singing, and he was a good pastor, because like I said, like with that, I don't know where he was getting that money from, and obviously they were paying tithes, we were paying tithes, but I don't care what nobody say, every week he would get that church van. After we get from Bible, we would have youth Bible study, and he would pack all the youth up in that van during the summers, and we was going out every week to. I remember we went to Fuddruckers. We would go to Tully's. We would go to Darien Lake, Cedar Point. Now, Darien Lake and Cedar Point was obviously, those were more thought out trips. We had to rent a bus to do the Cedar Point one. And that was like for the summer, one time in the summer. I remember they did a trip to Cedar Point. We went to that. That was really fun. They had a church van, a church bus take us out there. And we paid for that, and got tickets and went out there. So that one we had to pay for, but the rest of that stuff we didn't have to pay for. When they took us all to Darien Lake, we just showed up. They just put us in the van. Like we went to Fuddruckers or to the movies or the tellies or to the mall. They just took us, it wasn't out of our pocket, And so I would have to say, like, that to me is what some of these pastors should be doing with their youth. We would pack us all up, get in there, drive out. I remember we went to Fuddruckers, and it was like 20 of us, 20. We would just be chilling. And that's the experience that these youths are missing these days. These youths, they don't have that, when you have a mega church like that, they don't get to have those experiences like we did, and that's the only part that's kind of sad, because we used to have the secret Santa exchanges at that church, and then we used to have like sometimes they would have, say somebody is their birthday, and their parent throws them a party, then you go to their house, or they parent is having a Christmas party, something like that. They're having a Christmas party, and so that is one thing in term. And a lot of people don't celebrate Christmas, whatever. But what I'm saying, as far as like the church, as far as repurposing, It's about social cohesion. It's already an apparatus that has enough of a governing structure and stronghold where it could still be repurposed for good. If you get the greed out, if you stick to, if you stick to what's natural, and you stick to what comes natural through the soul, you know, in common sense, just common sense and logic, and that will see that's what will see these churches through if they get their mind right. That's really all it is. Stop. They actually follow what Yeshua was saying. Actually follow the teachings of what Yeshua was talking about. That's what these churches have to do, you know. And then they'll see the turnaround. They'll see the youth come back because the youth don't really want nothing to do with it. It's too serious. It's too much religiosity. It's too stuck up. They can't be they self. There's no services for them to engage in. They bored. They go there to get hollered at and scolded at and be made feel bad about themselves. Don't nobody want to go to hear that shit. But when I was growing up, yeah, we got on the bike. The bike. Okay? We got on a motherfucking bike to go to church. Like literally people was catching the bus, like the youth, boys, 16, 15. What 16, 15-year-old black boy is going catch no bus? It was some niggas, a group of them to go to the church. And our church, they did. Real talk. They did. Sometimes their parents was, putting them in the car too and making them come. They 15, 16 years old. But yeah, motherfuckers was riding the bikes too. Boys. Because it was fun. Because they had a youth program for youths to talk shit and have a good time and get free food. And our pastor was going to take us to get some good, not no free lunch from like the school. You know how they giving them free lunches. No, he was taking our motherfucking ass to Tully's. Okay, that type of free food. Like we all going to, we're bored. Let's all get in the church van and I'm taking y'all to Fuddruckers. Let's all get in the van. I'm taking y'all to the Old Country Buffet. That's what that type of thing. So it was a really good experience. Yeah, motherfucker. Gonna ride they bike to church. We up there talking shit. We used to have a good time. I'm telling you, that youth choir, it was so fun. It was so fun, the youth choir. Because, even the Bible studies was fun. The Bible studies was fun. They took they had a program for the youth. They had an agenda for the youth that was youth centered. And that's why, I started to feel a lot of the blessings flow through that church. I think when they became less youth centered was when things kind of started. When they dismantled the youth choir, because the adult choir got jealous of the youth choir. All the churches was asking for the youth choir to sing, and so the adult choir was not getting invited out, and they was admitting that we sound better than them, and they wanted to merge us with them. So they merged the youth choir with the adult choir, and it got boring because we couldn't talk shit and play around and flirt with each other. The youth will flirt. We couldn't do anything because our choir sessions was mixed in with the adults, and they in their 60s and 50s. They serious as hell. They get to tell us to stop playing around. They scolded us. We can't goof off. We 15, 14, 13, 12 years old, 11 years old. What, so that honestly, that's when it got boring. That's when a lot of the youth kind of checked out, because it was like, damn, we really didn't want to be merged in with the adults. Why we got to be merged in with them? But it was really because, they realized, like, damn, y'all sound better than us. We not getting invited as much as y'all getting invited everywhere. We might as well merge y'all with us. Y'all, Chautauqua County is calling. The white churches is calling now. Y'all, for the youth to come before all the black churches already. Went through all the mega churches, all the mega black churches, all of the small pop and mom and shop black churches in Buffalo. We went through all those churches as far as performing. Shit, we was going out of town to perform now. And then they came and they was like, y'all got to join the adults. And I remember when they merged us, it just kind of like, And then they got rid of the youth Bible study and merged us with the adult Bible study too. And it got even more boring. Like a lot of like no real lie. Like a lot of the youth stopped going at the church after that. Like it wasn't like you know, I think they should have left it alone. But I have to say, like I appreciated that, um, that pastor taking us out every week like that. That's very rare for your pastor to take the youth out every week somewhere, to movies, to the mall, to do whatever. And even if you go to the mall, even if it's only 40, he give us $40 a piece, $20 a piece. That's still better than nothing. What you gonna do? Go to Clears or something? Go to go get you a little knickknack or a pair of earrings or something. Like that's how it was growing up. The pastor would we would have some good times. And another thing we used to do was these Sunday dinners at the church. We used to do these massive Sunday potlucks. They were potlucks. And so every Black church member was expected to bring their best dish, cook their best dish, bring it to the church. And then also you could cook at the church too. They would be cooking, like they would have a bunch of Black women during the sermon, every fourth Sunday during the sermon, they would go downstairs in the kitchen and they would cook all this food. And then other people would bring all the food or bring whatever they needed. And at every fourth Sunday, we would go down and have Sunday dinner together as a church. And so we did that too. And that really kept a lot of cohesion. And that was just for family. It really felt like, it was just, imagine a big ass soul food dinner after, every fourth Sunday at church. And that's what we did growing up too. And everybody know pound cake. Everybody know the Black church, you're gonna have some pound cake. And so those ladies that was making, it was pound cake galore. It was so much, it was enough for everybody to take plates home. That's how much it was. And we had a good time, you know. And was there some dramas? Yeah, I remember, seeing some adults about to fight, or the adults get upset at each other, or scandal. You'd hear things, but we ain't never really I ain't really get caught up in a bunch of scandals and all that. The pastor did this, he did that. No, that wasn't like that there. And if I'm lying, I'm flying. I've been in an office with just when I was young, 12, 13, 14, well developed titties and ass in the office just with my pastor alone. Never nothing about no looking, no flirting, no nothing. None of that. So I know that our pastors is out here being perverted, weird. I know that that's not true, because um I've seen where you don't feel a pastor coming on to you. When somebody is being inappropriate or make you feel uncomfortable. That never happened like that. We used to be up in his office just by ourselves talking stuff about school, and he cracking jokes on us, and and all that stuff, and that's it. Or talking about what we did for the week or something, but nothing of that nature. I ain't got no reason to defend no pastor. I don't go to no church. I got my own church. Y'all know how I do. I do the Nocti Queen Mothership. I do the Nocti philosophy. I'm on some whole other shit. I don't do organized religion at all. I do Nocti Church of the Higher Self. I do my own spiritual ideal parallel universe. I got me and the Most High, and I like my ascended masters. I roll with who I roll with. I like my archetypes and entities as I do. The natural 125D royal mentalism. That's what I like to do. I talk about Yeshua. I talk about all types of things. So Kalima, I talk about all types of stuff, and that's just me. I just like to talk about the nature of concepts and ideas. How do we evolve knowledge? How do we expand? So that's my thing. So I ain't got no reason to defend none of these pastors. I don't roll with no church. But I also know that there's some good there with some of these, and that wasn't a mega church, but it was more so medium size. Um, sorry, but it wasn't mega. But I have to say, like, I've seen where There could be some good things done with these churches if they get their mind right. They ain't got much time. They talking about they the body of Christ. You better do Christ-like things. Like a lot of people say, they would be Christians if it wasn't for Christians, you know? And a lot of times, like I said, your relationship with God, that's very personal. Your relationship with God cannot be determined by a church you go to or your church membership. The kingdom of God is within. And so the church can be nothing more than a social cohesion apparatus that tends to the spiritual wellness and communal wellness of their members. That's all a church can do. And it can give advice, suggestions, lessons, social cohesion. And at the extreme of it, it can provide a blueprint for a governance on a local scale for a community that's already known to pay a tithe to their church, their local church. Their local church could use those funds to very well be the governance structure. And so that's why I'm against attacking the Black church, because if all else fails, we would have that structure on a very proxy, quasi, I would say on a very quasi way to repurpose, to hurry up and repurpose politically and structurally, if need be, even governmentally, if need be. But I want to make it very clear that Jacobians of my ilk, as far as my pedigree, we do believe in a separation between church and state. And how do you know that? Render unto Caesar's what is to Caesar's, and render unto God what is God. That's the separate. That's where our thinking come from. For those who say, is that biblical? That's it right there. For those who want to test me on my shit, when I say that we know what we're talking about. Render under Caesar's what's under Caesar's. Render unto God what's under God's. When they ask whose money is this, he said, who's on the money? Caesar. Okay, to pay that you got to pay taxes to that, pay taxes to that. But render to God what's under God. But then also, what else did Yeshua say about the den of thieves? Don't turn, y'all turn. Let's read it. Let's read Luke. Let me pull this up real quick. Let me pull this up. The vineyard devoured. Luke 20. Yeah, this is what it says. It says, then in the audience, the people said unto his disciple, beware of the scribes, which desire to walk in long robes and love greetings in the markets and in the highest seats in the synagogues and the chief rooms at feasts, which devour widows' houses and for a shoe make long prayers. The shame shall receive greater damnation. But pay attention to which devour widows' houses. Pay attention to that part. Okay. And then pay attention to this code here so you can know for those that's in the know. And in that daytime, he was teaching in the temple, and he went out and abode in the mount that is called Mount of Olives. Now, this is originally is also the lodge of Mount of Olives. This word lodge, and they changed it. But if you go back to them, you can find the original meaning. Verse for this, the original is the same thing that translates to the word lodge. Okay. The lodge was called Mount Olives. Okay. And the people came early in the morning to him in the temple for him to hear. So that's one. Okay. Now listen to this part. And this is just a code for those that say, okay, you said all this stuff about the divine feminine. There ain't no codes about that like that in no Bible about that stuff. Um, I'm gonna just break this down. Read, I'm not gonna break these verses down on this internet. Read chapter 11, chapter 12, and chapter 13, okay, of Luke. Okay. But then also listen to this part. And then for those who's been following my teachings on the word repentance and remission, repentance, and then how I broke that down as far as Ray, son, pent, and all that in the original word of sin, meaning with the E, you get sideways. The original was a moon goddess, the word sin, but also you could look at the word what sin means in Latin or and even in Spanish, it means without. So without. Somebody that has sin is without light. Without the E, remember sin has when you put the E on sin, you get sine waves, which is the negative or the electron aspect of light. So those without light, without that aspects of the higher forms of the light wave or the reversal of electromagnetism. Okay, when you remove the E, you get sin. Okay, when you add it, you get that part sine wave, which is the aspect of light of the sun. They calling him the Son of Man for a reason. Son of Man, Light of Man, SUNSON. These are plays, these word plays. There's a lot of that in the Bible. It's like rap, whereas it's word plays, double entendres. Stuff can have all different types of coded meanings. But listen to that. But that's what Ray, and then Ray being the word for son. Ray being the commission, one of the commission names for son. Repent from your sins. Repent from your sins. Remember sins with the E. And remember sin can also mean without. And remember sin is also a moon goddess. There are 3 definitions for the word sin right in the Bible. You have to be able to break that stuff down or you won't be able to follow it properly as far as the timeline or what is really teaching. So with that being said, for those who want to know exactly where those teachings is coming from, because that's very important. For those who want to, it's really on some esoteric type stuff that's really trying to decode. I won't say the word decode because they running that into the ground now. The word decode is being ran into the ground. But for those who want a deeper understanding of the esoteric knowledge of the Bible. Now, if you guys want to know, like when you talk about repent from your sins, what are you talking about? Now, follow up that teaching with this one. Flying serpents in the Bible, Ashanti and Igbo connection to Shiva Linga, defining sexual energy. This was also 2 months ago. Now, if you follow this one, then you'll understand what I'm saying when we say the word repentance. But remember, the word sin has 3 definitions. Well, 4 technically, because if you go with the Christian definition of sin, if it got 4 to 5 definitions pretty much. Sin, a moon goddess, a fertility goddess from Arcadia, Sumerian, Babylon. The other definition, sin, is if you add the e's, means the same frequency, which is the aspect of a sine wave, a sun wave. It's the aspect of light, sine of a sine wave of the sun, sun. The other definition of sin is without. It literally means without. In Latin and Spanish, sin means without. So without light or without something that's void of something, void of light, kinetic energy. Oh, you sold your soul, you lost your light, you dimmed your light, that type of thing. You with sin, you're without. You're without. Now, if you do it the reverse engineered way, for the way they got it down here, then the codes is like you're without the female aspect of repent from your sins. Remember, Tishavu Ladonai means return to God. Okay? Go get the other sign aspect of the light wave of the sun, pretty much, which is the divine feminine. It's all in the Bible. And I only know one Black man that is old as hell in his 60s. I admitted that, yeah, it's there. And it freaked him out because I think he had to once he properly decoded it, because he grew up a misogynist, sexist, and always shitting on Black women and stuff, and as a pastor himself. And I think like once he actually properly decoded it on a Masonic level, because as far as understanding sound, psychology, quantum entanglement, and actual frequency of sound, actual sound like the Atlantean type shit, I think it freaked him out. It freaked him out. I think it shook him like whoa, like because they say, and remember Lil Wayne said in that verse in the Bible, in the Bible tell us every woman is sour, don't drink from her garden and don't sip her flower, something like that. It's a verse where he said, and the Bible told us every girl was sour, because they say the curse started with Eve. The fact that they didn't, that's where they started at. So they started like a cult around demonizing women pretty much, and killing witches and harming women, and felt justified using the Bible to do that. But they didn't decode it properly as far as the order of dragon riders or the order of serpents, Yeshua's bloodline, and what Judahites actually believe in, going all the way to the royal Black nobility of the Moors, whether you want to look at them as the one that ventured off from west of Kivalon into Kemet, that went into Tanis and Ireland back over into America. That small order is a very powerful order that understands the Negro. They come over here mixed with indigenous. Okay, understands Jacobian law and science and the black nobility very well. They're highly advanced spiritually. They're spiritually evolved. Some of them sold out and are extremely corrupt. That is the truth. That is the truth too. But the faction that ventured off and went the other way, that group is still solid. Not many left. Many are dead, but they're still around. And when they finally decoded it properly, so some of these pastors and some of these men, they realized, oh, okay, somebody got hoodwinked. Somebody got hoodwinked. They got hoodwinked. And somebody is using it to deceive other people, this religion, to deceive other people and to mind control people. It's as simple as that. But if you guys want to know more about like this repent, so it's covering sin, the definition without, and then the other definition, which is the more Christian one, is like somebody that's somebody that's flawed, or they have done inauspicious things against themselves that are not in line with their higher self, or they move out of the flesh. They say the soul is willing but the flesh is weak, or something like that. Like that kind of sin, like that's also a definition of sin too. So it's got like 4 or 5 definitions. But the Jacobian old laws, terms of frequency wise, we only deal with like probably the first 3, especially being without light and having somebody be able to dim your light, and then sin, sine wave of understanding sun science, which is Hebrew. Just like Cometians understand sun science, Hebrews have a different way of understanding sun science. Why you think, we have a blitzkrieg form of enlightenment compared to having to go through a 40-year initiation in Kemet. They were kind of, as far as a kid-like rivalry, this is very kid-like rivalry to us. This is an interdimensional bloodline, okay? This is not humans. They'll be tantamount to angels, is the best way to put it out. Like, okay, they're probably just angels. It's the best way for human understanding. They had a kid-like rivalry where, like, as a joke, like, y'all got to go through 40 years to do something where we cut out a lot of the ceremonial aspects and the ritualistic aspects to get a process of enlightenment from 40 years, so to speak, because down to possibly something that could be done between 2 years to 10 years at the most. With men, it took a little longer, but for the women, definitely the 2 to 4 year range. Now it's blitzkrieg awakening. So it's like the tantamount to a Kundalini awakening. And I did find the chakra system in the Bible. I'm not discussing that out in the open because I don't know how, I kept it. I don't know how serious this stuff. I know it's very serious, but like I just know that there's an agenda to water down stuff and to even manipulate stuff right now. So I don't think it's smart to just be going online saying this is this is that. But not that I have done it in the past. I'm saying I don't think it's smart to do that. So I'm not saying that I have never done that, because I have. But I found that the chakra system is in the Bible. That's something we can also discuss offline. Like I found it. It's like, whoa, it's mind blowing. Which a lot of people already knew that. Like I didn't discover anything new. This stuff I just think was something that was supposed to be very, very gate kept and kept secret, but I don't know why for some reason it's all coming out now. I think that's just the signs of the times. But people have to be careful because, there's just too much going on and there's so much room for misinterpretation, misinformation. So that's another reason why I don't even think I don't know if it's important to even go over that stuff now. I think that the pastors should have been preparing their people better. Let's be real. Like the pastors, all this worried about prosperity gospel and all this stuff they was doing, they should have been preparing The stuff that I be teaching, they should have already knew. So that's when somebody come along, the people ain't attacking people of certain bloodlines because they didn't understand shit. Because they pastor mind controlled them and gave them some messed up verses, didn't break nothing down for them. So now they attacking niggas like me because they don't understand shit. And really, all the stuff I be saying, I could pull up the Bible verse. I could pull up pull up most of my teachings, actually all of them actually in scripture. I could pull them all up. It's not important because the scripture can't validate, a book cannot validate a concept or knowledge. The knowledge is laughable if attributed to human or even to earth. It comes from the etheric space. It comes from a higher plane. So that stuff you can't reduce it down to a book. You can't reduce it down. You can't reduce God down to a book. You can't reduce God, the mind of God, down to a book. Not none of my books, nobody's book. All you're doing is organizing thoughts and information. And if it's your truth, then it's your truth. But if it's even if it is true, if it don't serve you, you ain't got to follow it. We don't do codes. We do them at a higher level if the species is evolved enough for it. How do you know? I'll give you an example. Bees. Study the way bees move. That's bees move like a code. Ants move like a code. But you see how highly sophisticated they are and advanced they are? Do you see them arguing about racism and wars with each other and fighting each other? Do you see bees doing that, fighting each other? They know how to sting that. They know how to that queen bee eat that drone bee, get that drone bee on up out of here. But that's just nature too. Okay, so you see even whales and dolphins, they operate like codes. Study. They operate they as far as they level of social cohesion. Hive minded organism, very advanced organism that's serving a higher purpose that's in line with universal law. Do a human do that? And so would a human be qualified or is a human evolved enough for a code? Look at all of the sexual abuse, ritual abuse, satanic ritual abuse that took place in codes. The finders, ties with trafficking rings and stuff with humans in these codes. How many abuse victims in these codes? Do you hear the bees doing that? No. Um, There's a lot of abuse victims with human codes. So maybe they're not evolved enough for them. Maybe it's not even a bad thing. Maybe they're not evolved enough for a code. If they have to cover crimes and they can't have accountability, they have to cover each other's crimes. There's no accountability. They create an outsider system. That means you're not evolving with the system. You attack outsiders. Do people do that? Yeah, they do that. Cults do that. But then they attack their own. They attack each other. Who are they serving? What higher purpose are they? What organisms are they evolving into? A murdering machine, a state surveillance machine, a cabal, a death cult? What kind of cult is it? And so I don't think humans are evolved enough for it. That could be offensive to people. I get it. Not when but compared to when you study bees, where you study whales, they're in alignment with nature. What kind of cult? The cults that's running these worlds, what are they evolving towards? They far off the rails. We moving from nature. They're trying to push everybody into a meta AI and all this weird stuff, and get you all off track spiritually. So I won't see the point of following the cult. Same with these churches. A lot of these churches are cults, very dangerous cults, but they got them on all sides. It's everywhere. Politics, even the medical field. A lot of that stuff, they be running that stuff like cults. So you have to be careful. But let me show you this when I say that this relates to the divine feminine. Flying serpents in the Bible, Ashanti and Igbo connection to Shiva Linga, defining sexual energy. You want to read that? Listen to that one. Read Luke 11, 12, 13. And that's just for those, again, That's just for those that's already broke the codes behind the deeper meanings of Is, Ra, and El. If you already have done that and you already know what that means, then you should be able to follow it. Um, we could break it down offline with Naki. I'm not talking about that stuff online, but I'll read you this part. And this is Luke 24. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's start at verse 15. As far as we talk about, like, just pay attention to the way this is worded and immediately what comes after. And it came to pass while they communed together and reasoned. Yeshua himself drew near and went with them, but their eyes were holden that they should not know him. And he said unto them, what manner of communications are these that ye have to one another as ye walk in and are sad? And the one of them, whose name was Cleopas, answering, said unto him, art thou only a stranger in Jerusalem, and hast not known the things which are come to pass there in these days? And he said unto them, what things? And he said unto them, concerning Yeshua of Nazareth, which was a prophet mighty in deed and word before God and all the people, and how the chief priests and our rulers delivered him to be condemned to death and have crucified him. But we trusted that it had been he which should have redeemed Israel. And beside all this, today is the third day since these things were done. Yea, and certain women also of our company made us astonished, which were early at the sepulchre, and when they found not his body, they came saying that had they seen a vision of angels which said he was alive. Okay, so that code you change that, put that the HE and the HI mean the same thing. Okay, but redeem Israel for those who knows what the true original definition of Israel means. And besides all this day is the third day, third Israel, and then third right there for those who know what that code means. Israel, and then this is the third day. That relates to a star system. Yea, and certain women right there, also of our company. But then listen to this part right here. For those, we still in Luke 24. Listen to this part right here. And it said to them, thus it is written, and thus it is behold Christ to suffer and to raise from the dead the third day, and that repentance and remission of sins should be preached in the same among all the nations. Okay, remember what repentance means. Tushavu ladunai, tushiva ladunai, which means return to God. Remember what the word sins means. Repentance and remission. Remember, ray is a commission word for son. Repentance of sins. Now remember, sins with the crisis that we having down here with the divine feminine and with the women who had been cursed by that cult of that king that were killing the witches. But this goes deeper than that. When we talk about Hebrew women and the schisms that have been going on, we talk about the overthrow of the queen mothership and how crone, mother, and maiden had been under attack. For those who understand the real definition of Israel. And then third day occurs, but look how this stuff is so coded. Like Luke gave out the gang. There's no doubt in my mind. Everything that I said, okay, I found it. I found it actually in Mark too, the book of Mark. Whoever was trying to preserve enough to get people the alley oop. Now, obviously, if people take it literal or somebody, a pastor can it's going to fly over most people's heads. The fact that they left HE in there, knowing that somebody would be able to break it down and be like, okay, this was originally I, it still means female. And then Hiss, we talk about the Nagas beings, Serath beings. Remember, they say Archangel Michael in the original Ethiopian Bible, Archangel Michael is also listed as a Serath, which is flying serpents. But Hiss, H-I-S, Hiss. They already knew somebody would come along, and then they put all this he, H-E, H-I. And then somebody, they put all the code. Like, if you look at chapter 11, Luke 11, 12, and 13, when we said that certain people was coming particularly Yeshua, the Order of the Dragon riders, and the Order of the Serpents, who understood like this. You see, we read the Emerald Tablets, and you see how we talk about like how people was wondering if Yeshua was an octave of Tahuti, and or learned from the same teachings in terms of that cult back then, the Commission Mystery Sciences. It becomes obvious, but the play where the commissions were the some of the angelic rivalry was that they were using a process that took 40 years, where the Hebrews short circuited initiation. And we're not talking about initiation like earth-based initiation, like you going through these cults and these rituals for 40 years. Not that. That's what they do down here. I'm talking about like a path and a process of awakening, something that would take them, that school of thought, 40 years was getting condensed down to 2 to 10 years based on the processes that the Hebrews had developed. All this stuff is still secret information. It's probably never really come out all like that, but it's still there. It's not even secret. It's public. It's just that it's all over the place, that it's only that particular bloodline will be able to put it together, because somebody from the bloodline messed it all up to begin with. Now we still trying to figure out, was it to mess them up or to protect sacred knowledge? Was it to mess other people up to control them, or was it to protect sacred knowledge? We still haven't even come to that conclusion yet, because we still doing a research investigation. Real talk. So I don't have the answer to that yet, but the angelic rivalry, and you could see it in the Bible too. You could see it. With like how y'all taking 40 years to do something motherfucker could do in 10, 20, 10 years, 10 years, 5 years, 2 years. Especially if you're a female, you expect it 2 to 4 years at the most to get it from the angelic Atlantean science. Probably from the angelic, for the female group. Females are expected to get it a lot quicker. And that's, you could see that in the Book of Thomas, even when Yeshua had left the disciples to follow Mary and Magdalene, and they refused to do it. And they got into a little spat about that when they got upset at him for teaching her astral projection, quantum entanglement, physics, astro theoretical physics, string theory. He was teaching her all that shit. Yes, he was. And they got upset. And he told them to learn it from her. But that's why they had to go back into India, because they had no refuge here. They were exiled even after the death, because they weren't going to follow her. They didn't care what he said about that. That's why they was looking at him kind of like, you on some quirky shit too. But that original order, that's all they know. That before the overthrow of the Queen Mothership. So those beings from the other dimension, they're not going to understand why there's hatred of women on this planet. And if you read it closely enough, and truly, you get the codes are right there about what it really was about. Helping the women with the 18-year infirmity, the lady with the issue of blood for 12 years, the 12-year-old girl who was dead. All of these women, leaving it to Mary Magdalene. It's all in front of them. It's all in front of you. The book is so many, it's not even funny. Yep. And remember, in Luke 21, where it says, I'm looking for it now. And he looked up, Henry Temple was a donor. Let's see. It says, I say to you that this poor widow have cast in more than they all. Oh, yeah, the widow that cast in and the one with the alabaster with the oil. That was another woman. Pay attention to all of the women that was surrounding him. And he said, take heed that he shall not be deceived. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and the time draweth near. Go ye not therefore after them. But when you shall hear of wars and commotions, be not terrified. For these things must first come to pass, but the end is not by and by. Then he said unto them, nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and a great earthquake shall be in divers places, and famines and pestilence, and fearful sights and great signs shall there be from heaven. But before all these things, they shall lay their hands on you and persecute you, delivering you up to the synagogues and into prisons, being brought before kings and rulers for my name's sake. But that's a code for those who get it. And that shall turn to you for a testimony. Settle it therefore in your hearts, not to meditate before what ye shall answer. For I will give you a mouth and wisdom, which all your adversaries shall not be able to contradict. They will not be able to get gainsay nor resist. And ye shall be betrayed both by parents and your friends and your brothers and your kin folks. And some of you shall be caused to be put to death. And ye shall be hated of all men for my name's sake. But what does that mean? Namesake. This is deep. It's all happening. It's all playing out right now. But remember, God going to give you wisdom where no one could contradict it. You understand? No one will be able to say, be able to get the ups on you with that level of wisdom coming out your mouth. Because you know the spirit of truth, not the spirit of deception. You got discernment. Anybody gonna be coming to you to play you, get you on false dichotomies, get you under mind control, get you under some bullshit, spells and stuff. None of that. Nobody able to contradict your words of wisdom, your truth. When it come up to standing up for yourself and your will, and your soul and your willpower, to keep your agency, ascendancy, autonomy, and sovereignty, and discipline, and precision. No one will be able to come up against you. No cult, no adversary, no Satanist, nobody could come up against the truth. They ain't gonna be able to have nothing that could contradict the truth. All they're gonna do is what? Get scared and kill your ass, or try to bury you algorithmically. That's the only thing they can do. That's it. And they won't even be able to do that. And so Yeshua been talking about these den of thieves and all this stuff. So we don't have to sit and act like somebody is calling out something so momentous, especially since niggas have been talking about it. I just was talking about this November 14th, and we about to show that. How we about to show that? We about to play this clip from November 14th of me talking about the state of the Black church with these prosperity gospels and these mega churches. Yeah, it should be called out, but how do we repurpose this Black church? Okay. Where's the political conversations for local politics in this Black church, for Black agendas, for people? Matter of fact, I want to play this because I got something to say. Because women, y'all out of order. Let me because I don't want to come off like I'm bashing women. This happened in the church. Before I play my part of what I said about the church. Okay, so let me see Instagram. Remove my thing again. Okay, I'm not even gonna sweat it. Let me see. Let me remove this. Okay. I'm not even gonna sweat it. I'm gonna keep going. Before I play what I said about the church, this was a event that went viral that happened where they were inflicting religious trauma on this kid. And see, this is not what the church is for, to be inflicting religious trauma. So they treated this baby girl, and then, this is why a lot of the youth, they don't want to go to church no more. And I'm gonna play this clip for you. But like I said, even in this statement, you hear I say, I used to ride my bike to the church, going on the days, those days are long gone, but we used to go for fun. And I was this age, and see that, look at this, what happened with this girl.
Teacher, it's not about that right now. You're going to say what you're really thankful for.
Thankful for my stepmom because she's, I can't say that.
You're gonna get it together, and we're gonna start again. And it ain't gonna be just that. You're gonna get it together. Amen. In the name of Jesus. Because I'm done. Backside. Enough is enough. Amen. So get it together. You can be mad. I don't care. But you're going to get it together.
I'm thankful for my stepmom because she listens to me better than my actual mom. Thank you.
Pause. No, pause that. Pause that. No.
And so this youth was being honest. She was, you know, she's trying to express herself, but look how the church reacted.
No, pause that. Pause that. No. Right now, in the name of Jesus, I speak to the enemy that's trying to rule and reign in you.
See, how is there an enemy ruling and reigning in her? She's a little fucking kid. So Black women's like, no, this is not how you handle that. She's a kid. Obviously, there's something going on at the house where she would think that. That's not the space where you chastise. That's the space. Honestly, I would have, to be honest, that kind of statement would warrant maybe a counseling session that the pastor could delegate off. This don't need to be a moment though. And it certainly don't need to be a moment for someone to be saying the enemy and some kid. What kids? What enemy is in God's creation? If God is for us, who can be against us? Greater is He that is in me than he that is in the world. So how can you say that there's an enemy in some little ass kid? This is what we talking about. This is why Yeshua is like, damn, I don't know these motherfuckers. Like, what is we doing here? Like, that's why Yeshua was hanging with hoes and shit. He was hanging with hoes and hanging with people that vagabonds and stuff. Because like all of this is about some enemy and some little ass kid. That's why Yeshua, when motherfuckers was, you know, saying, oh, you did this on the Sabbath, you doing this on the Sabbath. He's like, yo, if you lost your sheep on the Sabbath day, would you not go and get them? You're not supposed to do no work. That's technically doing work. Would you, if you lost one of your sheep on the Sabbath, is you not gonna go and get and recover your sheep just because it's on the Sabbath? Like, y'all being ridiculous. You got nothing but religion. Just like when he called out, when he said it's not what goes in the body that defiles the body, it what comes out of your motherfucking mouth. It comes what's out of the body that defiles your body. What comes out of your motherfucking mouth, because he understood that Heckle was the resonance and the sound in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was with God. And the word was God. So sound, boom, bonnet, sonic, boom. It's your fucking voice that's gonna dictate. So it's what comes out of your mouth. That's why he said it ain't what go in your body that defile your body. It will come out of your body. Well, and then he said, niggas, if circumcision, if God wanted your dick circumcised, nigga, you would have been made with a circumcised dick. Well, go read it. Just because y'all don't like the delivery, okay, you say, what kind of pastor is that? Yes, I am an ordained pastor for those who didn't motherfucking know. But you say, what kind of shit is that? At least I'm going to right to the word. You know. If he said if God was gonna make you with a circumcised dick, you would have had it already circumcised. You came out, you just messing, tampering with shit. That's just religion. That ain't nothing that's about spirituality. That ain't nothing about no kingdom of God within. That ain't nothing about no soul power within. That's some shit you made up. That's some human shit your ass decided to do. Own it though. Don't try to sit and put God in it and put us all a part of that weird cult. That's what Yeshua was saying. And he said, I didn't come to abolish the law, I came to fulfill the law. To fulfill the law, you say word, W-O-R-D, W-E-R-E-D. God executed his only begotten son for the remissions, repentance, to let these women know about the actual origins of the oath interdimensionally of what was going on for the Naga's bloodline, about what's happening down here to these women, waking their asses up. That they being cursed by a fucking weirdo ass cult that reversed engineered they damn science on their ass. Like I've been telling them. Which Yeshua realized too. But it was putting the whole humanity under a curse. Stolen knowledge. Put all humanity into slumber. The disciples, were they disciples, or were the motherfuckers betrayed his ass? Judas Iscariot, the betrayer. Peter denied 3 times. Okay? So I mean, I don't know what kind of this, that's how motherfuckers do. When they get hot, the block get hot, you by yourself, you on your own. Motherfuckers will let you betray you. So you can't even hold if the interpreter and the word was it was already word and the son was executed, then what does that mean? All you getting is a time loop, pretty much. Somebody that can write up. Let me shut up. Because it ain't somebody, it's a group of beings. It ain't somebody. Because then everybody want to put themselves up on that level and then your ass gets slapped down just like they've been doing. The shit already happened. And a lot of these bloodlines are mixed up anyways. So if you can't just say you just all one thing and don't understand and got to be against something else because really it's all mixed up now anyways. But look how this lady is treating this baby girl.
No. Right now, in the name of Jesus, I speak to the enemy that's trying to rule and reign in you. Right now, open the door. Open the door. See, what you will not do. See, the word of God says we wrestle not with flesh and blood, but against the principalities of the darkness that try to do stronghold. And what we will not have.
And see, look how these little kids is moving away from her like she the devil now because of the religiosity of the church. They confused. They don't really know what's going on. They know she did something wrong, but they just getting mind control.
Right now, in the name of Jesus, is that. So the enemy that's trying to live in you,
ain't no enemy trying to live in her. What if the motherfucking real mom ain't listening to her? Now y'all gonna act like black parenting ain't traumatizing enough? What if something really is going on at fucking home that this child is trying to wake up and bring light to? And y'all telling her it's an enemy in her? What if her mom not need to be held accountable for something? Or an adult in her life? Somebody need to probably be held accountable for something.
Making you think that we cast that out right now in the mighty name of Jesus.
Hands on the head. You don't know what kind of curses this lady is putting on this baby girl's head. Put her hand on her head. What is she praying away? Her voice, her authority to speak up for herself, her authority to know that something ain't right going on at the home. So what the fuck are we doing here? This ain't about no Yeshua. Y'all would have got cussed out by Yeshua. Even Druski stinking ass. All y'all would have got cussed out. These motherfuckers too. We know social engineering, mind control programming going on. We know we are sending out industry plants. We know when y'all doing sherm shit in the church too. And this ain't about God. It's a bunch of women that know what the fuck going on about the Queen Mother shit. Okay, she shouldn't have said it. Okay, you can pull somebody to the side and say that's inappropriate. But look, do you want a counseling session? We got youth counseling. We got youth counseling sessions with youth therapy, like what we would like to do with the Nakti order, with the children's council. The children's council, they have their own group therapy. They have a facilitator, the mediator, that's an adult, and then the youth have the topic of discussion. And there should be a youth therapy for this girl to go to discuss with other youths about the way that sometimes the parents get on our fucking nerves. The parents did, that's a youth for them to discuss. Or what your mom did, or what she did, she ain't listening to that. They should just go to the youth therapy and discuss that. Get her off her chest. But ain't no enemy trying to live in her. You don't know what this child is going through in her damn household. That ain't the moment to chastise to try to convince a black girl not to express her own pain in her heart. You don't know what the fuck could be going on. And tell her there's an enemy living inside of her. She can, that you don't know what the lady is doing. These niggas, these girls be putting the man over their damn kids all the time, letting the man molest their kids, all types of shit. Now it's all this. That's like y'all did with Eddie Long's victims. That's like y'all made Eddie Long's, when people was leaving Eddie Long's church because he found out he was touching them boys. It was other pastors telling them to go back to the church. How dare you be disloyal to your pastor? He's a fucking pedophile. What are you talking about? Be disloyal. I'm trying to get saved. Why would I sit up under that? And so this type of stuff, it is a den of thieves. And I'm gonna show y'all where I said that 2 months ago and called these pastors out for prosperity gospel and all types of shit. Now listen to this. Look at this lady.
Like it or not, because you will bow down to the Most High God.
He was what? How is somebody complaining about a child, that something in their household got to do with bowing down to the most? What the heck? But do you see the codes there? She's talking about her mother. But for those that's in the know, the women that's in the women that's been following what the hell has been going on and what we've been doing down here, you already know what that shit is about. You see how we talk about that wretchedness of this black woman? And you see how these black women is, remember now she's talking about her mother. Is that coincidental? Now her mother's she's like a black woman, Negro. But you see how, but you will bow down to the Most High God. And you see, but you see, obey. Remember, obey means chieftain. Obey is chieftain. That's a Moors. You know, all the Moors, we will have that last name, Bay. Now you see that? But you see where it's going though. Because the spirit of it is reversed engineered, but you see the spirit of it still coming through though. Do you see that? The spirit of it still coming through. Now the sons of like Yeshua, that still is yet to be revealed. They still exist. They on a whole nother dimension. They don't be down here. These men get too jealous of them and kill them because they the ones that get the true anointing from God. They get all the power from the Most High. For those who catch those codes, they the ones that get chosen, so they don't get a chance. So they get smirked and fucked up down here. But they on the other, they definitely exist. That has yet to be revealed on this planet. And every time it got killed or the niggas fell into the traps. But you see how the reverse engineer, the spirit creep through about what all this stuff is about. You can see it. It's just perverted. But don't you still see it? But you will bow down to and she talking about just peep it. For those who know about what the true definition of Israel is. And remember what they were saying, how how they was attacking who they thought what they try to say to, I don't even know if I should go there. That's too deep. But for those who know, y'all know where they try to crucify the black woman. But look at for those who get that part. Now you see why we talk about the first cause. Now watch this.
And mom, don't you freak out over that. You keep laying hands. You keep praying. You keep moving.
See what it's about? Now what if that lady really is doing something wrong though? Kids are very intelligent. I don't know. What if that lady is not listening? What if a lot of these mothers is jealous of daughters? So what if that woman is really doing something to this girl? It just got totally swept under the rug. That's why Eddie Long and stuff crept through the rat. And all these pastors is locking doors on your ass, asking you for $40,000 and you ain't gonna leave, and kidnapping and doing weird shit and touching the kids and stuff because of bullshit like this.
All of my prayer warriors, my prophets and prophetess come forth. In Jesus' name. It's not a run. Hallelujah.
And see why you think ain't really no man there. So far, you just see a man. But this foolishness. That's not how you handle a sociological issue. Where the church is repurposed as a sociological, social cohesion apparatus. All you got is she going to youth. She going at my church. Okay, you got some issue going on, baby girl. You going to youth Bible study. You going to youth therapy. Y'all know y'all talk about the shit. Y'all be talking hella shit about the parents. It's confidential for the youth. If you go participate, you can't come out and tell what y'all discussed in the damn meeting. Yeah, you have a mediator and a facilitator that is licensed, that's a licensed therapist, but really she just facilitating it, but letting y'all talk shit and do whatever. Now, if she hears something, oh, so-and-so touched me, she got to report it. And the youth should know that. Okay, if y'all come in saying that y'all talking about somebody touching you and you're underage, we will report it to proper authorities. Okay? We will, but if they talking about, my mom didn't listen to me and and we want to help these youth get through their emotional regulations and develop emotional intelligence. Now, at the discretion of the mediator and a facilitator, if there needs to be an escalation between pastor, parent, and child, then a formal file should be submitted, and that should be taken on case by case. And if there's other co-pastors, maybe if it's not the head pastor, but there's another pastor that has credentials in family matters, even if it's civic matters, the sociology, whatever, they got a background in that, they could facilitate, preferably some sort of credential in what's it called? I think you need psychiatry or psychology, whichever one that is, where they can come in and give a counseling session for the parents with, if it's just that serious, the pastor should be able to look at it. If the mediator from the council of children, from the group therapy, say, look, this is a little bit deeper, then it should go up. But this is not the space to be praying, doing all of this. This is not it. This is not it. This is why the youth don't go. This is why they don't go to church no more. This is this bullshit right here. And I wouldn't send my kid to nothing like this anyways. And I'm a whole pastor. I advocate for church repurposing, not the church as is, but for church repurposing. Yes, I do believe it. I'm an advocate for that, but not this. This is tomfoolery. And I don't even want to play the rest of it, but they all look, she's uncomfortable. They're traumatizing her, hands on head, evasion of space, teaching her not to have boundaries, touching her, some man putting her hand on her forehead, a woman putting her forehead and chest on her chakra, her heart chakra, her forehead where her crown is at, closing her third eye, talking about the devil and it's all on her and stuff. This is bullshit.
Instructed you to do about your child. I don't care what it look like. I don't care what it sound like. But you are going to do.
You go sit your ass down. And this is what we saying. Shit, y'all don't be all right about raising these youth. She probably is. Her voice has gotten stifled. She gonna run from the church and never come back. Y'all ran her away from Christ consciousness. That's what you did. All you did was run her away from Christ consciousness. That's what you did. Because Yeshua, how would Yeshua handle it? Okay, well, shit. Mother and daughter and a licensed therapist that's a part of this church. I think y'all need to have a private discussion because she's expressing something, but out of the mouths of babes and sucklings, might be some truth there. Apple don't fall far from the tree. If she got the enemy in her, the apple don't fall from the motherfucking tree. Quite literally, as y'all said, Eve, bitches. Don't y'all like to follow Eve? So apple don't fall far from the tree. Even if she was, the enemy is in her. Let's say the enemy is in her, and oh my gosh, she's disrupting, and oh my gosh, and she got it on us. The apple don't fall from the tree. Out of mouths and babes and suckling, you're gonna get some sort of wisdom. So, if she said something like this, her mom not listening to her, and her stepmom listening to her more, so she more grateful for her than her birth mom. Shit, how many all these women in here is probably abused by their birth mom as they running up for the generational curse to put it on another woman. All these women up here that's doing all this praying on her head. How many? I'll bet you all of them was abused by their real mom too, or wasn't listened to by their real mom. You see how they do it? And you're going to obey the Most High. And we all know the secret codes of Israel and what that religion was really about. And you see these black women all over the place. You see it, but you see how it's reverse engineered. You see it. It's reverse engineered though. Is what I've been fucking saying since the overthrow of the Queen Mothership. Like I've been saying. And all the codes in the Bible is there, and all of religions are there. Actually, all of them say the same thing, and it's all a lot of it is reverse engineered. You can see this nonsense. How many? I bet you she was abused. I bet you ask these ladies with their relationship, did you feel that your mom listened to you? They always say no. So what the hell is y'all sitting there running around her talking about she got the enemy within her and she's going to be rebuked and don't care what no mother say and don't listen to. Nah, she look all sad as hell. This don't look like no fun church like how I went to. We used to be talking mad dog shit. We used to say stuff that was 1,000 times worse than what this girl said. Even and honestly, the pastor sometimes they'd be laughing. And we used to talk shit. You know, sometimes we used to say stuff we used to crack jokes like nothing. That's why it was so fun because everybody would get roasted. People was cracking jokes and you had and the thing is the senior pastor was overseeing, the group the youth meetings and would interact with us and teach the Bible studies and stuff. So maybe he thought we was more fun I don't know. But when we used to crack jokes and we used to say way crazier stuff than this. Way crazier stuff than this. And either somebody else was gonna make a joke out of it or people, how sometimes you'd be like, man, I don't know about that. You're doing too much. Like sometimes you would the most you'll see is like, yeah, whatever. That's you doing the most. But that's about it. If it got too serious. But other than that, motherfuckers would be trying to fight and stuff. Sometimes it would get really worked up. But that's just youth. They're young. They don't know much. They're still developing. They're learning how to adulterate and acculturate to their environment and to society. And so it's our job to socialize them properly, let them have fun, let them be themselves as much as possible. If something is serious, something going on in the home, know where there's resources, a group therapy session for them to go to and vent. And then if it's something that needs to be escalated between something more private with the parent involved, the pastor should be able to get involved in that. Serious complaints. We all know what that is. Somebody getting abused, you see webs on them. You see, they say somebody touching them. They say somebody is stealing from them or something. Then you escalate it to the proper chain of command. And that's what the church should be doing. But no, they're not doing that. They're doing some tomfoolery. They are. And like I said, we used to do so many things at our church. I remember when we had those Sunday dinners. Here's the thing, at that church, we used to have them Sunday dinners or fourth Sundays. There was so much to go around where everybody, even the youth, could take a plate home, like whatever, you can just do whatever you want. But I'll never forget the youth choir. We went to a youth choir that also threw a dinner and they invited us there. And we were all youth, and we were not used to adults can have only this thing and then the other adults cannot. And then we would actually open up that word. Like we would actually, when we had a youth Bible study. And so we would review scriptures and review certain teachings as youth. So I'll never forget, we went to this church to sing. And after we sung there, they invited us down for dinner downstairs. And they had like a potluck, and then the ladies were cooking like how we did at our church. But this one was different. The youth was not allowed to have fried chicken or like certain foods that they was cooking there. We weren't allowed to touch it. We was only allowed to have I forgot what it was. It was probably like burgers or something, but we weren't allowed to have what the adults were having. Like when we tried to go over there, they was stopping us. They was like, no, the youth, y'all not allowed to have the chicken. And I know this may sound stereotypical and people be like, damn, really fried chicken? But yeah, that's just like, y'all can laugh at it, whatever. But I will never forget this dude. I ain't gonna say his name because I think he might be really popular in Buffalo. But I remember we had and he was a youth. He was about 16, 17, right? He was about 16, 17. And he got into it with the deaconess who told him, like we all in line standing to get, and he was grabbing the chicken. And the deaconess walked over to him and was like, put that down. Children are not allowed to have fried chicken. You got to go in the line with the kids and eat the kids menu. And for some reason in his head, he thought that sounded crazy because at our church, the youth were allowed to have fried chicken because of our own Sunday dinners. And the youth was allowed to take as much as they want and have as much as they want and go home with even plates. And so that was a cultural difference in the church. It was a cultural shock to us. And he literally thought that deaconess was being like a den of thieves, like the religious Sadducees and Pharisees. That's how he put her immediately in that category, because he's like, that ain't a guy. The first thing, no lie, he was 16 years old, right? And the deaconess was like, put that chicken down. You can't have the fried chicken. You got to go in a line with the kids. And the first thing he said was, that's not a God. He was like, that's not a God. That ain't nothing that Yeshua would say about no kids can't have no chicken. It's right here. And he said at my church, he's like, no, that's not. In his mind, that was weird. And so he continued to get the chicken. And so it blew up. It was a huge scene. She started hollering at him, you're being disrespectful, you're being disobedient, you're being of the devil, that you was just up there praise dancing. He would praise dance everywhere. So she was like, you was just up there praise dancing, praising God, dancing all over the place, acting a fool, but now you want to sit up there and cut up and act like Satan because we told you to put the chicken down. He said, I'm not putting no chicken down, because Yeshua would not say that kids can't have no chicken. And that's how he took it. He was like, I'm going by what he said. This is a church and we the youth, and I'm hungry. And I mean, I'm laughing. I was standing, but we're all in line. Like our whole youth choir was in the adults line for where the adults was eating, because that's what we did at our church. Like, it wasn't a big deal to us. So we could not understand why we couldn't have the fried chicken. And like, this is just for the adults. Y'all got to go over there and eat. Well, I forgot what it probably was, hot dogs or something, hamburger, something just that we didn't want. We're like, no, we over here. The ladies have been cooking all day. No, we over here. We want what they got. And so and he was we dropped it. We like, we started walking out of the line, but he was like, no, I'm not putting it down. He said, I'm eating it because Yeshua said, don't act like a den of thieves. That's the thing. That's why you teach them kids them verses. They'll use them verses against your ass. They lucky she don't know no verses, because I would have known instantly that ain't a God. This is some religious bullshit. This ain't a God. He said that I would never forget. He was going off on that lady. He was like, no, you ain't telling me that, because Yeshua would share. He turned motherfucking 5 loaves of bread. He fed 4,000, fed 1,000 with psychotronics, through psychotronic the Hebrew science. So what the fuck is you talking about? You ain't about to tell me I got to put this chicken down. And he fed 5,000 shit with that bread. So if this is what y'all got, this is what for the youth. This for everybody. That's what he was thinking in his head. He even brought that up. He said, well, Yeshua brought with the bread with the 5,000. Shit. And you gonna act funky over some chicken? That's what he said. He said, you acting funky over some chicken. Sure, for some adults, when Yeshua took the bread and fed 5,000. And I'm sitting there cracking up. I was literally cracking up. I'm like, this dude is wilding. Like, he was going off on that lady. I thought they was about to fight. I really did, because she running up on it. You put the chicken down. You put it down. You ain't being a god. And he telling her he ain't being a. And our pastor stepped in and was, and he only listened to once our people like, this ain't our culture. Like, he had to explain to him, like, this they church. We singing in their church. These their rules. Let's just follow their rules. Don't make a scene. Just and he put it. Then he walked away. But that kind of clash like that was a huge cultural clash, because at our church, everybody was eating the same thing. Now, sometimes they did get us pizza. They had the pizza and wings, and then the adults had whatever. But if the kids didn't want pizza and wings, or they didn't eat pork, sometimes the kids can't have the pepperoni and the pork. Then they would go and have with the adults whatever the other stuff was around. And sometimes the adults didn't want all that damn soul food, all that greens, collard greens, candy yam, mac and cheese, and all that stuff, sweet potato pie, a potato salad. They didn't want all of that. They wanted some wings and some pizza, and then they call it a day. So they would sometimes be eating what the youth had. But I'm like, what in the world? Like, that was crazy to us back then. We was looking at that. We never went to that church again either. We was like, don't bring us there. Don't take us there, because we can't eat shit. They don't feed. Because our church was the total opposite. It was enough to go around and then some, enough for everybody to take some home. Everybody. Them ladies would cook that banana pudding. Them ladies would be in there all day. And every Sunday they had breakfast, bagels, bagels, donuts, all types of breakfast for us too. Coffee every Sunday. But we used to get our own breakfast. But they had breakfast, and they had every fourth Sunday they had Sunday dinners, and then every week the pastor would take us out every Thursday for a youth Bible study. We would go out, and if we didn't have enough to go out, which I don't even know if it was about a matter of not having enough, but probably just having to study, be more into the word. But a lot of times we was just going out, having a nice little field trip, just get in a church van and go somewhere, go to the waterfront. It's hot today. We want to sit up in the church. It's hot. It's hot as hell. Let's go to the waterfront and go chill. Go play outside. So we used to go to. I remember we went to the waterfront a couple of times. We went to Darien Lake. That was fun. Yeah, we went to Darien Lake, and we would just hang out, bowling. I think we went bowling, skating. I suck at skating though, but that's what they should be doing, not standing up getting religious trauma. And that's what's happening to this girl. She's getting traumatized, and the other youth too. Look at the boy. They look like, damn, you done fucked up. You done fucked up. They ain't no smiling, and ain't no happiness. We was smiling. Oh, I remember we played. We had it. We even did a play. We even did a play. Yep. We play. We was playing. We did a play. Uh, about how to avoid drugs. Obviously, we did the nativity play with Mary and Joseph and baby. We did the nativity play. These kids not even doing a nativity play where they can have some fun and some laughter. Where is the youth choir? The youth choir. No singing. That's bad. I'm telling you, man. I don't know what kind of church this is, but you see all these kids up front? What they should probably be doing is just now being finished singing. Smiling on their face, singing a song. Smiles and singing. They'll go back. Because I remember, I'm telling you, used to ride our bike. And it sit up if I was gonna stand in the front of a church like this, I would have been singing. What else am we be standing up there for? To tell what I'm grateful for. You could do that, but you could do that through song. You could sing what you're grateful for through a song. Yeah. Most of the songs that talk about Thanksgiving and praise. We blessed in the city. We're blessed in the fields. We blessed when we come and when we go. We shut down all these strongholds. Sickness and poverty must cease, for the devil is defeated. We are blessed, blessed, whatever you want to say, blessed, blessed. Remember that song? We blessed in the city, we blessed in the fields, we blessed when we come and when we go. We cast down all our strongholds, sickness and poverty must cease. We used to sing, and I used to have a dance with it. Press down, run it over. Uh, what's that part? Press down, run it over. Damn, damn! I gotta Google it because that was my song as a kid. Press down. Shake it together, running over. I'm looking for this church song. I'm trying to Google it real quick. Run, press down, shaking together, running over. Yep. That was the we used to be a dance with that. And that's also based on Luke. And that's based on be careful what you be measured to you again. The verse before it tells us more ways of giving. Press down, shaking together, running over. Remember that? We are blessed. I'm trying to look for that song. The city. Is that Fred Hamilton? We blessed in the city, we blessed in the field. I think, okay, yeah. Yep. Let me see. Late in the midnight hour, God's gonna turn it around. He's gonna work in your favor. Remember that? I used to sing that song every Sunday. So did we add the part with the press down, running over? So we added that. A youth added that then. Yep, sure did. For the devil's beauty. Yep, we used to sing that song and do that dance every Sunday as a kid. God's going to turn it around and around and around. So that's I don't see none of that going on. I don't blame these kids not wanting to go. If they not doing what we used to do, I'm like, dang, they don't mess that up too. The kids don't want to. I'm trying to look for that song. We busted it. Now they don't went from that to doing the remix of the Donnie McClurkin song. We fall down, face down as up. We fall down, bend over as up. That's what they doing now, guys. We fall down, bend over as up. We fall down. Now nobody want to go and see that. And the pastor should have been encouraging Donnie McClurkin to be himself. What you sitting there in the closet for 10, 20 years for? Act like it was shit. That's between you and God, man. Everybody falls short. So if they say whatever, God, that ain't got nothing to do where a church got to be involved or tell some pray the gay away. That's crazy. Now you can't even be yourself. Now people is ashamed to be themselves. Why would a God? Why would you follow any religion that tell you to feel bad about yourself? That where God don't even like you where as you are. That makes people not like themselves. That's why people don't like themselves because of the religion. And these religions, they create psychosis and they are opiums in the masses. But they tell you that. They ain't got nothing to do with God. They ain't got nothing to do with your relationship with God. And God is not to be mocked. And God cannot be found in the entertainment industry and none of these industry plants as acting like they exposing nothing. It can't be found in 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 a lot of that religious stuff either. It's found within. It's found within you. It's found within the subtleties of nature and of love and in life and in light. It's not found in control apparatuses and social cohesions of control. whether it be the entertainment industry or politics or the church. Because that's all I see. But let's play this. I'm gonna play this, and then I'm gonna talk about the crystals in the Bible, and then we're gonna head up off of here because I actually do want to come back and do our first pathways. Let me pull it up because I actually think I do want to come. I was supposed to do this video a minute ago because even though we're doing something that's a little like controversial today, I still want to do something that's a little on a serious side. What did I do with that? I put it somewhere. Okay, let me download that because I do think we should do that video afterwards. It's totally off topic of what we're talking about now. And it's a little more serious and a little more positive, I have to say, than what we're talking about now. It's just not like critiquing people. I actually want to help if I'm going to be doing all of that. Yeah, our pathways and company business economy sessions. I wanted to do one today. I think we should still do it. I don't see why not. I just got to watch my time because I know I'll be on one and I talk. I'll be long winded. Say I'm gonna get off early and then I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm only spend 2 hours. I'm only spend 1 hour, and it should be turning to 5-7 hours. And I had got tired of that shit. That's why I haven't been on here for a whole month. And just wanting to rest and whatnot, work more, been working more and stuff. So I had to just focus on that. But I do think we should do an invention and R&D session today. And from one, I want to talk about what that is because a lot of the biggest parts of that has to be offline. But then some of the parts of where we just having like a pathways and co-business economy session, I want to talk about that part with the specific product and just for encouragement and pretty much just doing public analysis on public products. So it's not like being messy or anything. It's just like trying to keep our creative juices flowing as well as talk about something a little more serious than this stuff. Okay. Do I wanted to play that? So I got that. So I do think we should cover that. But yeah, let me play this video of me talking about the Black church on November 14th. Wait a minute. I gotta make sure that the okay, let me stop playing this because the audio had disconnected. So let me stop sharing and reshare because the audio disconnected. Because this is where they getting all that cult be stealing they be taking information from other people like content because they have to like repackage stuff. But this was created November 14th, 2025. And I did credit Leandria Johnson as waking this stuff up. I know I was talking about her for a minute ago. Actually, a couple of months ago too. I was playing her. But this is just here's what I had to say. Around the 10-minute mark is where I get into the prosperity gospel and stuff. So that's just bear with me for that. But this is where I was talking about the church. Traumas or shadow magic or shadow work you have to do. Or if you're trying to just use it to fuck with somebody, then it can have horrific, catastrophic effects. And so I knew that. And so I said, well, I know I got trauma. So I said, well, I ain't gonna touch no one magic. And I said, and when I looked at it, I said, that's reverse engineered. I said, that's not. I said, why is it? I said, it's too dark. I said, there's something about that I don't like. And I said, I'm just, you asked the question.
You said what was the name? I gave you the motherfucking name with motherfucking spelling and all. And I said, well, yeah, you did, because I looked it up and damn sure it was real. It exists. And so that's what they do. When we want to talk about, we can get into it. We can talk about, you know, the Phoenicians, the Babylonians, the Cushites, the Sumerians, the Cometians, American indigenous, the descendants of Atlanteans by way of 125D. And in between those dimensions, you get Saturn. And to be honest, a lot of melanated people have those sciences in their epigenetics, whether it be the order of Melchizedek, certain practices, as well as the bloodline of Yeshua. And he didn't create religion or Christianity. You got Constantine motherfucking ass that used to politicize it, but Christianity was not created by Constantine, because you had the kingdom of Dongola and Ethiopia that had a version of it already. But he said, we gonna definitely motherfucking politicize it with religion. We can rule the world. We can get we use this for mind control. Constantine, Roman Emperor. Okay. You got different schools of thoughts that even some people of the Judite bloodline are familiar with. You have Kabbalah, you have your Kemet science, your Gnosticism, your Shakti school of thought, you know, and other sciences as well. And so, you know, when I talk about the Atlanteans and people get upset about that, we're talking interdimensionally. We're talking about at the level of the solar system and the soul. When we talk about the Lion of Judah, we're talking about very specific things as it relates to different dimensions. But here's the thing, the people that opened the portal for Saturn and for Christ did not realize that morning stars are a class of beings. So when you look at Revelations, you see Yeshua says, I am the morning star. When you look at Isaiah 14, you see that Lucifer is referred to as a morning star too. So let's get scientific with it, because again, this book is written like a kid, so that I could break this down too. I have permission to break this down. So that an intellectual will look at it and be like, that ain't about nothing. Let me go give me some Cometian science. Let me go get to the Rig Veda. Let me go read them the Devi Mahatmya, something a little more, you know, highfalutin. Well, it's coded like that purposely. I'm not advocating for anybody to do whatever you been doing, keep doing it. I don't care. I ain't here to convert nobody. Whatever you've been doing, keep motherfucking doing it. We don't care. Now, if somebody gets something out of what I'm saying and may want to look it up for themselves, do a little research, see, you know, that's one thing. But I'm not here to browbeat your ass with it, because I be talking in codes. Even when we talk about the parable of the parable of the sower, yeah, you may think, oh, she's giving us the Bible thumping verse. Oh, I'm giving somebody a game until how a system is ran and how to navigate out of it. Okay, and to know some signs of the times, so that you could see, hopefully, that if you in the know, then if you really are that Judy, you know, the Judite bloodline, you should be able to decode it. Especially those that are already, you know, self-proclaimed occultists, self-proclaimed esoteric, self-proclaimed prophetess, self-proclaimed, you know, seers and all this stuff. And then another person was giving me some game like, I got to talking cold. Like, what the fuck? Like, it wasn't that he had an issue with like really a woman teaching. It's just like somebody sit up in a church, or somebody to sit up even on social media. You see they're wearing a wig, a blonde wig at that. And they come in and telling you they're a prophetess and they're trying to teach you something, but they don't teach you nothing about the codes breakdown in the Bible or any book on the equation level, the scientific level. That's a false prophet. Or if they don't have a history of an event coming to pass that they predicted, is that really a prophetess? But I had to think about that, because I said, you sound like a hater. You just trying to bash black women. Y'all niggas is always trying to, you know, I'm sensitive. I'm emotional. I'm ready to get off the phone. Get your motherfucking ass off my phone. You just ready to attack black women. But then he was trying to warn me, because he could see something in the future. He said, somebody's going to go very, you know, viral with elements from your story. They're literally watching you and copying you and taking stuff out of your books and stuff and trying to sway energy from you and what you're doing and bring it and try to convince niggas they need to go follow Trump. But he was like, discernment is key. Well, it is a Bible verse. And you need to be able to discern what is legitimate. And His thing was anything that comes out of you're most powerful when you are your natural self, your natural beauty, your natural hair. Okay, I'm not judging people that wear the weave. I wear the weave as my hair texture or whatever. I'm not judging people that flat iron their hair. Who gives a fuck? I flat iron my hair. He's saying like you're your best when you're your natural self. You can't go outside without having no makeup on. I used to be like that. I know what that feels like. They feel ugly without makeup. They feel ugly without the hair done. They can't show their natural hair. You never see their natural hair. But then they claim they're prophetess, and then they come telling you, that they of God and all these things, and they go on and try to preach. And homeboy was saying, that's the spirit of deception. Because they can't come to you natural. And they don't even have a verse that they breaking down equation wise, not on no religion stuff, but just equation wise. That's a false prophet. And I said, well, wow, I never thought about it like that. He wasn't even directing it towards me. I could tell he wasn't. Because I bring out that book. I'll bring up that book on your ass, and we can get busy. Most books, to be honest. But I could tell you wasn't talking about me. And I know people, they love to drag me and stuff in their little Masonic lodge or whatever. But it makes sense. It makes sense because I said, well, that is a spirit of deception. Because who come with what black woman or anybody come with a blonde wig on their head, or a man up there with heels on his feet and all this stuff, and it's something just off about it. Especially when they want to direct people to a political party or to even a whole nother, geopolitics and geopolitical warfare under the guise of religion. Constantine already did that. They say they go to Africa, the Africans had the land, the white man had the Bible, and then next thing you know, the white man had the land and the Africans had the Bible. Mind you, they originally had their own Ethiopian Bible, their own Akibalan Bible, Levitical priest Bible, or teachings rather. And then, next thing you know, they're getting the Constantine version. They're getting the Western version. Catholic version. Coming out of Rome. And what is Africa named after? A Roman emperor, Scipio Africanus. What was Africa's original name? Akibalan. Y'all still think y'all not in spiritual warfare? You still think that Satan ain't trying to take your soul? And when we say that, obviously it sounds like a kid. It sounds like a toddler. It sounds crazy. You want to be sophisticated. Oh, I can do that contra. I do that. I have this occult knowledge. I'm telling you. It's not designed like that on purpose. But I'll break down to you how some of that stuff sounds so kid-like, but it fly over people's head. Let's get it. Let's get into it. Because it's not, like people say, well, it's easier to go to the Bible than commit. That's not true. That's not true. Commission science is actually more upfront and direct, if anything, which is fine with me. But let's talk about the Hebrew shit. You have Lucifer saying that he's a morning star. You have Yeshua saying that he's also the morning star. So now we're talking about morning star beings. Both are light. One represents phosphorus. Okay, but if Yeshua is talking about a different process in terms of Lucifer is okay with the contrast and taxonomy of ego to descending through different dimensions, and Yeshua is talking about the opposite of that. That means you have different forms of light rays. Now we get into electronegativity. This is a code for electronegativity, by the way. Let me pull this up because I was actually have some information on this electronegativity. Let's go. Turning on these pipes. Why did I save all this shit? Electronegativity. Okay, here we go. We got one thing right there. Okay, so we'll go here. And so now we're going to talk about electronegativity is the measure of an atom to attract a bonding pair of electrons. So you have the Pauling scale is the most commonly used electronegativity scale. Paul, the Apostle Paul. On that scale, you have fluorine. This is the most electronegative element. Okay, it's a sign of value of 4. Okay, 4. 4 corners of the earth. 4 seasons. 4 great spirits if you're American Indian. And values range down to cesium and francium, which are the least electronegativity at 0.7. So here's the thing. You have Lucifer, phosphorus. We know that. That's electronegativity of 2.9, 2.19 on a Pauling scale, which is medium. Then you have fluorine. That's Yeshua. He was pretty much just changing the octave of light, literally on this planet, which we're trying to. Obviously, he killed him and used his teachings for political reasons and organized religion, which gives you mind control. Most times, people with the agenda, people with, it kept the den of thief type vibe, pretty much. It pretty much, when you think about him going off at the Sadducees and the Pharisees, and you see that, is that not, is that not someone calling out the same thing that you see today? Prosperity gospel, all this Joel Osteen, and, let me shut up because, I'll be getting, but all these people with all these jets and money's, millions and millions. You see, they say, F what he talking about. Look, we just going to keep doing what he talked about, what he called us out on during the Sadducees and Pharisees when he turned over the table and talked about the tithing and stuff. We're just going to keep doing it. But he was already trying to, that's how you know. He was already trying to ascend the octave, pretty much. This planet is on a note of G7. We trying to change it up. I put it on G. I'm not going to give the because for those who's in the know, like, I'm in hot water, I don't got, I don't know how much these people are willing to go. And so I do have to keep things covert. We ain't in Sun Ra days. But, by that, I'm talking about literally the Sun Ra. I guess, yeah, we can do both Sun Ra, like Great Mother Sun Ra, Kemet, but also like Herman Blunt, Birmingham, Alabama, country boy, country Negro, Sun Ra too. Okay. Where he was the one also trying to put it off of G7 and try to see where you could change the notes. And he did, I would say, decent job, but he also kind of was like, they just a lost cause. Like, he's just one of those entities, they a lost cause. But we're trying to see, but I think it just needs, I'm trying to see, like, well, God, give me the blueprint to take it off of G itself. Can we try another note itself and see what happens? Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. Maybe I'm not the person for that. Maybe somebody else will be able to do it, right? So we'll see. We do know that there's a science and a group of people that are allowed to do that. It's not just anybody, we're going to study college J.N.S. and call up her line and try to get intel and ask stupid questions and try to get all this stuff. And I'll be able to do it. I mean, try it, but I mean, it's a bloodline thing, and people get mad at that all they want. Everybody is control their own destiny. They have their own redemption path. They can save themselves. I'm not here to proselytize, and so never let nobody condemn you. This is not me condemning you or anyone. I think that in a fit of anger, we get upset at sellouts. We get upset at people who do us dirty. We get upset at the system, but any system can also be redeemed, like anything, or created new or rebirthed. So that's really, really a real thing. But so that we have phosphorus, we have electronegativity of 2.9 on a Pauling scale, and we have fluorine, which is electronegativity of 3.98 on the Pauling scale, which is the highest. So they was classified as high. And so this is just a different form of light. Okay, so let's go to the other one. And so now we have, that's what Yeshua and Lucifer. But now, obviously, when we talk about the micro level, this comes out in the blood. This comes out in a human as well. Not just the science behind it, but let's see. And so it's a measurement, okay? It's a measurement. And this relates to the valence bond theory, which helps you understand how one chemical property with another property as well. And so it gives you the base energy calculations of different elements having a covalent bonds. And so it's, now here we go for those who understand that when I said the Bible is a book that has quantum entanglement in it. And then you go, to predict if an atom will form an ionic or a covalent bond, to predict if the resulting molecule will be polar or non-polar. Okay. Let's see. Is defined as a measure of tendency of an atom to attract electrons towards itself, is described as well as an atom attracts an electron. Electron is what? The negative, the divine feminine. Okay. Lucifer is morning star. Path of Lucifer, how who once laid relations, though how have you fallen? Usually due to ego, pride coming before the fall. So someone who's okay with the serving of the self, as they say. But Yeshua talks about serving of the self, but going through the different, what he talks about, the two most important commandments. For those who want to break down that code. Love the Lord your God. Love God with all your heart and with all your soul and all your mind. Love God. Second one, love your neighbor. But what does it say in Psalms 82? You are all gods, you are all sons of the Most High, but you have fall like one of the princes because of ego. So would you put that code? The equations have to add up. If someone says you are all gods, you are all sons of the Most High, but you will fall like one of the princes because of the pride and the ego, like Lucifer. Okay. But then Yeshua says, love the Lord your God with all your heart. Pay attention to the code. I'm not breaking this shit. You got to love the Lord your God with all your heart. And love your neighbor. That solves all of, remember, and he said, follow the 10 commandments. Remember, what's all the 10 commandments? Do not envy, do not covet, do not. If you love God with all your heart and you love your neighbor, that raises the frequency automatically because you're dealing with love, and you get rid of all the envy, all the coveting, all the greed. You don't want to hurt your neighbor. You don't want to murder your neighbor. You don't want to do something to your neighbor. We look at the 10 commandments. It's just somebody that's like, okay, how can we make this a little more simpler? Because the 615 laws, all this ritual, all of this, we got to do this, we got to do that. And remember, what was that? But I said faith verse. It's not the action without. It was a one like sacrifice or desire. Oh man, about sacrificing and offerings. Where okay, what is it? I'm trying to look it up. Okay, but righteousness. Yeah, but righteousness was better than a sacrifice. That's literally what it was saying. And we talk about Old Testament says that too, but the New Testament says that as well. And so I'm trying to look for the exact verse. Is it Hebrews? Let me see. And then also with, let's see, righteousness. I'm trying to look this up. Better than a verse. Okay, so it's Proverbs 21:3. To do what is right and just is more acceptable to the Lord than a sacrifice. I knew it was something in there about it. I just needed the verse. That's Proverbs 21, verse 3. 33. Proverbs 33 it was a code to the Masons. Proverbs 33. Proverbs. Proverbal. For those who know, heck of magic. For those who know, the universe is mental. For those who know, from thought you get form. As a man thinketh, so is he. Proverbs 33. To do what is right and is just is more acceptable to God than a sacrifice. Because they knew he was practicing sacrifice, blood magic, and doing all that shit that the Masons were doing. So they was coding this, all this stuff. They was popping up. That's why that's the real reason why the Hebrews get prosecuted, by the way. The real ones. There's a reason why the Negro is always, they say their job is to make sure that the Negro never rises. I even heard black people say that. That's a part of their club. That's why. This is real serious. It's literally just playing out. And I'm not saying that all commissions do this, because not all commissions do that shit at all. Obviously, you got a group of people that's still doing that stuff. They're gonna lie and cover it up. Of course, they're gonna. And who's gonna admit that? It's supposed to be secret, which is why Yeshua say, "Don't take it on." Okay. So we have electronegativity chart, the periodic table. We're dealing with light on a cosmic level of what those represent in terms of ascension and descension. Essentially, one represents phosphorus, the other represents fluorine. Let's see. Two important factors. First is nuclear charge. Higher number of protons in an atom is stronger with a force of attraction on electrons. Now we talk about electromagnetism, divine feminine, divine masculine. Remember in the verse when Yeshua said, when a man becomes female and female becomes man, but they saying it cold. They ain't transgenderism. Okay, no. Okay, we're talking about union. We're talking about those who balance the yin and yang. Okay, balance. Okay, wholeness, whole. The second is the location of the number of electrons in an atomic shell, because The motherboard of electricity comes from the electron, which is the divine feminine, and that code can be broken down even in Genesis too. And so that's really what it's. So did that sound so? I mean, again, it's if you're trying to manage bloodline, you should be able to break this stuff down. But do that sound so kid like, so childish? So no. I think that's the only one I could break down. And I'm telling you that throughout this whole book, all this stuff like that, that's nothing. It's like throughout the whole entire book. And I say, God, can I teach this? Can I do this? Can I get that out? If it's a yes, if I get like this crazy feeling like don't do it because they on your head, then I say, okay, I let it go. They on your head because they're trying to change the timeline. So don't go out, say this, don't go do that, don't go da. Just work on yourself, work on your healing and forgiveness of yourself and forgiveness of others. And I'm kind of gullible and I'm trying to work on it. I'm working on it. They saying that some of these people is demons. I said, well, I thought they was just hurt humans and shit. They saying, no, these motherfuckers are, but I know about interdimensional beings and stuff. The thing is, I see humans as interdimensional beings. So just because you're a human, you're still a spiritual being. You're still interdimensional being. I've said that. All humans are interdimensional. I've said that on record, even in videos. And so that's an aspect of that. Now, remember, there's different types of light. You got your infrared, ultraviolet, negative green, harmonic gold. So that's what the codes in the Bible, they talk about different forms of light, even within the verses. And, you're telling humanity these things. And so when people open up portals for like Saturn and they thinking that, okay, this great darkness is going to come up. We're going to be able to rule the world. That's not, if your equation didn't get add up, then yeah, Luciferic beings or these morning stars could come through. Even angelic, from literally the angelic kingdom.
Okay, I'm back. I didn't quite mean to play it that long. Yeah, but I'm back now. So let's we said Shorty, you find this out, please stop tripping gang. Okay. I'm not tripping. But Donnie's Bully said yes, Donnie needs to come out. He need to come out all the way and just drop the remix to We Fall Down. He sure do. I don't see why he not dropping the remix to We Fall Down. Shit. We fall down, bend over as up. We fall down, face down as up. We fall down, but we get up. We fall down the way we like to fuck. We fall down, but we get up. We fall down, face down as up. And they like I'm telling you, we used to do a whole dance with that one. They got a whole new one too. For a saint is just a sinner who fell down, face down as up. And then you literally do the dance, face down as up. Ooh, they say they got that lawsuit with him doing that. They say that's what he was doing. Telling you, that kind of ruined my childhood because I'm telling you, that's like that song, face, the uh, we fall down. I'm telling you, we had a whole dance with it, just like how we did Bulldog. Remember a Bulldog, say what? A Bulldog, a Bulldog. My name is Jenny, a Bulldog, and I'm here to show you a Bulldog, how to rock that Bulldog. And first you shake it, don't break it, and then you roll it, control it, and then you pop it, don't stop it, and then you tick it, get with it, and then you slide to the left, and then you slide to the right, and then you freeze, nigga, please. Abuda, abuda, say what? Abuda, abuda, say. That's my favorite thing to do as a kid. First you take it, get with it, and then you roll it, control it, and then you pop it, don't stop it, and then and then you slide to the left, and then you slide to the right, and then you freeze, nigga, please. Abuda, abuda, and say what? So after that song, then that's when we used to do. We fall down, then we get up, and then we used to do disco. That's the way we disco. Disco. That's the way they disco. Say something. Yeah, say. I'ma stomp my feet, disco. I'ma do something, clap my feet, disco, and then do the freak, disco, the freaky freak, disco, the freaky, freaky, freaky. That used to be our the ISCO story. I'm trying to think of the lyrics. I had to actually Google because I said, yo, that's like 20 years 20 years ago. I can't longer than that, 25 years ago. So I'm like, damn, I remember we used to do that in the hood. Do they still do that now, these kids these days? Do they still do that? But right after we would do DISCO, then we would do the Bulldog, then we would do Donnie McClurkin's song, We Fall Down and We Get Up. He was in that category. I'm telling you, as kids. We fall down. And then the black kids would get on the ground and then grab each other. We would cross over the hands and then pull each other up by our weight, by each other's weight, and saying and on that part when we get up, your ass better be on them 2 feet again. And we get up, and your ass better be on them 2 feet again. So you had to get down quick. If you was at the Maston Buffalo, everybody know the Maston Park. That's the hood over there. That's the belt. That's what we used to do. I remember clear as day. I got an excellent ass memory with certain things. And that I remember. We fall down, we get on the ground, but we get up. We fall down. But now they got the remix. And so that one is very inappropriate for children to do, for Negro children to do. Can't get on the floor, bend down, ass up, face down, ass up. We can't even do the song no more, you know? But let's talk about these crystals that's in the Bible. Let's wrap this up. Because they say that, they love to demonize anything they see the women's doing, child. And they don't be reading shit. Face down as up. For I might have to do a song on that. I'm working on an album. I'm doing my little album. Real talk. I'm doing a whole album. So I might just, we might want to do a remix of that, an interlude of me playing around. I ain't gonna be serious though, but I'll bust out a song on your ass. We fall down, but we get up. We fall down, bend over, ass up. We fall down, face down, ass up. For a saint is just a sinner who fell down, face down, ass up. Ooh, face down, ass up. I get a Negro spirit. Face down. No, I ain't stop. I ain't gonna, I gotta realize that was a church song. Let me get beside myself. I wouldn't dare put that on my album. I'm just playing with it. Face down, ass up. I'm totally kidding. Oh, take a joke. Take a joke. No, but no, serious. I wouldn't put that on my album. Just, but they, man, I'm like, man. But they was sitting up there saying that crystals are not in the Bible, and yeah, they are. And so, once again, that's why people is calling all these pastors. Y'all don't be teaching shit. Y'all know, y'all don't be teaching shit. They running around here scolding, and I'm looking like, I'm telling you, I didn't need no verse I said, I know I will find crystals in the Bible. When I heard them, they was demonizing these women. They got these videos of these women playing with their crystals. They look at these demons. Look at this darkness on them. Look at this Satan on them. And I'm like, I'm looking at these videos of these men up there dragging these women. And I said, I don't need. I said, God, I already give me the verse. Pull out the verse because I already know it's in there. I already know. I don't need no ifs, ands, or buts or nothing. I know I'm gonna find crystals in the Bible. I know I have to. And God said, well, what makes you think you so sure about that? What makes the fuck you think you? I said, because they come from the fucking earth with electromagnetic earth. And in some of these crystals, they represent grid prisms. It ain't about worshiping and idolizing and putting them up on your altar. I don't think people were doing all of that. But I know for a fact that if some of these crystals can carry electric charge, which means you could put an ohm meter on them and electricity is coming off of them, or the frequencies of them. Like if you take colloidal silver for one, how many of you Negroes, when you was growing up with your grandma, she used to put silver coins or silver coins in the water on a nightstand and make you drink it as a kid, or even copper. Why was she putting silver coins in the water? If you lucky, you might have got gold. You might have got a gold. You might have got a gold harmonics on that ass if you was lucky. But you know you was gonna get silver water as a kid. Why was you getting silver water? Because of colloidal silver, and because of how they used to cleanse out. Read up on colloidal silver, and don't drink so. I'm not talking about turning blue. Be smart now. But you would have to drink gallons upon gallons upon gallons to turn blue. But back in the day, Mima, Nana, Madeir, however you want to say it, they used to see that glass with that water with them silvers on it, with them quarters in there because of colloidal silver. That was her way of making colloidal silver. Because back in those days, the coins had real silver in them. Real silver, 99.9% silver. So that's back in the day. Same with the copper. Yep. So how many of you grew up drinking it? How many of you grew up even today having colloidal silver? How many of you today have it? Electric charge, understanding ions and the way the ion process of the Bible. I mean, of the body rather. Oh, Bible body, Freudian slip. Um, how many of you have colloidal silver right now when you get sick? I bought a whole gallon of colloidal silver during that COVID shit. I didn't know what was going on. And when I had got sick like that in 2021, and everybody know I was sick like a dog, people thought I was gonna die. I thought I was gonna die when I was sick like that. Yeah, people begging me to go to the hospital. I ain't going. I said they're gonna kill me in there. I believe in cremation. I believe in very natural, holistic things. And so when something was gonna happen, I'm like shit. So if something gonna happen, I'm gonna be in my bed. Because our medicine is either you fast and get well, or you fast and die. That's literally our medicine take. Now I can break down the science of that. You could read up on Dr. Eric and Dr. Sebi's work, but Dr. Eric provides a framework on that, on fasting and how that's your natural way of your body as far as autophagy and cleansing out toxic cells and rejuvenating with your whole entire cellular system within 72 hours. And that's why you see them 40-day fast. Remember when Yeshua said, well, even when you get possessed by a spirit or an entity take over you, one aspects of your archetypes of your chambers of your mind, what do you say? That one don't come out by faith, prayer, and fasting alone. Sometimes you just gonna have to fast. Real talk. That's what he meant by it. Even with certain inflammatory imbalances, your only way is most likely is going to be fasting. You do your herbs and stuff. You do herbs and stuff first, and that may get it. It may not, but if for as far as tranquilizing the body, so as far as like a short circuit, your best bet is fasting, and either you gonna get better or you gonna die. And when I got sick in 2021 like that, everybody, I thought I was a goner. What did I have? I had me some colloidal silver and some copper and shit, and some herbs. I did do a lot of when I say oregano, turmeric, baking soda, believe it or not, to bring back alkaline. I just did some baking soda too to draw a lot of that acidity in the gut. And I knew it was an imbalance somewhere, or COVID, or they because COVID was going around at that time. 'Cause I got real scared, but that was in 2021. I got better though, but I had used that little silver. But when people say, "Ain't no crystals in the Bible," I already knew that sounded crazy as hell, because I know in Jacobian culture, I know it ain't about having crystals like putting your power into no crystal, because the crystal is not having no power. But you can channel ley lines and grid lines with crystals and certain information that we know as angelic beings. And so there was no way, like, to me, I'm just like, why are they saying that? It's weird. But then you got to realize that, you know, like people was calling out, the church had been teaching these type of things. But let's go and review it. So we're going to go to the New Testament and the Old Testament. Which one you want to do first? Let's do y'all the New Testament first. So in the New Testament, there are crystals mentioned in the Bible. And so in Revelation 18:21, you see the wall was made of jasper. What is jasper? A crystal. And the city itself of pure gold, as pure as glass. Now, foundations of the city walls were adorned with every type of precious stone. The first foundation was jasper, the second sapphire, the third chalcedony, the fourth emerald, the fifth sardonyx, the sixth carnelian, the seventh chrysolite. And the angel came to me and told me about chrysolite some years ago. That's how I knew. I said, I know these motherfuckers is tripping. I know what crystals got to be in the Bible. Because I said, why is the angel coming to me about chrysolite? I seen the texture of it, the spelling of it. I never even heard of chrysolite. The texture of it, the spelling of it, all of it in a dream. Like, boom, go get this. And it was real. I looked it up, and that sure enough, it was actually real. The 8th beryl, the 9th topaz. How many of you niggas got topaz right now? How many of you like topaz? The 10th chrysoprase, the 11th jacinth, the 12th amethyst. Oh, come on now. How many of you love amethyst? Amethyst, come on. And that's even more. Now let's look up crystal amethyst. It's right there. This is the New Testament. So all these people got all these videos with misinformation, shaming women for crystals, because we understand the true teachings of Yeshua. Man, I'm telling you, the things I've been with crystal, this amethyst right here, this is, man, if you got a poor circulation in your, man, do I get this out as an angel? Do I get that information out? It's already out there, but it's like, dude, I used to have like, I used to put that shit on my leg. Every time I had pain in my leg, put that, man, boom. Because these things carry electric charge. You ever go into a jade? You ever went into a building made of jade? You can build a structure and you could put jade in it. I've been in one of them little glue things, them little spot things. The whole thing was made of jade. You could feel the energy. Because these crystals are millions of years old. And you gotta think something. It comes from fossilized. What's in the ground? What's in the earth that can make something that pretty? That fossilized, something that's been fossilized, information data. When you take a quartz, you can put tetrabytes upon mega tetrabytes and nanoseconds of information on quartz. Everybody should know that by now. You could take a crystal, that's The quartz, let's look at quartz. You could put information data literally on this and as a chip, as a computer chip. But let me tell you this. That's pretty much what planet Earth was. This is what's inside of planet Earth. Crystals with data information. If you could take information and put it on a chip, on a quartz, and then put it in your computer and retrieve it, and it's already in the Earth, what the hell do you think that is? That's already in planet Earth. That's how I knew I would find it in the Bible. I already knew. I said, oh, y'all motherfuckers is crazy. I already know I'm going to find it in the Bible. And that's Revelations 2020. Look at topaz. Let's look at topaz. Boom. Let's look at carnelian. Boom. Is that out of crystal? What it came out. What you say? That's not. Oh, what's the excuse now? Hmm? Hmm? Because you wanted to teach about prosperity gospel. It was it. What you was demonizing crystals instead of helping your parishioners. Emerald. That's information. Information. It comes out the earth. How come it's been in there millions of years? Why is it in the Bible? And why is the new temple in Revelations talking about what's going to be built of? Now let's look at Exodus. And onyx stones and gemstones to be mounted on the ephod and breastpiece. Now let's look at onyx. How many people like onyx? Hmm? That's onyx. Because angels taught them about it. That's how I knew it was going to be in there. I'm like, what? That's like angel science 101. That book is not about, it wasn't, it's a bloodline book. I hope it becomes clear that it's about a species. I hope it comes out, it will become clear more and more if you really just see it for what it is. It's about a bloodline. It's not something you use to mind control people with and make a religion out of. How come onyx is in there? Huh? Now let's keep going. Let's go back into First Kings. She arrived in Jerusalem with a very large caravan and camels bearing spices, gold in great abundance, and precious stones. And she came to Solomon and spoke to him all that was on her mind. Let's look at Ezekiel. You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every kind of precious stone adorned you: ruby, topaz, diamond, beryl, onyx, and jasper, sapphire, turquoise, and emerald. Your mountings and settings were crafted in gold, prepared on the day of your creation. This is Ezekiel. There's no crystals in the Bible? Let's look at jasper. Because these represent, excuse me, these represent data, earth records. Like there's certain beings that can hold this and tap into all. Like you ever had Super 7 and then your pineal gland pop open because you could tap into the data of everything that's been in that area. So if say it's in a cave like this that's been there for millions of years or something, the tribes that's been through there, the wars, the power, the death, the animals, all of that stuff, that sludge that is in that earth, those are our records. That's what comes out of this earth. So now, idolizing it, you're not thinking that it's God, you're not thinking that it's giving you power. No, but you understand the data that's in there in the ley lines and grit lines and how to form new awareness with it, or even a new reality. And there's different types of jasper. Look at the different types of jaspers. That's just different types of jasper. They got Dalmatian jasper. How many of you use that? Yellow jasper. Picasso Moldavite jasper. Red jasper. And the carnelian is an agot. So that will mean all agots. Carnelian is an agot. Amethyst is a quartz. That means why? So one quartz. What are we doing here? And then like you see, and let's look at this. After watering the garden flowed from Eden, from there it was separated into headwaters. The name of this verse is Pishon. It wins through the entire land of Havilah, where there is gold. The gold of the land is good. Aromatic resins and onyx are also there. And this is the land of Cush. Aromatic resins. What's aromatic resins? Oh, for those who want to know what verse is that, I believe that's in Genesis. Genesis 10, I believe. Resin. Frankincense. Those are resins. So y'all also be demonizing women who had these too. Oh, they lighting incense, they doing this, they doing that, they doing that. It's in the Bible, in Genesis. I'm not telling people to do this because it doesn't matter, is the point. It's just that if someone is using their very book to demonize another group of people and they not even reading their own book. Like you look foolish coming to an angel and other beings talking, oh, see, that witch got crystal. They got, oh, look at that crystal. Well, that's that demon, that's Satan. And then we can go and pull up in your very book in the New Testament and Old Testament. But you sitting in the church listening about $40 million jets and shit. And want to come to us with the nonsense. So somebody got some explaining to do. And go. And so obviously gold is, a lot of people just like they do colloidal silver, they'll do colloidal gold. I do a lot of colloidal gold myself. Yes, I drink colloidal gold. Colloidal gold mixed with, they got all types of, I do colloidal palladium, I do colloidal platinum. I have done colloidal platinum. There's a whole mixture. I'm not a fan of the copper because of the way it affects my body, but colloidal copper is good too. It just makes me feel, it is so harsh. It cleanses though. Colloidal copper is good too. Colloidal silver, colloidal gold, colloidal. Yeah. Yeah, you could drink colloidal gold. And you could play the frequency of gold. There's a frequency that the gold resonates at that you can also play too. I'm not telling people what to do. I'm just saying that when someone is, like people should fact check, I'm seeing, I literally saw people putting, women in their videos talking about oh my gosh, look at these devils they're playing with a crystal. And it would be the same crystal that's in the Bible. And I'm like, what? Like it would be an amethyst crystal. And they sitting there and I'm just looking like, well, how come I could find the verses that saying it's good? It says onyx are also there. The gold of the land that is good. Precious stone adorn you. In Ezekiel 28:13. Every kind of precious stone adorned you. Ruby, topaz, diamond, beryl, onyx, and jasper, sapphire, turquoise, and emerald. Your mountings and settings were crafted in gold. And so that's why Jacobians didn't mind learning from commissions and a lot of the material things with the gold. They would crack jokes on them about that 40 years because they knew the reason why I was taking 40 years was because of their material plane. But the commissions is okay with going through that process of the physicality of planet Earth. They're okay with that. Whereas the Jacobians, it's not that they're not okay with it, because there was a group that actually go into them to learn from them. But the ascension process is much quicker because they cut out the material stuff. Not all of them, but I'm just saying the group that was the gatekeepers of that knowledge and that chief Chaldean Magi's in Chaldea, they got infiltrated with Babylonians. You can read this, it's even confirmed, but that was the area where that bloodline was from. There was original Jacobians, or they say land of Abraham, whatever. but that area is like how today, how you see the people in Egypt, is that the people that was always there. Like you see certain land masses, you clearly tell there's a different group of people there. So that's what happened with Chaldea. But what I'm saying is that those priests, those magi's, those were originally more from the Hebrew school of thought. And yes, their form of mentalism is of a chaotic blitzkrieg style, meaning that something that would take 40 years can be condensed down to 2 to 4 years if you're female, up to 10 to 13 years if you're male, including Yeshua. This is why they was really jealous of that dude. Okay, you got to go through the 40 years like the rest of us. They don't need an initiation though. It's a bloodline science, so it can be activated even from your fucking ancestors. Real talk. I don't mean to say fucking ancestors, like, but it could be activated from your ancestors doing it too. If they want you to wake up in this lifetime, it's a wrap. They will activate on that ass, or you can go through your ancient practices that the women know, the angel women, females know, the women angels know, and that's also a whole nother can of whoop ass on your ass. And you do get it within 2 to 4 years. The same process that it would take for a person 40 years to learn. And to be honest, that little rivalry, they were rubbing that in their face. And they were also asking us for our teachings and these about the nobility class, not no random ass people today. No, not nothing like the nobility class. Okay. You know this, we teach you this, you teach us that. And certain things you're not going to teach everything because some of that stuff is forbidden. It's too ancient. It's too, you can't teach it. It's pretty much, you can't teach it if you wanted to. There's no way to teach it. There's no, your kings and your ancestors and your guardians and your guardian angels, they are the custodians of that knowledge. And they will choose who in which they're going to activate it in and still not teach your ass, because some people got big ass mouths and they will go and be teaching shit and then playing it up even more. And so, real talk, they was going back and forth with each other, cracking jokes about like it's taking you 40 years to go through that shit. And some of the Chaldean magi, it still took them 40 years too. It did. Some of them, if they were slow, yeah, it did. And that would be them though. That's them going through a longer path. But if they was already a bloodliner, or if they got activated somehow, then it wouldn't take that long. It wouldn't. And that's why they get so jealous of certain women. They'll kill them because the women you ain't got to do no 40 years as no woman to learn. Not to that. Not for that science they trying to unlock. No. That's why why you think there's always an attack on women's power. And a woman did not know herself. A woman did not know the power of her womb, the power of her science, the power of her mind, the power of her intuition, the power of her soul, the power of electromagnetism, the power of the Black woman. That's why they like to hide it and abuse Black women, because they know, okay, these bitches, it's taking us 40 years to get that stuff, and we still don't even get it all right. It's still janky because it was not those magi's. Let me shut up. But but what I'm saying is the other side, that even though they reversed engineered, it's still, since it was still created by the female order, they still have some of the teachings is still there. Some of them where it can be activated quicker. That's where the gifts of the spirit come from. The gifts of how many of you got all the gifts of the spirit? All the gifts of the spirit. That's where that stuff is activated through your ancestors or your bloodline and through God and the gifts of God. And so that was just a little, again, it's like an angelic rivalry based on a school of thought off of IPUs. Like it's not serious. So if humans are taking it serious, and that's on them. But as far as like say, the school of Tahuti versus the school of Necropolis and the school of Bess and school of and its convergence with some of the Hebrew, the Chaldean Magi or Zoroastrianism, there's no beef on that level, because these are highly advanced intellects that just like to discuss ideas and discuss pathways of ascension. It's like, okay, that's your way, you did it. Okay, cool, that's cool. I'll try it. If I don't like it, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna continue doing it. Or I think that's pointless, or I don't agree with that. Okay, it's not a fight. or this is wrong, this is the only right way, you're wrong, and it's my way, or that's it. That's not how we would approach that. So when we see today that's how it's being done, that's weird to us, because this is a planet where ideas and thoughts just get discussed and pontificated on, and some ideas are better than others through the logic in the equation, who it's serving, and its role in nature. And there's a way to objectively quantify that and to verify that. And that's just how we think. Some ideas are just better than fucking others, and how you do that is through you could do that through a methodical process, and prove that through a methodical process. And that's where we at with it. It's a new idea come along, new information that sound better than what I've known in the past, or then my ideas are changed. It's not a chameleon type change either. It's just like that idea is better than what I thought. That's how you keep progressing. Okay, is that idea, the logic adds up. Yeah, I could find it in nature. Can I find it in another school of thoughts? Does it make sense? Does it serve me? And can I who is it serving? Whose agenda? What's his purpose? What's his end goal? Can it be found in nature? Is it logical? Is it empirical at the very least? If it's not empirical, what are the other methods? Your patterns recognition. And how do you triangulate that? That's it. That's all you need. You can't do nothing. You ain't gonna get nothing else. And the ideas. And so, these magi's, they knew these things, and it was funny to talk shit and to play, playful, angelic rivalries, different schools of thoughts. That's what the Tower of Babel really is. Okay, y'all all doing one damn ascension path. That's boring. You're not learning. You're not growing any if y'all just copycatting each other. Scramble all the languages up. Figure it out. Shit. Because all y'all doing is copycatting each other. You can't grow in consciousness that way. Copycatting another motherfucker. Come up, give me some creativity. Tower of Babel. That's why you got all these different languages. But then look at these niggas, how they sing and how they create. Create something new. Create new. Stop trying to formulate, and that's why we saying, that's why we tore down. That's something that Kashola Kasaya Kabaha Inskiri. That's why the music industry is going through what it went through. You can't repackage essence and light and try to copy a formula just for money. That's not how that works. When we give Negroes these gifts, why you think they know how to come up with blues, jazz, R&B, disco, rock, soul, gospel, all these different music genres, hip hop, rhythm and soul, rhythm and blues. I think I already said that. But all these different genres, they're different, but they're universal languages. It's still a universal sound of music that everybody can enjoy. But look how the different genres. That's not copycat. These are new sounds, new original, and they can't be bottled, encapsulated, and mass produced on a scale where anybody can just do that. It take a skill and it take talent. Now they want the AI to do it. That's crazy. That's crazy as hell. The AI cannot do that, cannot encapsulate that. And it take time. It's a craft. It take time. It ain't you can't. You will have to learn some things. Like right now, I'm doing me an album or whatnot. Okay, I have to sit down and know what is a bridge, what is a chorus, what is a hook. I actually have to study that now, because I'm not, even with my beats. I have to learn. Okay, what's the difference between like these tempos, like E chord, the B. I'm literally trying to study it from a sound level, because okay, this is how it sounds in E pitch. How do I change? How does it sound when I put it in F? Okay, I gotta go and actually crack open a book now and study this shit on some level. And I'm not big on fundamentals and technicality, the math of it, because I like to tune into the soul, the intuitive aspects of music. But it's still important. You better believe it. It's still important, especially like if you want to learn sheet music or how to actually play an instrument. You're gonna have to learn, the technicalities of the different chords and shit. And it is confusing. I'm like, damn, I'm like in a whole new world but it keeps my curiosity going because that's the way I can learn. I'm naturally, I come up with my beats and I'll be all over the place, but it's me, but now I have to take it slow and go back to the drawing board. I'm like, okay, what is a bridge? What is a chorus? What is, I know harmony and melody. Yeah, we know technically it's like, if you get Black kids, they're going to know how to do music with melody and harmony. They come up with call and response and all these things, all that stuff. That's natural. That's a natural gift. But the technicality, like when you hear them chords from the piano, how your voice can mimic that, and how you like, I have to learn all that. I did not even learn. Okay, I've been singing in the choir for a long time. Don't know about chest singing versus head singing. Got to go back and learn on it. They usually call it singing from your diaphragm when I was younger. I used to be so confused. Sing from your diaphragm. I don't know what the fuck that means. But that's how they used to just say it growing up. Sing from your diaphragm. Stop singing with your nose. But now we know the difference between a head and a chest voice. See, but Black Americans, they know that singing from your chest voice or through your nose is not good long term. And so they changed it to chest because they changed it to head because another group of people can't sing through their diaphragm like that. I'm not judging. I'm not being on that type of time. I'm just saying like it became less demonized once other people couldn't hang through the diaphragm. I noticed that. I said growing up, like we would singing through your nose was kind of demonized. It was. They call it singing through your head now, but I'm like, I remember I used to get so demon. That's probably why I didn't sing as much because it was like, okay, that's singing through. You're not singing through your diaphragm. Singing through your diaphragm. Sing through your. That's all I heard growing up, and I'm like, what the hell does that mean? And they used to be like, you see, her this voice right here. This voice ain't gonna last long because they're not singing from. They using their head. The technique is terrible. And I used to be like, what are they talking about? And these were just Black people in the hood. And like that technique is terrible. That singing technique, and it's going to cost them long term. They're not going to have that. They're not going to be able to keep that up if they don't work on it. And I guess that's why Black people used to tell me growing up, sing through your diaphragm, sing through your I'm telling you, sing through your diaphragm. Stop singing through your head, or know how to transition the range. Now, it's something. If a high pitched note, yeah, you probably could get away with the head thing in certain contexts. But I'm telling you, growing up around Negroes, that was very much frowned upon technique. And so when I was learning the new techniques this time, I'm saying they making it seem like I said, when did that change? Growing up, I said they call that head. I said, is that the same thing where and I'm trying to learn it. And I said, well, damn. But I said, well, it's a craft, and so I'm learning these, music anew, so to speak, on a deeper level. It's either that I have to go through and build up that skill set like any other motherfucking skill set. I'm not gonna cheat and just okay, let me just use the AI. Is bad enough. I'll be using the electronics. So I said, well, shit, go and learn a damn lesson, the instrument and stuff. Because and then I'm trying to learn this technicality because I said I'm making this album. I don't know much about, how to do these ad libs and okay, I know the intro and outro of a song, but then it's like, do you do your verse first and then your bridge and your chorus? And for me, again, I'll do anything. I'll experiment with anything. I'm against. I can break all rules if I feel like I want to. But also, I do respect what's already been done by others, and I want to understand it. As far as like, okay, this is the conventional way, not even conventional, but the structured way. And I want to study who it come from and how it came to be. Because I know that when we was listening to that stuff with them choirs, that was powerful music, you know, listening to some of that. And I'm like, how did they come up with them harmony structures? And I remember even growing up, that kid I was telling you about that was 16 years old talking about that fried chicken. He created he created a song, Help Me Jesus to make 199 and a half on do. Now, there was already a song called 99 and a half on do, but he totally remixed this song, like on levels I've never heard of. I didn't even know that he did that. I thought that it was already in existence. I went online to look for it. I'm looking, we asked him for the tape, for the song, for the CD, and he's trying to explain to us, and we are 13, 14 years old. He said, I came up with this on my own. It was so amazing and immaculate that we didn't even believe it, but he did. I'm still looking for he was not lying about this. Everybody was like, nah, you lying. You ain't come up with that. Because the way he taught the choir, he taught 3 different parts. For tenor, a soprano, and alto, gave us different parts, told us how to sing it, and then put it all together the way he composed it. But it was not quite call and response. It was like that part where um somebody they sing in 3 different parts of a song, and then all at the end they come together. I don't know what that technique is called, and I'm trying to think. The only song I could think of. Remember that song, "His Grace is Sufficient for Me," and then you had the alto saying, "His American power is sufficient for me," and then the sopranos are singing, "His grace is sufficient for me," and then you hear the tenor singing, "You can plan about it is sufficient for me." But at the end, everybody is singing "for me." At the end of that, this dude at 16 did that same type of thing with that song 99 and a half won't do. But he broke it down. He made it like kind of like hip hop, but still kept that part of it, this real Negro spiritual aspect of it at 16 years old. And he asked the pastor, he said, "I just want to teach him this." He said, I came up with this. I've been thinking about this for a whole month, and I want to teach them this. And can we sing it? It was so amazing. He let us sing it. But like, that's when we realized we were dealing with a musical genius. Then they had this kid that couldn't read sheet music that was like special needs, visibly special needs, like couldn't talk, walking all, crazy looking, and it could hear a song and instantly know it. Could hear anything, it can instantly just play it on a piano. And that was our piano player. And he was musty as hell, but talented. Oh my gosh. He couldn't even talk. He wasn't even, talking because he was special needs. He wouldn't even talk, really. He couldn't, form sentences, but he could hear anything. And when churches would forget their piano players, they would come and it's like they would come to church and like say, they'd be like, "We don't have our piano player, we don't have." And then the dude, he would be like, "Just start playing it a cappella," and he said, "And I'll pick up on it." Like he would murmur it or write it out because we couldn't really understand what he was saying. But he would just all you could hear is what he would say is a cappella. Like his his English was so bad. But that church would start singing the song, and he would listen to it. We could hear his. I would watch him, and his mind would just be like scanning, like just studying, like their voices, the nature of whatever. And then he would just start playing the piano, like it was a part of the song. And I remember it was the church choir. It wasn't our church choir. It was another church who piano player didn't show up. Something happened, but they was shocked. They was like, "How did he do that?" And nobody, I don't know. That's just what he do. They don't know because he was audibly special. He was visibly special needs. So people, when he walked up to the piano and everybody is looking at him like, "Whoa, he don't know our music. We don't know. He doesn't know how to read sheet music. There's no way he's going to be able to catch up and play. Like we just gonna have to sing it a cappella." I'll never forget. He was like, "We'll just sing it a cappella." Um, and he walked up to that piano and just listened for a minute as it was studying them and just listening and watching the choir director, and then just started playing the song. And then it matched the original song though. It was like, and we kept asking him, "How did you know it?" But we saw him do that. Like I would play, and then in our church we were again. Those with Jacobian science is more of a mental thing, and now that I realize that church was more of based on a Hebrew science because they were actually labeled, they were named after an Old Testament prophecy. That church that I went to, so they kind of knew that, and they had a lot of purple and gold in there. Certain things, but you could tell in the church either burgundy and white or purple and gold, and you could kind of know that they know that that's one of the churches that safeguard and secret Hebrew knowledge. That's how you could tell the way they'll run it. And those churches do tend to be more on the secular side, but they still believe in Jacobian science. So that means like what I was saying, like you invest in the youth, the church as a governance structure for your local community to help. Like those are certain tenets that we just believe in. And so that was one of those churches that was gatekeeping that sacred knowledge. And you could tell just from the way it was ran. It was a lot of mentalism in there, a lot of high science. Not perfect, but I'm just saying just the way it's ran. And but what we would do is like because of the way that that's ran, and because it's more of a social cohesion, and that relationships with God is personal thing, and that's an personal understanding, then the youth being able to express and be themselves is important. So when the youth would like when that piano player would, be sitting around, I ain't gonna hold you. We would bring him all the songs that we heard on the radio. I remember we was playing, we would play the song Unbreakable, and then we would have him play it. Like any song that had a piano in it, it doesn't matter if it was R&B, whatever it was, we didn't care. We would play it in the church and tell him to play it. Now, obviously, this was during our Bible studies or youth session, so it wasn't during a sermon. It was during our youth group. So during our youth group, we would be like, so and so play this song, play. We couldn't get enough of him playing any song with a piano in it, Michael Jackson, anything, and he would play it right in there. And then we had a different section with a piano in a church, and we would have him play all the songs, and he would teach me. He taught me how to play that Mozart piece. I know that kind of by heart just from him. He taught me that, and then I wanted to learn some of them chords. I think it was he taught me how to do but that's real easy. They say that's kind of I forgot what they call those chords. That's real easy to learn. That he would listen to that one time, and I remember we played it. And we was like, play this. We used to play all of her Alicia Keys songs and say, play this. And then he would listen to it, and he would be like, "Oh, that one's easy," and he would just be like, he would just pick up on it naturally. Like that was our favorite to get him to play. Diary. That's why I remix. That's why I call myself trying to do the beats and stuff and sing Alicia Keys. That was my favorite album as a kid. And Larry, I just said his name, damn. But growing up, he would play all those songs and teach me how to play them chords. And so those songs stuck in my head. That was a very popular album growing up as a kid for me 20 years ago. And so we would that's why I said, well, let me just sing some songs from my childhood that I really like growing up. So that's why I had did the Alicia Keys song with I did 3 of her different songs from my favorite album as a kid. Literally just because it brought back memories of Larry teaching me the chords from them songs, like do 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 the diary. He used to play that in the church like it was nothing and teach us, and we would be like, "Teach us, Larry." But so that's a natural gift. He was naturally gifted in that. He couldn't read sheet music. He just, and anybody that cracked you go in your inner child or your inner soul, that those gifts come out. And that's how that dude, the other dude that I said was 16, that was teaching us how to sing 99, 99, 99, 99, 99 and a half. And he had the tenor singing something else, and the sopranos and the alto singing something else. But the way he did that was mind blowing. That's somebody with a real talent. And obviously, I think the industry kind of swooped him up. I think they were trying to, at least very early, because that's a real gift. Because he did drums and he did piano too, but he could sing, but he could write music and compose music. And so it was a lot of gifted people in that youth choir. I could sing. I used to write songs too as a kid. And so I never did instrument though, but I used to write and sing. And so it was a lot of us that did. A lot of us, either they were playing drums or um you know, playing around with the piano, was really good at it, or just sing. So that when he did that, I was like, wow. And see, everybody was like, you didn't come up with that on your own. I remember the adults was like, he didn't come up with that on his own. It was so genius. It was so genius. And he taught us it. We sung that song. It was actually one of our favorite songs. But we actually thought it was a song on the radio, and that he just wouldn't tell us. But he kept he said, yes, this is a song. 99 and a half is a song. 99 and a half won't do. That is the actual song, but he took it and did something totally wild with it and taught it to us. And they was accusing him of taking the idea or that they was saying that he couldn't have came up with it. And that's just not true. You hear all types of genius gospel songs. You ever listen to that song, The Fire Next Time? And you ever hear that part where they where he's going, it's a part in The Fire Next Time. I don't know. I hope I don't get copyright for playing that song. I want to play it so bad. I think we'll be okay. If it gets removed, it's because I had to remove it. But I'm gonna try to play Fire Next Time on here real quick, and then I'm gonna wrap this up because we do got to get to that. I want to do the other video. I really want to, if I can get to it, I really want to do the video with helping a Black business. And they could think I'm overstepping my boundaries. I'm not. I'm only operating out of love, and they'll feel that because I know sometimes I could be a negative Nancy, but um, I do like to. I want to give encouragement to Black business as well. Just like I want to give solutions for the Black church too. But this song right here, like I'm talking about the composition of it. Like it's a skill behind this stuff. And so that's why I respect it. So when I see like that industry come along and take the purity out of something that is a gift to this group of people, you say Negroes, like I also was curious, and I was asking, I would ask the youth that are going independent, that are looking more so like how do they revamp music. Study how Motown recorded stuff. Don't copy Motown though, right? Don't copy Motown, don't copy the industry, don't copy what they did as a company. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying like, you know how they had all this amazing Motown talent and they had a recording style. I'm curious, and I'm saying this for myself too. I'm curious as to how the recording style was because it sounds so natural and organic. You want to be able to hear that Negro voice. What I'm hearing today, and I'm working on this myself, is finding my natural, learning how to sing in my natural voice instead of trying to mimic the way, like whatever song you sing and you try to sound like whoever the person is singing the song. That's a very bad habit of mine. And so like I'm learning, okay, well, how do you find you can sing any song you want, but how do you sing it in your natural tone, your natural key from the gift that God, from the voice of you? And that's a skill set, and that requires like knowing what feels natural to what naturally will come out. How would you sing it if you didn't hear it from them? How would you sing it? And what's in your range? And what is in your range? And so that's something that I'm learning. But when I hear now, it sounds a little digital, and that's why I didn't care for a lot of the auto tunes. Like I don't put auto tunes on my voice. Like even when I did the Shete Ra, that's is me. That's honestly, I have a digital, what's it called, an analog recorder. I don't have good studio equipment at all. I can admit that. It's not good studio equipment at all. It's literally an analog recorder. Like it's not even it don't have Wi-Fi or nothing like that. It's just a recorder. I sing on it. If I don't even hold it properly, the sound is off. It's not no high tech stuff. If I wish I could get, maybe I'll learn more about. I don't know much about that stuff, so I have to learn with all those gadgets and trinkets and all this stuff. It's so much to know, you know. But I'm up for it. I'm up for it. I'm not going to take, I could obviously just put a whole album out and probably in a week using the AI stuff, but that's not musical craft to me, you know. I want to actually, okay, well, how do I was a little intimidated by writing. Not that I can't write, because I know the least of my worries is writing. My concern was not understanding song structure, like transitioning from verse to a chorus or to a hook or to a bridge, and then harmony and melody. That's the part that I'm trying to get more understanding of. But it's not the fact that I don't think. I mean, I used to write poetry and I used to write songs as a kid. So, and I write books. Like I've written a lot of books, like a lot in a short amount of time. And all of the ideas came out of my head, and I can prove that, like the Nike philosophy, that's not AI. Like that's me actually. That's my hands that had to write that. I wrote it out on paper first, and then put it on a computer. Maybe I shouldn't have put it on the computer, but I'm just saying, like that's what it did, out of my knowledge base or lack thereof. But learning that to me is it's I don't just that I feel like it's a better way of developing that skill versus just now I have to go back and study, or what is this all? How do I transition from the verse into the bridge into the chorus? So I'm listening to other music though, because if I had to do it from ear from a very organic sense, then I'd do that. So I was like, well, if I listen to Motown or study how Motown was recording, I want me personally, and I hope the youth also start to, how did like the recording style itself, not the sound or copying the sound, because we got to evolve stuff. We can't just say, well, we don't like what's coming out now. Let's just go back to, we have to evolve it. The Negro creates new genres of music. They create new sounds. They create experimentations. That's what it's about. We went from blues into jazz, into ragtime, into funk, that don't mean, that it has to evolve. Now, if that's not happening, then we got to have a bigger conversation. That means what the fuck went on. And that's why the industry was going through so much of this stuff that it went through, because it's like, okay, it haven't evolved past money. And then another vulture group that's not of our bloodline at all has infiltrated this sound, has infiltrated the pockets, have infiltrated the gifts of the Most High and the way that God gave it to her children. And they just worried about money and owning control and masters and publishing over somebody else's shit. That's like controlling and wanting image, name, and likeness over someone else's gift. Some of these people are gifted, some of them are not. Some of them just, plants and sellouts or whatever. You can look at it however you want to. But I'm saying that group there is a group of people that God is very much aware of what we're talking about. That group that got usurped, accountability on both sides. But what we're saying is there was predatorial behavior towards that group of people and their gifts. Predatorial, sign a contract, get this deal, and making it, not telling them what it really was, selling out their gifts, and they don't know what it really is about, and then trying to control and harness them and steal from them for generations to live off of their gift. And a gift that comes from God, that is a Hebrew science, heka. And you see the word 400, the word singing occur in the Bible over 400 times. And you see the way the Negroes sing in church, and you see the way that they come up with all these different types of music. And then these motherfuckers come around and want people in these crazy ass contracts and fucking them over and stealing their light and dimming their light. And then if you don't want to play the game, they still dimming your light, still fucking you over. And so we have a serious problem. So either we gonna come out from among them in all assets. You will come out from among them like we've been telling your motherfucking ass, and you're gonna believe in yourself, and you're gonna rebuild anew, and for the kingdom of God within and within yourself and for yourself, or you gonna continue to go that route, and your equation not gonna add up. That's all I'm gonna say. Your equation is not gonna add up, because you can't say that you this. We're gonna break down equations. I'm gonna do a whole video on that. You can't say that you chosen people and then say that someone is a devil and they a group of the devil. But then you work with them, then you go and sign with them, then you go and do these things. Your equation is all over the place as a people, and it's gonna cost a lot of punishment for some really good people that don't deserve it, because the equations are fucked up. So we're gonna talk about equations. We ain't gonna do it in this video. That's way too intricate. That'll be way too long. But yeah, these and again, accountability is on all sides, because if you don't know your self-worth, that's what happens when you're looking for validation from a group of people that's never gonna validate you, and looking for money to validate you or whatever it is. You have to be more concerned with ownership and control over your narratives and your reality and your very livelihoods over comfortability within another person's system that has made it clear as day that they hate you. Yeah, they're gonna come around now and try to appease you because another force is here, but you be careful, because you can fall for it and go along with it, but they can never pivot you into your own truth, into your own sovereignty and authenticity, because it's not based on that. They whole concern is control, mind control. Their whole concern is kill, steal, and destroy. So if you don't have discernment, you will still get caught up. or if you use your ego because you don't like the person, or because you're jealous of someone or whatever, and then you still go pivot and go to them because you know that that's the side that you feel as appears to have the power, even though it's clear as day a perception thing, an illusion. Then don't complain when the hammer gets slapped down on your asses. The equation is not right. Individually, you can fix your own equation individually, but I'm saying collectively the equation is not right. And I'll break that. The equation is I can break it down. I mean, it's gonna blow your mind, some of the stuff I got for y'all, that the traps that is being put out, that even the church is falling into, as far as the equation's not adding up. And that's why you see that, like, when you look at it and like, okay, so their equations make more sense. It may be more cruel, but the other side got a better equation as far as the way that they program in a reality. And Black people's equations are not, um, they're not logical at this point collectively. I'll break it down. When I break it down and they fall on deaf ears, or somebody, I love the shadow ban me and act like I'm crazy, don't know what I'm talking about. Y'all go ahead and do that. But when don't say you weren't warned, because we won't. I'm gonna give out that game, and then I'm closing the door on that, because the actions will let me know whether what side they truly on, and what side that's just my test of seeing where people lie. Because if the equation is just that, like we said, God will give you wisdom that nobody can contradict, and that's a fact. And the equations, how you measure that, is the equations. Now, once we break that down, and we'll see where they go. You'll see who's pivoting. You'll see it. You have to see it through discernment. You're not going to see it through no social media, no virality effects, no validation from men and society and what's popular. Because what's popular is what's social engineered, and usually somebody else's agenda anyways. But study that Motown sound, and try to keep, if you're going to do this natural stuff, as far as like bringing back certain music sounds or whatever, don't be afraid to experiment and to play with new sounds, combine stuff. I was combining Sanskrit and R&B and gospel. I don't care. I just do, just do what feels right, because that's how you evolve a sound. You evolve it. You don't have to stay the same. You could come up with a new genre, just like how they had house music, disco. House music is still pretty jumping, Um, neo soul, like, it's certain sounds, it has a sound. And so don't be afraid to experiment with certain things at all, not at all. Combine certain genres, but make sure you have ownership and control over your sound, and over, the next time we do these new genres, because there's going to be a time where you create new genres. Don't be so quick to go to them and get validated. They can't. The only thing they have to pay you to lose. The only thing they could do is pay you to lose. How they pay you to lose? Pay you rig the game. Pay you to lose a boxing game. Pay you to lose a football game. Pay you to lose to put out shitty ass music. Pay you to put out stuff that's poisoning your community. Pay you to lose. They have to pay you to sell out. That's their warfare against you. Money. You still can't see it. You make money, you're a middleman, but you got a bug in your ass about Yeshua telling you the kingdom of God is within, telling you greater work shall you do than me. But these weirdo assholes is talking about money, money, money. You made money your God. You made money your obsession. And they know it's a curse, and the angels will be giving credence to do it. If you're doing something that God or the devil don't like, you in fucking big trouble. And ask me how the fuck I know. Okay? And this is really what this planet is at. I'm sending the warning. I'm telling you. That's like how Homeboy said, this planet is going to be penalized far more than anything that they can withstand, because of the equations all jacked up like that. It ain't because of nobody punishing or no curse or that. The curse is usually a spiritual malediction of the equation that's awry, a vector space that got programmed algorithmically wrong. That's usually all it means. Or somebody pissed and mad, and they got enough it's science or soul power, soul kinetic energy to change forces. Yeah, some people got some more to that. Chief priests and scribes and Chaldea magi. Some people have, they have clearance or an authority over principalities over certain jurisdictions. You can get mad about it. They're not even human. What the fuck you getting mad about? Go take that up with God. You can't do nothing about that. I can't do nothing about that. It's just like this is like how you understand the power of Saturn. The fuck you gonna do? It's a satellite. What the fuck are you gonna do? I'm just saying for people who know, who work with that, who understand planetary alignment, who understand the laws of prisms, not prisons, prisms, universal laws. Some people even have clearance to change that shit. But if they do or they don't, you can't do nothing about it. You just gonna be a mad motherfucker at somebody else's power. And that's all you see today. And that's all you see today is a motherfucker upset at another group of people because of their powers. And they gotta convince you, gaslight you 24/7 that you don't have no power, that you don't know nothing, that you ain't nothing. But really you are everything. That's what these motherfuckers is doing, paying you to lose. Need you obsessed with their system, totally brainwashed, gone. But the soul is pure, but your soul knows what's right. You don't have to have an indoctrination or a book to tell you that. And that's really what Yeshua was trying to tell motherfuckers. Real talk. But yeah, that Motown sound, study that how natural that sound. Because today I see the kids, they got talent. They got real talent. But it's like they voice sound digital. It's something, it's the way it's recorded. I don't know what kind of recording device, something that's making it, if the electronics itself is making it kind of sound like digitized. It don't sound, or maybe it's AI. I don't know, but like whatever I was listening to, I'm like, you want to hear the soul through it. I don't. You maybe more simpler recording gear. Like I don't know what it is. It's something that's altering the voice. It has an unnatural. Sometimes it's cool to have that mastering. They had an engineer master the song, but some of that I don't know. I want to scientifically study how Motown was recording they shit. Because they didn't have all when you hear some of these songs, I was born by the river. You know how you hear that, I think that's what is that El Green or some cook. Change gonna come, or Donny Hathaway's someday we'll all be free. Like you hear the way it's recorded and it just sounds real natural. Someday you could hear the Negro in it. What I'm hearing now, I need to hear some Negro. It don't have to sound old or dated. It can sound up to date. I'm just saying do something new, but study the way that stuff was recorded. If it was real simple, keep it simple. Don't add all that stuff to your voice and making it like auto tune and making it digital with all this different weird mastering. Keep that sound a little natural. Like, and I have to learn that too because like I said, I'm learning this stuff anew. I'm like, damn, I don't know nothing about all these electronics. All this stuff is confusing. I'm intimidated. I don't know, but at the same time, I have to tap into my ancestral musicality. I know if I could figure it out, but I have to develop that skill like any other skill. That's all you got to do is believe in ourselves enough to trust. Like, okay, we'll come up with new genres. We'll come up with new things again, and we'll hold it this time. We'll honor it this time. We're not giving it out. We'll develop new frameworks. We'll get a private server and develop and build our own streaming company or vinyl company, our own stuff again. That's what you just have to believe in, no matter how small, but you have to circulate it. You can't push originators out though and be haters. That crab in the barrel mentality, that's gonna be the death of and all that industry plant shit. Them being able to put out any Joe Schmo and tell you that it's talent when good and hell we know what real talent look like. But because that real talent won't sell out their gifts from God no more, or because they don't want to be all in that dark ass industry, then we get to see some bullshit that they telling us is talent. They putting out anybody. I don't want to see that shit. You should have exposed my generation to no damn James Brown then, because I don't care. I don't care how much you say those people did this, they did that, they did this. Okay, okay, they came clean. He already told us that in his video 25 years ago. Did a whole scene of warning people about it. So my thing is, if we grow up seeing some real shit, and then you gonna put up the shit, this is so terrible now. They put out this drill music shit, is fucking terrible. And they got us they listening to these people talking about they killing and shooting and stealing each other's stuff. And you can hear it. That ain't no, how is that stuff go straight to the throne of creator of the universe? Music does. Because music is a universal language of sound. It carries a frequency. So when we hear that stuff, and then now y'all complaining after Dolores C. Tucker told y'all motherfuckers not to do that shit, told y'all don't get into that, and that the CIA was behind that, and that the industry was behind infiltrating, putting the gangster rap in the Black communities. Told y'all that. Yeah, it's influence. Anything that you subliminally program with, you're gonna influence on a social engineering subliminal level. Anything that you put out, anything with a sound. I can sing this right now. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. Did you systematically try to learn that song? But no, but you know it. Did you sit and try to learn it? Why? Because that was subliminal programming. So why would you say the music is not going to program you on some level? The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. And how many motherfuckers got Folgers coffee right now in their house from that programming? So yeah, the music was doing it. Yeah, all that stuff about killing and stealing and all this bullshit, hoes and bitches. Yeah, that stuff was going to influence the masses. Oh, I don't want no hoes, no bros, hoes down, bros up, and pimping and all this stuff. Yeah, what did you think was going to happen to your fucking community? You don't sing about no shit like that. And I don't care how self-righteous I sound. I'm not trying to denigrate nobody. I'm not even talking to the Black community. I'm talking to the gatekeepers that screwed over their community. And get mad at me. They already don't like me. They already don't like me. So what I'm saying is, y'all knew that shit was poisonous then. Now we at a precipice, and our community is out here looking crazy, and y'all sitting up there, wondering what happened. Because everybody took a bag. And they still doing that shit. And they still trying to push out these weird old plants on our people to make it seem like that's talent. No, I know what motherfucking good comedians look like. I watched Paul Mooney growing up. Shit, I watched Richard Pryor growing up, and he was way before my time. The fuck? Well, I can't sit, and you ain't gonna sit and tell me that. Stop playing in my face and stop insulting our intelligence. And give us some real shit, or get the fuck out our face. Stop trying to program us. We got it from here. We take it from here. Our community know what look good and what sound good. And stop hating on each other. What these y'all looking for a white person to come and bankroll y'all and roll y'all up to the mainstream, like how they did Michael Jackson and stuff. No, Michael Jackson had actual real talent. These people had actually real talent. They were preyed upon. And maybe somebody sold them out too. But these were actually real talented people. Stop looking for the mainstream to push them out like that. You have to go and push your own people out like you did in the past, and look out for each other. What's they call Little Richard and stuff. Them days are done. These people they never knew how to, they have hatred of you, but then want everything you got and want to make money off of you. So they're not going to ever do right by Black talent is the point. Look how they did Angie Stone. Look how they did Monique. They're not going to ever do right by our people when it come to Black talent. Look how they did D'Angelo. You say, well, oh, they stole that industry. Some of the people didn't know what the fuck was going on. Some people did. What I'm saying, we in 2026, and we still see the bullshit. I'm not talking about the legacy artists. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, sorry, I'm eating something. I'm talking about the fact that people are complaining about the state of our music, saying they had to go back. And I was saying it too. And we had to go back and listen to 90s and stuff. And even like old school stuff that's even before our time. And I grew up, I even though I'm 34, we grew up Bobby Womack all motherfucking day. That's the way I feel about you. And shit, I had that on CD. I remember people was looking at my friend. I told you my friends was looking at you as a damn alien or something because how was your ass? We listening to Pretty Ricky, my nigga. We listening to Pleasure P, and we listening. This is how people would look at me in high school, nigga. Turn that shit off. I'm listening to Blue Magic. Love is the answer to my prayers. No lie, I'm sitting there. They asked me play your song, Jen. What you want to listen to? We in high school. That's what I got to play. And then everybody looking like, I mean, okay, grandma. Okay. This is definitely something my grandma listened to, but no, nigga, put back on. That's how they used to be looking at me like, no, put back on. It's 5 a.m. with Pretty Ricky, pretty Ricky. That's how they would be looking at young. That was our time. Like we ain't listening to that shit. Like I remember, that's when Jeremy and them was all out. Now, I don't get me wrong. I thought it sounded good. Don't get me because I know T-Pain was hot too at that time. I remember that I Chop This Fruit and Blame It. I remember I used to play Blame It too. But that my go-to, like if it's like what's in your playlist? Okay, I was listening to S on Historia. That's by Stevie Wonder. We listening to Bobby Womack. What is we doing? We listening to May's motherfucking ass. Was it Billy Will Witherspoon? Ain't no sunshine. And I'm 15, 16, this is 2009. They looking like you come out of a time machine. That's how my friends used to be laughing. They used to be looking like you were mad weird. Like I told y'all my one friend was like, you don't turn this Mr. Rogers shit off. Because I used to play jazz, all types of stuff. I was doing Charles Mingus, in high school, and they looking like, no, put a milli on, a milli, a milli, a milli, a milli, a milli. And I used to dance too. I'm like, okay, I like it, but don't if you gonna listen to my playlist, we was listening to Kim Chemistry. I'm telling you, 13, 14 years old. It's Kim Chemistry time. Oh, we listening to Kendrick. Remember Kendrick the Family Soul? Kendrick the Family Soul? And motherfucking Kim Chemistry. How did you find your way back in my life? How did you find your way? I remember people used to be looking at me like, why is you listening to? Never forget, my friend said, turn this Mr. Rogers shit off and play my shit. Pretty Ricky. It's 5 a.m. and I wanna have phone sex with you, so horny. And I'm looking like I remember my mind was. I'm like, ooh, because I always had felt like I was in a whole nother dimension. So I was a bit, oh, that's how my face used to be, clutching pearls. But then I'd be like, well, you know what? This is lower my generation, so I guess I'll jam to this. Don't sound too bad, but that's just how it was. But now the music is it's like, come on. Even now it's bad when the youth don't want to listen to it no more. Even the youth is complaining about drill music. The youth is complaining about it. You got a problem on your hands when the youth is saying, man, we tired of this shit. We got fatigue from listening to all this low frequency. It's too low frequency for them. They soul is catching up with who they are and remembering. And they ain't gonna do that low ass frequency shit. They ain't. So you gonna have to come better. So that's get out our fucking community because we know what the sounds of music are. We created music, so we know how high frequency is supposed to be. And we know that bloodline where it come from 125D, from the angelic realm. That's why there's a whole choir of angels. They'll do nothing but like to sing. They understand advanced harmony, compositions, intervals, knowledge of sounds, knowledge of composing, high knowledge of frequency, how to embed, how to do quantum teleportation through music, how to code music in such a way to blow your fucking mind split wide open. And so that's what they are gifted with, and that's what they're going to continue doing. And if y'all go sit up there thinking that everything is about money, we're going to exploit them, put them fucked up contract and exploit all their gifts, then the whole thing will be torn down to smithereens, never to be heard of again. We're not playing them games around here. And so I want to play an example of high level. Let me play this and get the fuck on up out of here so I can start up this other video if we doing it, because honestly, I'm a little tired. Um, let me play this real quick. This is fire next time, but listen to the advanced composition of this. I like the way she said, Boli said, my grandfather was blacklisted in the music industry in the 70s and 60s. Wow. I believe it. Wow. She probably wouldn't play ball. Yep. My grandfather was blacklisted in music. Wow. Dang. Yeah, see, I know. And these people be talented. Niggas is talented. I already know that the gifts is in them. I already know. That's why I know God bless them. That's why I'm saying, like, we ain't about to sit up there and tell and give these gifts to these wicked ass people that's sitting there stealing name, image, likeness. Every little move you make, every little thing that come out your ass, they looking to make money off of. Go get your own sauce. That's what you tell them. Go get your own gifts. Go get your own sauce. Go take it up with the Most High. That's what you tell them. What the fuck you watching and stalking my every move for? That's what you say. What the fuck you watching and stalking us for? And trying to steal our content and steal everything from us that come out our fucking head and the ass. That's what you say. Sure. But listen to this right here. Either like if this could probably be remastered in sound, like obviously if you was to remaster this sound and bring out something certain chords and bring it, I think it could be redid, but I'm saying it has a natural talent, like it's that natural sound of it, the composition of it. And this is a little, it takes a, it's this, I have to say, is not as complex, but towards the end of this, it's some part where it's like it crescendos. It's something where I'm like, damn, that's powerful. I'm trying to tap into that. This is where it pick up. This is where you could really feel it. That the music. I'm talking about the music and the spirit in it. I can hear the ding. It's certain like it's like something with that beat. I'm trying to understand that. Like I wish I could see this being performed live. Like I probably could find a clip of it performed live. I want to see like the instrument playing because I'm hearing so it just sounds to me. I felt the octave shift and it pick up. Like it's like it was like the energy of it shifted, but in a good way. That beat. Pay attention to this beat part. That whatever. I wish somebody would tell me what that is. I wish somebody that understand music at high levels could understand me could tell me what that is. Could explain to me what that is. What is that? Is that electric keyboard doing that? Like what is that part? What was that? What is that? That's I wish somebody can explain to me what that is. Whatever I'm just saying, like that's what I'm talking about. Like it's like you could feel it. That is a frequency in itself. Whoever decided to play that came from their soul. Oh, they use an electric keyboard. What is that? It was damn. You know what that brings me back to? It's certain parts in Sunrise music in his catalog, but he got 1,000 songs, right? It's certain things it's certain notes that Sunrise orchestra would play. That's how I know that they were Jacobians that had access to Commission science, but they was not religious at all. They did not believe in that religious stuff, just like how I am. But they believed in the lifestyle of that old school Hebrew science, old school. That's I could tell Sun Ra was tapped into that very much so, but still was more so like, don't just like how I am, like don't bring that indoctrination shit over here because he like he said, they messed all the books up on purpose. And so, you have to go to God pretty much if you're gonna really get some real answers. But it's certain things in his music that is so reminiscent of this type of stuff to me. And I heard that part, I be hearing that. I be hearing, like it's certain, it just bring that same feeling. Excuse me. Excuse me. It's that same feeling that I feel. And I said, well, what is that? It's a spirit. I don't know. I don't know. That's that right there. Something simple like that. That can't be captured. You can't put that in the AI. You can't capture that essence like that. That's a frequency. Ooh, equations. I love them equations because some Rock put it all together too. And he said, well, what's coming? He said, if you doing something God and the devil both don't agree, you in trouble. Which I get that now. I learned my lesson from that. But he also said if the wicked, if those who oversee the wicked got to tell you that you too wicked, then your motherfucking ass is in trouble too. And that was funny because he said, when he put it together, he said, the righteous delivered and the wicked come. But I'm still trying to grapple with that because obviously the plagues would, come off that way. But if you say fire next time, and do you understand the elements of Saturn? No more water, but fire next time. And then you see like all the stuff that's come playing out now. It's kind of funny. It's kind of it's ironic because we talk about the seraph beings and they're flying fiery serpents. um it's interesting, but fire next time. And Saturn be over time. If just no more water, but fire next time. Pay attention. No more water, but fire next time. Saturn, time, fire, Kalima. Um, ooh, these seraph beings, flying serpent time beings. And then you study the codes of the Ouroboros. If you, but it's the equations. I ain't saying nothing, but it's like remembering who you are, who you are, going back to. It's like searching for something that's already inside of you. You're going back to where you started. That's what the Ouroboros is. It's a time loop, pretty much. And if you thinking you're going into a new age, there's nothing new under the sun. Is the thing. Empires rise and fall. Systems rise and fall. New ages, bronze ages, copper age, iron age, dark age, medieval age, which one you want. Humans have a choice. And gold. I think that there's chieftains, custodians in the Black community that was keeping this stuff secret is coming out now. But anytime you see a church that emphasizes a lot of purple and gold or Because that's those are two different orders, but they sometimes get along, but one group is more austere. They just believe in more austerity, pretty much. Because it's a fast track. They again, it's the convergence of, it's pretty much the divergence of the 40-year. You can take 40 years of the motherfucker going short circuit, or if you're doing the Judahite, the old school 125D way, or this new shit that they was bringing all into, the disagreement about blood magic and certain forbidden sciences. That's all it is. But if you see a lot of churches with the burgundy and white, or burgundy and white and purple and gold, either one, those are ones that may, I can only say may, be aware that there were certain Hebrews still running around. Like they were pretty much custodians over old Jacobean science. You got that aspect of things that is very much true. And they knew that Negroes, the last of the Judite heirs, were Negro culture or Negro lineage. You got that part. Or if you see a lot of the red, black, and the red and black, you see a lot of that that also could be an aspect of it, but the red and black, that could be so many other things. So you have to be careful with that, because that was usurped too. Those are very powerful colors. Those are not Illuminati colors, but they're very powerful colors to that original bloodline, the Order of Serpents, and the Dragon Rider. That's why you see the old pictures of Yeshua in the old Ethiopian church, always yellow. I'm sorry, red and black, always red, black, or and white, always. But then you see the convergence, with the yantra, the Kalima yantra. I'll just say that's a code that where you see that intersection. Um, the yellow, the red and black has been usurped today, but that's why that group of black people, the chieftains and the Negro, the higher Judahite heirs that were the chieftains, they just decided to do purple and gold. One side to do purple and gold, and then the other group that ventured off from them, that had a disagreement, they went and did burgundy and white. The burgundy and white is a play on the red and black, but they just keep burgundy and white now. And that's a ode to the Moors, the Hebrew faction of the Jacobean Moors. That's just, that's just the code for that. But the gold and the purple is also about that too, but they tend to be more so, we view them more as people who would be willing to assimilate too much with the system. And so that's why, even though there's respect, and in many ways that those who represent the gold and purple bloodline, they are still Hebrews, they allow too much infiltration to us. From our perspective, that group allows too much infiltration. And we don't see, we know we can listen, the Judahites can listen to a frequency. It don't even matter. And we could tell who's your people just from the song, whether it's a church song or not. It don't matter. It's a bloodline thing. And so we are not as open to all of that. We're not as open. We don't believe in the religiosity of stuff either. Like, being a Zionist and all that. Like that's not our thing. And so that faction of, they're Negroes, they to us align too much with assimilation thinking that waters too much of our soul down. That to us, we know spiritually is not good to go near certain things. And so that's why you see the state of the church that is in. Remember, the ones that was willing to play the game a lot is the ones with the purple and gold. The smaller churches, you see a lot of that burgundy and red. I mean, that burgundy and white, the maroon and white, going off of the Moorish, the black pope, so to speak. But knowing that was hidden Jacobean science. Now, yeah, a lot of that stuff got off the rails, as far as, the King James stuff with all that. But I'm talking about they on some level was like certain, it's basically like a group was like, okay, we kind of fear God, not in a like fear, but it's like we the custodians of this knowledge, and we don't want to mess it up further than what we already have by going to that route with them people. And so that's why you see a lot of the stubbornness from that group that can have, maybe it is ignorance or misunderstandings on a part, but they also have to follow what is in the soul. At that point, you just have to go with what's in your soul. You got to trust yourself at that point. You have to trust yourself. You have to trust yourself. But that's where that divergence come from with with that divergence rather with those with the purple and gold versus the burgundy and white in a lot of these churches. The burgundy and gold just simulate too much with this capitalist system, and that's not our people. That ain't our ways. We don't people that aren't our people. They don't like us. So why we, it's just that type of thinking versus that other group. Even the church I grew up in, they were not like, oh, let's just be so conscious. You know how they had the conscious community making it like a gimmick, like pro-black is like a business or like a gimmick or something. Like that's not what that's not, it's not something that it's just a way of being. And like I said, in that church that I grew up in, those people were tended to be middle class. They were educated. They would work, even if they were working class, they were working and looking out for each other. It's just a quiet thing. It's not something that's like, it's not nothing that you make a mock. It's not something that can be politicized or that you can make a viral moment of. It's just like, this is just how we are. It's not like a life that it's kind of deeper than even a lifestyle. And that I have to say that's what the church should represent, community, social cohesion, like we've been saying. But let's finish. So I enjoy that. That's what we saying. That's the natural sauce. The fire. that's what we saying. You can't. That can't. AI is not going to replicate that. That is a natural organic sound. We had to do that too back in the day. We was singing "Brighter Days" by Kirk Franklin. Brighter day. Yeah, but that's how you got to have a lot of voice control for that. The choir director got to know what the fuck they doing. You know, whoever come up with this, that's a talent, that's a skill. They have to actually sit down and how you gonna formulate that, and they got to sing it all on key like that. Hey, that is a raw essence. Okay, now let's listen to that into the even the instrument again. That's why everybody is copying the Negro, acting like they ain't come up with shit, but you copying that Negro sound. And I haven't heard yet someone yet to be able to duplicate this type of stuff. And everybody want to make it seem like we got to give our culture. We got to give credit to all these other people, like they influenced this culture and all this shit. No, we know who did it. We know who's in charge of it. We know the chieftains that's been put over as custodians to watch over this community. We caught some of them selling out. We tore the frame off their motherfucking ass. Okay, because we tired of this. We all can't just all fucking sell out. That's not the fucking answer. We all can't just sell out. Somebody got to fight back. Somebody got to take a stand for the damn culture, for the bloodline, on some real delineation shit, on some real grassroots shit, not some fake shit. You look behind the scenes and it's these motherfuckers funding it with weirdos trying to steal our culture, weirdos all up in the mix. All these motherfuckers that's trying to look for some money and stuff. Get what you got to do, but we don't need them, is my point. Believe in yourself enough where we could come up with our own shit and take back our own shit. Ain't nobody gonna give a shit. You're gonna have to take it. Ain't nobody gonna give you no power. You're gonna have to take it. Ain't nobody gonna give you shit. Ain't nobody gonna give you no recompense. You're gonna have to take it. And see, Jacobians realize this shit. Ain't nobody playing with you motherfuckers. Don't conjure us up no more. Don't come and get us no more if you know you want some soft ass nigga shit. Don't come and get us and tell us, come whine to us. And then when we come and ready to do the smackdown, you bitch up and go sell out your shit even more. Or selling each other out. Which one? Don't sell out your talented folks either. That's what they introduced the program of the crab in the barrel program. That one's real bad in the community. People can bury their head and saying all they want. If you either we gonna get free or well, you say they don't like the word free, but we get precision and discipline, which will lead to true liberation, which is ego death. We gonna break down them equations of that death code too. We gonna break down the equations of Satan, the equations of all this stuff. I'm telling you, the equations is messed up. When we break it down, we won't hear nothing from this Negro about, we don't want to hear no complaints, but they doing this. They won't let us do this. They won't let us they won't let us make no money. They won't let us do that. Oh, really? Oh, really? Well, somebody, we gonna have to fix these equations then. That go for me too. Listen to the frequencies of the music. You can't say you chosen and go out like that. No, we ain't going out like that. The fuck you thought? I need to know what was that electronic keyboard. I was listening to them girls, King. Them girls King. Oh, they bad. Them some bad mamma jammas. King, man. Them some talented ass ladies. They don't get no talent than that. They got an angelic. I bet you they got an angelic ancestor. I'm telling you that like I've loved listening to some real raw talent like that, and that gives that really is very encouraging. Because I said, what they saying ain't no soul. It's people that do mute. It's people that got the sauce. They might not have been on, the powers that be ain't putting them up like that. But that's what the community has to put it up. In the 90s, you put up your own shit. You knew what sounded good. What you need them to tell you what sound good. You don't need those weirdo executives that's not even of our culture to tell us what sound good. We been knew what sound motherfucking good. You knew it sounded good when you heard when you heard what was back in the day before it got co-opted. When we was listening to shit, we grew up, we knew what came on our radio, it sounded good. That sound good. Shit, when we listen to Genuine, I'm sorry, I'll do anything you want. We look like that sound, that's a bop right there. That's a whole vibe. That's fire. Okay? You got all obsessed with looks. Motherfuckers, we used to look at the talent over the looks back in those days. And shit, you saw the Isley brothers. You see how they look how the Isley brothers be singing. You're contagious, touch me, baby. Give me what you got, give me what you got. And they had remember and shit, niggas just like that little skit. Dum dum dum. What the hell is going on between the sheets in my home? Baby, wait, let me explain before you start to get your but it's about to be some shit. How did I get into this? Should have never came home with this bitch. You low down dirty woman to where you coming from. But baby, wait, my ass hit the street. Your ass is grass. But Mr. Biggs, before you know how you know my name, son. Honey, wait, I was gonna tell you. Oh, this cat looks familiar. I think I know you from somewhere a long time ago. No, I don't think so. Well, I think I know you, brother, very well. No. You mistaking me for somebody else. Hey, shut up. Can't you see 2 minutes talking? Told your ass to get the walking. And now something's trying to because I'm about to catch a case. You're contagious. I mean, just even shit like that. Like I'm telling you, as a kid, we used to reenact that damn song. Oh, I'm telling you, Negro asses. I used to reenact that song. You go find. I'm telling you, all the black kids. Oh, that was our thing. Who gonna be Shantae Moore? Who gonna be motherfucking Isley Brothers? Who's gonna be motherfucking? And we used to reenact that song and sing it just like that, just like in the video, and sing it one at a time. What you think is going on between the sheets? And you have to do it all dramatic too, just like how they did in the video. So you're not gonna tell me, even just the playing around, that's talent, that's a skit. That shit was actually motherfucking funny. And you ain't gonna compare it, you ain't gonna tell me I gotta, we ain't got what we got today, that ain't it. That ain't it. Hey, I don't know what kind of skit they doing, but that's what we grew up with. Shit, you knew what sounded good, even if it was silly. It wouldn't even have to be about gospel music. I'm just saying, even if it's silly, the shit was still talented. That was kind of funny back then, seeing that video like that. What the hell is going on between the sheets? And then they had one with Kelly Price. The community knew, okay, did we see the talent? Kelly Price motherfucking ass. What was that song? Damn, what was that song where she did with Ryan? Because that was the part 1, part 2 with Ryan Isley. Damn, what was that song with? Damn, that was the song too that we used to reenact. The Isley Brothers. Friend of mine. Yep, friend of mine. This is Mr. Biggs, friend of mine. That was the part 1. Yep. And so-called friends let her down. I was the one who took in when the fool put her out. Yeah, like that was this them days are gone. But I'm just saying, you gotta get back into the talent. You get back into the talent, everything, it would be fine. But you can't let them prop it up and tell you what the talent is. That's all they doing. You're gonna have to do that from your own community. You rather do that from your community. Stop letting these people come and tell you, oh, this is what is hot. This is what is not. You know what the fuck sound good. Stop going off the shit. Go with your soul, what you as a community said was hot. What you said was fire growing up. Shit, I know what we sound, but man, we used to listen to all types of stuff growing up. I used to listen to Emile LaRue. That was my favorite album growing up, Emile LaRue. Remember that Brave Bird? Everybody, man, that was oh my gosh, that's my favorite album as a kid. I was like 12 years old 11 years old when Brave Bird came out by Emile LaRue. That was the shit. I sung her song for the talent show. For the, what's that song? I'm about to tell y'all. This is the song that I sung for the talent show, no lie. You say you want it all, say you want it all. I'm about to read y'all the lyrics. I just want y'all to show y'all what type of time I was on, even as a little motherfucking kid. When I was 13 years old, no lie, this is the song that I sung. You say you want it all, to dip your fingers in the green. You say you want it all, the sun and the moon and what's in between. You say you want it all. You want the world to know your face. Baby, haven't you heard? Every star can be replaced. Ride the product line, hop in your box, but don't protest. You just been signed to the 3-ring bullshit business. It's a player's balls and the pimps come in black and white. And that's about all as I turn this song to my pimp tonight. You ask me how you can win, how many walls you're going to have to break down to get in. As you steady pushing through, don't let it be breaking you. Some who have it all, the one big shiny light. They selling us a story they know you're going to buy. But don't you let them fool you, baby. They can't sleep at night. The mirror shows a reflection of a person they don't like. Ride the product line, hop in your box, but don't protest. You just been signed to the 3-ring bullshit business. Leave your brain at the door and hang it up with your originality. I can't say no more, because if you do, then they won't let you hear from me. There ain't no real love up in here no more. That ain't no real love up in here. They ain't no more. If you gotta look up for real, if you're looking for real love up in here, if you're looking for, you gotta bring your own love up in here. Bring your own. That's Emile LaRue, Brave Bird. That's the shit. It came out in 2004. I'm telling you, I sung this for my talent show. If I'm lying, I'm flying. I sung this at CSAT when I was a kid. I was 13 years old. I sung this song. Me and my friend, Lakita, we sung this song. Yep. You say you want it all, to dip your fingers in the green. You say you want it all, the sun, the moon, and what's in between. You say you want it all, you want the world to know your face. Baby, haven't you heard? Every star can be replaced. Ride the product line, hop in your box, but don't protest. You just been signed to the 3-ring bullshit business. It's a player's ball, and the pimps come in black and white. And that's about all as I turn in this song to my pimp tonight. And then we used to sing it. Oh, you ask me how you can win. How many walls you gonna have to break down to get in? That's how we used to sing. And I used to sing it off key, but we was 13. I remember we went to talent show too, but we was singing this song. Yeah. And we didn't even know. If I'm lying, I'm telling you, like, I sung this song as a fucking kid. And I didn't even know really what I was singing, but this was my favorite song off the whole album. Actually, Brave Bird, I don't know, every song on there is my All I Got. All I Got by Emile LaRue. That was also one of my favorites. But this one we sung for the talent show. And I remember the teachers was like, what is y'all singing at? Where did y'all get this from? Because they knew. I remember them white teachers was looking like, what the fuck? Because we had the jazz, it was kind of that jazz feel. And I remember they was looking like, y'all singing about something. They pulled us to the side and was like, do y'all know what this song is about? And about the industry. We didn't even know. We just thought it sounded good. Me and my homegirl, we used to listen to that song every motherfucking day. And we used to like listen on call each other on the phone and play Emile LaRue in the background and talking shit and listening to our favorite song. Oh, girl, whose turn to play it now? It's your turn to play it. We used to do that with this album and Alicia Keys. It's your turn to play it now. We jamming, talking our little shit. I'm telling you. And my family remember this. So I know they remember this. And she used to, the other song we used to sing is Got the All I Got. Got these 2 feet in these shoes that walked a mile or two. Got these legs, they done work that left them black and blue. Got these hips, they are wide, but they know how to move. Got these hands to lift the weak or slap down a racist fool. This is all I got. Got this place I call home, but it's no Taj Mahal. Got these pockets, they ain't full grown, but I won't steal from no one. Got this heart, well, it's been broke, but it's still beating song. Got this, actually, but it's still beating strong. Got this song, it ain't much, but it helped me carry on. This is all I got. Got a will that lifts me up when my body can't. Got a way of getting through with no helping hands. Got a mind that lends me strength, so I ain't afraid to stand. Got a love so deep in me can't be stopped by any man. This is the song I listened to every day of my life growing up when I was a little ass kid, no lie. Got these feet in these shoes that walk the mile or two. Got these legs, they don't work, that left them black and blue. Got these hips, they all wide, but they know how to move. Got these hands to lift the weak or slap down a racist fool. This is all I, this is all I got. Mm-hmm. And I would call my friend, girl, you know what they did. We would talk shit. We would talk cash money shit about and we playing this in the background. Girl, ooh, it's your turn to play Emile LaRue now. Oh, you coming over to my house? I'm coming over to your house. Bring the CD, bring the Emile. And we playing the Emile LaRue CD, fighting, playing each other's hair, cussing out motherfuckers. Oh, we gonna listen to some Michelle Indiagia cello, talking shit, eating, chilling, whatever. And this was my life, Emile LaRue. And everybody that grew up with, I know that y'all know Jenny gonna listen to that. That's her album. That's her album. This was the best out. This was the best out. This Emile LaRue right here. In fact, I'm gonna share the album. I'm telling you, this is what I grew up on. Brave Bird. Brave Bird. This album is fire. It's still a classic. But I'm just saying, like, I think about like, how did I, I'm like, damn, it was right there. I was really like listening to this stuff as a kid. I thought it was so funny. And I remember the teachers was like, damn, what y'all doing listening to that? Y'all singing that for the talent show? How did y'all find out about it? They was asking us like, how did y'all know about her? Like, how did y'all find this what we listened to at home? And they was like impressed, like, well, damn. At least somebody is teaching them something because they show is listening to that. They show listening to something with a good message. The message in the song. It was the message. Say you want it all. But that was deep. Because she said, leave your brain at the door, hang it up with your originality. I can't say no more. Because if you do, then they won't let you hear from me. Damn. We just thought it sounded good. No lie. It was just a catchy song. We 13, 14. We don't know nothing about all that. We was singing these lyrics too, like up on the stage. Hang it up with your originality. I can't say no more. And we was really jamming, looking at it and it was just looking at us like, are y'all serious? That was what we was jamming to. Yep. And Boley said, I suspect he was talking about due to what you described about the industry stealing our frequency and musical gifts. He was taking about due to what? Yeah. And he said, "What's your opinion about Don Cornelius?" I think they offed him. I'm not one to be, I can't say like I talked with him or nothing like that. But when he passed away, I had always felt like that had took him out, and he was one of the old school vanguards, like old school Boulay pedigree, pretty much. And if you wasn't down with the program when they made that other deal to certain Black people to sell us out even further, they was taking niggas out back then. Don Cornelius definitely, was the last of a Mohegan in terms of, that Soul Train. That was a bop. It was really Black culture. That was the last of it. Where you really seen it, and it's someone that has some of the old school pedigree. that believe in the old way. And I think when they introduced, that don't mean he was perfect. I don't know nothing about that man. I'm just saying, to me, when he got knocked off, I really had felt like it was. I never believed that he took himself out. That was just me though. I remember when I heard it spiritually back then, and I didn't know nothing about clairvoyance and my spiritual gifts like that. But I remember instantly when I heard it, the day that I heard Don Cornelius killed himself, and I'm again, we weren't like knowing this man all like that, but I'll never forget, even as a kid, when I heard it, I said they killed him. He didn't kill himself. I knew it psychically. Like it's a lot of stuff that I don't ever talk about, but I had remember. I don't know, when did Don Cornelius die? I'm telling you, whenever that, how old was I? He died in 2012. I was grown, and I was about 19, 2012. Well, how old was I? 19, 20. Yeah. So I was a little out when I was, yeah, I when I heard it, I said he didn't kill himself. They took him out. I just knew it instantly. Cedar Sinai Medical Center, Los Angeles. Cortez Cornelius. So to show them that Vision Entertainment. I just think like, let me see. He was born in Chicago, South Side. I'm just looking up some information about him. I do think he was a gatekeeper, though. I mean, you could look at his background and clearly see that. Black views of the view. But I'm just saying they took a turn for it was still like, I think that they didn't realize how much control they over the vision over the Black community that they was gonna lose by getting involved so much with that with them people, is what I'm saying. I don't think that they realize how much they were losing compared to what they were gaining, and compared to who was gaining more of it versus when getting involved with them. And see that other group, even though they still the same pedigree as them, I think that they option to fight in that was to just try to go more austere, is what I'm saying. They options they the way that they fought that and saw what was happening to other people in terms of how they mind control people, MK Ultra people, fuck people up, clone people, replace people, all that stuff they was doing with people's consciousness. I think that group that's also of that pedigree saw that they was only doing it to our bloodline and was like, oh hell no, let's get the fuck on away from these people. I think that's what it came down to be honest. I can't say that for certain, but it just looked like there was a schism within that old school group. Um, you know, I can't say I know for certain, but that's what it feels like. And he said that it was the blueprint. It was too strange that he would kill himself at that age. Yeah, 75. I mean, unless he was in some type of pain, but I just didn't agree with that. I just thought I think they off this butt. Somebody says, what would you say is my bloodline based on my frequency? I wouldn't know, because I only know my bloodline based on my frequency. How would I know yours? From a genealogy perspective, we can look into it. I could probably find some, if it depends on your coat of arms. If I could see your coat of arms, which is none of our business really, but if you know your coat of arms, your surname, and then the surname, the coat of arms, and the geographic location region, and then some of the cultural, if you have folklores, that can pinpoint you to what your bloodline is too. Because the folklores, believe it or not, those oral histories, those griot stories, surname, coats of arms, that type of stuff. But I can't say what is your bloodline based on your frequency. I don't even know your frequency. You don't even have a picture up. All I see is Paul Hightower. I don't know your pic. I can't see your picture. I can't see your real name, nothing. I don't know what your bloodline is. That would be foolish to even anybody to even act like they know what your bloodline is. I can't tell your frequency through no avatar or no computer, you know? I know what mine is based on my frequency. But if you're asking how do you find that, Then I would say look at your genealogy records, your surname, your coats of arms, your what is your historical region in which you were born. Study the history of your local region of where you were born, where your family is in the ground at. And then your last one that you want to do is look at some of your folklores and your stories that is important to your culture and to your grandmas, to aunties, grandmas, and elders in your bloodline and your elders. Don't just discount their oral histories or their stories that they told you. Now, if they just made up some shit, you'll know. But if they give you a story about, say, an actual person in your bloodline or an ancestor, they did this, they had, my so and so had the buggy, horse and buggy, and used to go into town and give out fruits and veggies, or so and so had a church and they would invite the youth over and give them and or they would cook for the neighborhood. Like those stories are important. That also would tell you about your bloodline, Paul Hightower, if you ask him, but I'm not able to look at your bloodline and say what your frequency is. But thanks for commenting. I didn't mean to come off like I was playing you or nothing. But you say, yeah, it was strange he would kill himself at that age. And yeah, it is. But let me get my ass up off of here because I said I was gonna do another show. Man, I said 2 hours. It's 3 hours and 30 minutes behind. How I say I was gonna just do 2 hours on something and then damn, like I gotta work on that. That's ridiculous. 5 hours? That's ridiculous. But let me get my ass up off on here. If I feel up to it, we'll do the next show. If not, we'll have to do it next week. This show was on the agenda anyways. I was supposed to been talk about crystals in the Bible. I was supposed to been talk about that like a month ago. So I'm not upset that, I don't feel like we didn't cover, but I wanted to cover our pathway and co-business and economy service sessions. Like it's like the pathway and company service sessions that select invention concepts are intentionally shared with the public to existing businesses and products. And that's really pretty much an analysis to strengthen those particular products and innovate them. And it is public and it is purposely public for a reason. It's purposely public. If there's something that has to be private, I do have enough sense to understand what can go online and what should be discussed offline. But some things are strategically put publicly as far as analysis to help existing businesses, but also so that people can see what pathways and co-business sessions are about in terms of fireside chats, and then the precursor to what would be discussed more so in private. Like what we do in private would be more so on steroids as far as inventions and coming up with stuff. But some things you do want to, just talk about publicly is okay too, so people could know what you about and what you stand as an order. Like, and that's what the Knock the Order is doing. So that is what the pathway and company business sessions are about. I want to talk about like option plays that for 2025 and 2026 that I had did behind the scenes on my option strat account, and talk about more advanced strategies as it relates to that too. So that it's just so as far as the Knock the Order and giving out those updates about, okay, well, what are y'all doing? What is this about? What is different? Because it's not a cult and it's not a secret society, it's a high society. It's interdimensional, it's layers. And so if people, there's no formal membership from the interdimensional sense, but when it comes to the offline and the vetting process for offline and discussing like, the inventions and ideas and actual mobilization, that stuff is a whole nother ballpark. And it's still not a O for a secret society or nothing like that. But there is a vetting process, and there is the vetting process is probationary or incremental membership into the higher levels of that information. It has to be incremental, and it has to be gate kept to a certain extent, because it's a force. It's not people necessarily, but you got a governmental force that just don't fuck with us. You got a government that's about control, and that's about surveillance. And so that's what that's about. It's, it's not about trying to control people or not trust people. It's about you have to have a more powerful vetting process. So I did think about all that stuff offline. I'm not going to discuss what that vetting process is. Members are aware of it though. It's not hidden from anybody that is the, well, I'm curious if somebody say that, oh, I'm an inventor too. You said you got these ideas. I'm a CAD designer. What you talking about? You can't just go and discuss that with them just because it's offline. There still has to be a vetting process, you know, a way of earning information and knowledge and access, but not in an exploitive sense. And it's not secretive. You don't ask a question, and you seek and you shall find, but you don't offer, you don't volunteer information, and you don't help people that don't ask for it. You don't help people that didn't ask for your help. And that's important too. Now, if you're going to selectively do it, then you selectively do it for a strategic reason. And that reason can be disclosed or not, but you don't just, that's what I learned. You don't help people that don't ask for it, because then you're just giving pearls to swine. That's what it ends up. But let me get off of here. God bless. Or bliss. Bliss is BLISS. It changes it to the frequency of enlightenment. Bye now. We will be back. If not, we'll come back next week and do the business thing.